Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 3 of the CAPS Intercol Games 2026. We've had 2 exciting days of competition, both in the boys and girls category, and the day is set for another thrilling and exciting day as the champions will be crowned. Will the Grenada Boys Secondary School be able to defend the championship in the boys category? And will the St. David's Catholic Secondary do likewise in the girls category? We do have some interesting situations on hand in the boys category. SAS leads by approximately 50 points. They're currently on 196 points. GBS as the defending champions on 146.5 points. And then we have the Presentation Brothers College on 79 points, the top 3 in this category. The girls is a much closer encounter, and St. David's again is hard pressed to retain the championship. They used to be runaway leaders very early in these championships, but this year they've been challenged by the likes of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School and the Anglican High School, as well as the St. Joseph's Convent St. George. The scores at the end of day 2 in the girls category: St. Andrews Anglican Secondary in the lead on 120 points, and 2 points behind them, the St. David's Catholic Secondary, the defending champions, on 118 points. In the next 8, maybe 9 hours or so, we are going to know for sure who are the eventual champions of Intercol 2026. Stay with us. We're going to have a lot of these exciting events to bring to you wherever you are. From what we can tell you, the environment here and the atmosphere here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium will be electrifying. Already there are very, very long lines outside of persons trying to get in, and we expect the stadium to be filled to capacity on day 3 of Intercol 2026. What we're going to do now, we have some distinguished colleagues here who have been trailblazers for Grenada that we want to have a chit-chat with before we go on to the track and field events. And we are going to be speaking with members of the Olympians Association of Grenada. We're going to be speaking with the president, the treasurer, and the chair of the fundraising committee. And so I want to introduce, first of all, Ms. Hazelyn Regis Buckles, a very familiar name to track and field in Grenada.
Oh, I had to. Can you see me good?
A very familiar name to track and field in Grenada, and she has represented Grenada at 2 Olympics before, and holds the national record in the 400 meters at 50.64 outdoors and 50.90 indoors. Only last week she had one of our LSU records been broken, but she's still a happy camper. She still holds the Grenada national record. Good morning, Hazelyn, and welcome to TNR Communication. Welcome to Intercol 2026. Hazelyn, are you able to hear me? Hazelyn, are you able to hear me? I'm going to ask Charmaine or Alison, are you also able to hear me?
Yes, you can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. I'm sorry.
So maybe we'll come back to Hazelyn. I'm not sure what
But I'm
the
here.
issues. Hazelyn, can you hear us now? Okay, so let's move to Alison George, who is the treasurer of the Olympians Association, and she would have represented Grenada at the Beijing Olympics in 2008. In the 200 meters, she has a personal best of 22.72. Alison, I see that you're driving, so I hope you're safe on the road. Well, welcome to Intercol.
I will.
And welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you.
Have you had a chance to look at what has been happening for the last 2 days?
Well, catching it on and off, but yes, I'm still very excited that my 200-meter record is still standing. So I've been pretty excited about that.
Wonderful. I also want to say good morning to Charmaine Ross Phillip, who is the chair of the fundraising committee and would have represented Grenada at the Barcelona Olympics in 1992. She has a personal best in the 400 meters of 53.4, and a proud alumni of the Boca Secondary School. Charmaine, good morning.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Good morning. How are you?
So, Charmaine, we're going to kick it off with you. I'm doing fine as the chair of the fundraising committee. We know that the Olympians Association, I would have really liked for Hazelyn to set the tone as part of the mission of the association. But you have a major fundraising activity coming up, and I'm sure you'd want to let the nation know about it and to encourage them to contribute towards that as well.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you for for this opportunity. On April 2nd, the Grenada Olympians Association will be hosting Respectfully Yours. It's a fundraising cruise aboard the Ecstasy. Boarding time, it's a after sunset cruise. Boarding time is at 7. The whole mission of the fundraising cruise is to help raise funds for the next generation of Olympians. Hazel will talk a bit about the mission of the organization, but this is our very first fundraising effort, and proceeds is in aid of all of the things we want to do for that next generation. So we're encouraging our community to come out and support. This is partying with a purpose, right? So all of the funds raised goes towards the mission of the organization. So thank you for the opportunity for us to speak about this morning.
Right, so I'm going to go to Alison in a while to give us some more details as to what these funds will be used for. But Charmaine, I want to get a better sense as to the response that you've been getting from the patrons, the locals, with the purchase of tickets and the hype that has been created around the event.
Well, we're hoping this would help with the hype. Folks are interested. We're hearing a lot, that people would like to support. We'd like to see that support translated in actual tickets sold, right? Right now, we know some of our tickets are going fast. Like VIP, I think we only have something like 23 tickets remaining. So we really want those who are interested in supporting us to really get out and get their tickets and really show that support for not just us, but for that next generation of Olympians, for the youth that are competing today, because that's where the funds would be going.
So I'm happy to hear that things are encouraging in that regard, but I want to make an appeal to all you Grenadians who love track and field, who love the athletes, who wants to throw in your support, to grab your tickets and to be part of this fundraising activity. Alison, I want to segue to you now as the treasurer to give us some more details as to what are some of the activities or things that these funds can be used for. We know we have preparation of national teams, we have equipment, we have a lot of things maybe that are needed. Can you zero in on some of the areas that these funds that you're raising would be used for these athletes?
Yeah, and pretty much what you've mentioned, and we are not trying to specify to just one thing, but our goal really is to be able to get to know our athletes, speak to them, see where their needs are, speak to schools, because some kids it might be just I need some spikes, right? Some might be I need to apply for this scholarship and I have to pay for this application. So really, we want to support our athletes however they need, but really education and resources, because we understand what it's like getting scholarship coming to the U.S. and not having maybe even books, right? So it may seem simple, but there's a cost associated to everything, and it becomes very challenging when it seems like there is no one, right? No one to help with that simple cause. So we want to be available and we want to be reachable and we want to have those funds and ready to go for when people call on us. So we can't say, oh, I'm sorry, we don't have anything. We can't even help you buy some books.
Wonderful indeed. And I'm hoping that Hazelin is there with us now because she will give that overview and overarching objective of the association, what gave rise to this association, and how it has been doing so far. Hazelin, are you able to hear us now?
Yes, I can. Can you all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Sorry for the technical glitch we may have had earlier on. So Hazelin, as president of the Olympians Association of Grenada, where did this idea come from, and what is the mission and vision of this association in the scope of things here for the athletes in Grenada?
All right. So as the chair of the Grenada Athletes Commission, which is part of the Grenada Olympic Committee, our president, Bernard Wilson, was literally the one who was in the move of starting this. And as I became the chair, he was like, I would really like for you to take this over. And as you know, I'm always about what can we do to make things better. So I went ahead and I got all of our Olympians' contact information as much as I can through the help of Dexter Mitchell. Dexter would have really supported and worked closely with our president to put a list of all of the Olympians together, including the years, contact information, emails. So I was able to use this information to reach out to our Olympians and say, hey, this is an idea. This is something that I truly believe would help us move Grenada sports forward. And I just wanted them to say yes. So I called a Zoom meeting And I just said, hey guys, this is an idea. Are you in? And honestly, they were like, yes, tell us more. So we are a member of the World Olympians Association. This is where we get our membership from. And it is to unite Olympians, but on a much broader scope, it is to also continue the Olympic movement. In order to continue the Olympic movement, you have to be able to support our athletes to get there. So this is not only about track and field, it's about all sports that participate in the Olympic Games. So we have swimming, we have taekwondo, we have volleyball, we have different sports in Grenada. While track and field might be the biggest, we want to make sure everyone knows the Grenada Olympians Association is not only about track and field. It's about all of our different sports that is under the Olympic Committee and will be considered an Olympic sport.
Well, wonderful. Just for our viewers here, just in case you've just tuned in, we're actually speaking to members of the Grenada Olympians Association just before we get into the live track and field action. And we have with us the president, a familiar face that you're seeing on screen now, Ms. Hazelyn Regis Buckles. We also have Ms. Alison George and Ms. Shamin Ross Phillip, 3 Olympians from Grenada. And they are here to share on some of the fundraising activities that they have for support to athletes and athletics and all the Olympic sports here in Grenada. So, ladies, we have Intercol here. You would have blazed the trail here. We still can remember some of those great races you guys ran. Shamin, you've been part of that victorious Boca Secondary School team. Hazelyn, you've won it many times for St. David's Catholic Secondary. Kishara George, one of our records were broken yesterday.
Oh, Lord. Well, you know what? I tell everyone, Kishara George was my biggest competitor. We were on the same team, but this young lady was excellent at what she did. And her record has been there for a long, long, long time. And as you know, my record just got broken last week by LSU great athlete in the 400. He's been there since 2005. So it's been a lot of record breaking. We are heartbroken, but at the end of the day, it's for the good of the sport.
Yeah, Kishara's record was broken by Annalisa Brown yesterday, 56.24 in the 400 meters.
And Charmaine is very happy. I'm sure Annalisa is going to get a huge paycheck. Wait for it.
Boca Secondary. As a matter of fact, Boca Secondary has been doing extremely well. They have a coach there, Coach Charles, who's been doing great work with them, and he's showing up on the track as well.
Absolutely, yes. Boca, like I'm saying to all of the Olympians, Boca, we're coming, right? We are coming. Next year would actually be 40 years since Boca last won Intercol. So I think we're due for a championship. So just keep looking out for us. And I'm so proud of the kids and all that they're doing.
Hazelyn, I want to get back to you because St. David's Catholic Secondary has always been runaway winners. This year, it's a little bit a tougher challenge for them. Your words of encouragement to them?
Of course. I do my best every day so far to send them either specific quotes. I've been doing my videos to send it out. I'm just hoping that everything that we were saying is transitioned into, of course, winning. But also, it is very important for us to know times have changed. I have seen a level of competition this year that we have not seen for years. My biggest encouragement to all of our athletes, please run through the line. Please do not celebrate too early. It breaks my heart to see so many almost records being broken for the simply just celebrating too early. And we want to make sure that they understand this practice could cost a lot during the Carifta Games. So as much as we love the competition, we love the celebration, just want to point out, run through the line, finish the races, celebrate after. I am, of course, going to push and hope that my school wins, of course. But I just also want to just tell all of the athletes, great job. All of the coaches, all of the supporters, we are seeing talents and we must ensure that they have what they need to get to the next level.
Well, I hope our producer can just cut that clip out about running through the line. We cannot belabor that enough. Mm-hmm. And Alison, I want to get to you now because you still hold the record in the 200 meters, 22:72. You would want to share some encouragement for your alma mater as well.
Oh man, it's been tough. I'm not going to lie, it's been tough. Bye, base. Go. Sorry guys, I gotta take my bike.
You're doing mommy duties, right? That's good.
Mommy duties, really. Goodbye. It has been really tough, but I think we have had a great squad during my years, and I'm very proud of what we've done. And we still have convent. We still have the 4x1. I still have my 200. But it's not the end, right? And like Jesus said, there are transitions. school transition. Some win, some lose, and I think our school has been struggling. But at the end of the day, everyone has a comeback in them. And I think Convent Grenville will eventually have a comeback. So for all of the athletes, just keep encouraged. I tell people at the end of the day, sport is fun. We want to win, but at the end of the day, you can say, hey, I competed in track and field and I had the best time of my life. So no matter what, remember what your skills are, remember what you've learned, but also have fun. It's important to have fun.
So were you part of that victorious SJC Grenville team that won Intercol?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Were you part of the victorious SJC team from Grenville that won Intercol?
Yes,
So
I am.
We have championship honors here.
Yes, that was my group back in the day.
Devon
Yes,
George,
sir.
your coach? Devon George?
No, we had Miss Erica Fortune,
Erica
and then
Fortune.
sometimes we we trained a lot with Max Win as well.
Correct. So I want to look at the legacy now that you ladies are leaving behind. Hazeland, I understand that you have a daughter, Christina, that has started track now and is doing the 200, 400, and now the 800 meters, some of your events as well. Tell us a little bit about that. And Shamin, I'm going to come to you to hear how Jaden is progressing. He's been part of the character team for Grenada, and maybe you can update us on him as well. So Hazeland, can you tell us a little bit more about Christina?
My daughter is running the 200, 400. Her coach thought it would be a great idea to put her in the 800. I've never run the 800. If you had me in the 800, I got to 600, and that's the furthest I would go. But the 800 has always been what we use as background training. And my daughter ran the 800 actual race the other day, and we were very surprised because, she definitely was like, I'm not doing this race. I'm not an 800-meter runner. But it's used to build her strength and to continue to develop her. The future is bright. As parents, we do not want to push our children. We want them to want to do it. We want them to love the sport. So I do not want her to think she has to be like her mom, but as she said, she will be better. And that's enough for me.
Wonderful. We look forward to seeing some blistering times on the track in the 200 and 400 meters. These were your real events, especially the 400, and I'm sure you'll have a lot to share in addition to what the coach is sharing with her. Shamin, you want to tell us a little bit more about Jaden and what he's been up to lately?
Yes, so Jaden is in his senior year of college. He's going through his transition and building. So we're looking forward. He starts his outdoor season this Friday and Saturday. So we're looking forward to what he would bring this season. But he's on his own journey, on his own mission, and just looking forward to see how he would end his season.
Maybe you could have sent him back for Boca Secondary School to give them some strength in the boys category. But we're happy to hear that the
Boca
legacy
Secondary
continues.
does not need help. The kids are doing great on their own. They're not needing help. They have an awesome coach, and I am so impressed by the leadership of the school and just the energy that's coming out of the school. And I'm so excited, about where they're gonna land, not just this year, but the future for Boca Secondary School.
So ladies, we are running out of time. We have to put a wrap on things. So I want to offer you the last opportunity to appeal to the locals to support the fundraiser that you're having, and wishing you all the best for that as well. So Shamin, would you want to just make a final appeal?
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. And I want to appeal to our general Grenada public to come out and support this Respectfully Yours fundraising cruise. Respectfully Yours is just our way of saying thank you to our community who supported us, and wanting to say, we want to really give back to this new generation of kids. So come out and support. Again, it's on April 2nd, Thursday, April 2nd. Friday the 3rd is a holiday. Saturday is the beginning of the Character Games. So you have some rest time in between the cruise and Character Games, right? We really would love to have your support. We would really love to have the community come out and support. And your support is a give back, because all of the fundraising goes to the development of our athletes, right? So, this is partying with a purpose, partying with a mission. So it's a party. I don't want people to feel like it's just a fundraiser. It is a party cruise. It's aboard the Ecstasy. It is all inclusive. It is all white. And we're hoping that folks would come out and we'll just have a really good time. It's going to be an experience, So be part of it. Join us in celebration of these kids and the next generation of Olympians.
Thank
in
you
our
so-
mission to support them.
Thank you so much, ladies. We're running out of time because we're about to start on the track. And I want to make the appeal to all you who say you love sport and you love the athletes. There is a golden opportunity for you to come out and show your support. Purchase a ticket, go and enjoy the lime and contribute towards the development of all of these Olympic sports. So thank you, Hazeland. Thank you, Alison. And thank you, Charmaine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Have a good one, guys.
Thank
Alright,
you.
bye-bye.
So viewers, we're going
Bye.
to continue with the live track action shortly. We're going to take a short commercial break and we're going to get back with the live action on the track of Day 3 of Intercol 2026.
Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, the official pre-character, all-inclusive, all-white cruise experience is here. Hosted by the Grenada Olympians. It's respectfully yours. Premium entertainment and Grenada's top DJs. It's food and drink inclusive. All-white dress code experience. It's an Olympian hosted celebration. Secure your spot now. Ticket outlets. Go to fed.com. All proceeds support the next generation of Olympians. So on Thursday, April 2nd, respectfully yours about the ecstasy. Carifta weekend starts.
Viewers, we welcome you back to the live track action right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's Intercall Day 3 and we have quite a number of events. Just to recap the current point standing from our overnight competition, and I'm going to run through very quickly the full lineup of the results that we have. I'm going to start with the female team scores. In 19th position, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive on 1 point. St. John's Christian Secondary is in 17th position on 2 points, together with the St. George's Institute. Happy Hills Secondary, they are on 5 points in position number 15. In position number 14, Grenville Secondary with 8 points. St. Mark Secondary, Westmoreland Secondary is in 9th with 9 points. And in 11th are St. Mark's Secondary and Westerhall Secondary with 11 points. St. Joseph Convent Grenville on 15 points in 9th position. Grenada Christian Academy, they're currently in 8th position on 19 points. Bishop's College in 7th position on 31 points. MacDonald College in 6th position on 54 and 1/3 points. And your top 5. Boca Secondary, they continue to impress. They're on 71 points. St. Joseph Convent St. George in 4th position. They're on 80 and 1/3 points. Then we have the St. David's Catholic Secondary, the defending champions. They're on 118 points. And the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary are up front in the girls category on 120 points. A lead of only 2 over the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. In the boys category, we're going to start with the St. George's Institute. They're on 2 points together with Wesley College and the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist. St. Rose Modern Secondary, they're in position number 15 on 3 points. J.W. Fletcher Catholic, they're in 14th position with 6 points. Grenville Secondary in 13th position with 7 points. Happy Hill Secondary in 11th position on 8 points together with St. Mark's Secondary. Hillsborough Secondary in 10th position on 10.5 points. Westerhall Secondary in 9th position with 11 points. Grenada Christian Academy in 8th position with 19 points. Then we have St. John's Christian Academy in 7th position with 26 points. St. David's Catholic Secondary in 6th position with 38 points. And your top 5, MacDonald College in 5th on 48 points. Boca Secondary continuing to impress, as I mentioned, in 4th position on 53 points. Presentation Brothers College, they're in 3rd position on 85 points. The Grenada Boys Secondary in 2nd position, they are the defending champions. They are on 153.5 points. And up front, the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School on 199 points. So that's the updated point standing after all of the events that have been completed on days 1 and 2. And the stage is set now for exciting competition. And joining me in the commentary position, we have Bernstein Calise and Bernard Antoine, and we're going to be bringing the live action to you wherever you are. So we say a special good morning to all of those who are out there online on your various devices. Those of you who are in the offices, we know many of the offices have television sets set up for this, in the workplace as well. And we know there are people who are on their mobile devices, even while they are driving. We urge you to be very, very cautious. A large number of persons have been online, and the gates have been filled this morning, long lines outside as well. But just some introductory remarks from you gentlemen as we get set for day number 3, the final day.
Good morning, and thanks for welcoming us into your homes, on your sets, whatever devices that you're working with today. If the first day was a day of introduction, the second day, day of moving, day number 3, the day that you would consolidate, and it's all about getting to the finish line. Absolutely correct. A huge crowd is on the outside trying to make their way inside, and we have somewhat. In the morning session number 1, we have some 19 events that will be contested today. And of the 19, we have 3 that are finals. We have 3 final events, all field events, and 19 overall for the morning session. So we expect a real competitive day of track and field. Good weather also, Bernstein.
Oh yes, a pleasant good morning to everyone. Well, good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are, because we know we are viewed all over the world. So we welcome you to the final day. It's Championship Thursday, and at the end of today's event, we're going to be crowning 2 champions, and we hope that we'll keep you on your feet all day long. We know that you are prepped and ready for final day. It's going to be exciting, and we welcome you into. We want to welcome you into this big event, and we ready to move forward to the Intercol 2026.
I just want to recap one of the events yesterday that we need to pay maybe some attention to. We were not able to give the full results, and that's the Heptathlon Open Girls, where Montisha St. Bernard of Bishop's College, Carriacou, was the runaway winner here with 3,684 points, and she dominated most of these events. And tell you what, we have a very nice interview lineup here with Montisha St. Bernard, and what we're going to do, we're going to go over now to Blossom, who did this interview with Montisha yesterday.
To 7 events in the girls heptathlon, I have the winner with me right now, Montisha St. Bernard, coming straight out of the sister isle of Carriacou, representing Bishop's College. Congratulations on your victory. What was your plan and preparation for the 7th event discipline?
My plan was to keep my mentality based on the event that I'm good at, and you know, out there I'm a coach, my mother, and I'm supporting the sacrifice, a lot of things for me to do. I'm so happy to be here, and I'm looking forward now to make good character and put Grenada out there right now.
You spoke about your favorite event. Which event is that?
Basically the long jump. I see I break the record, and also the 200 meter. I was not running for my time, but like the coach, they just give it all that I got, so I run and break the record. I'm not looking forward for that, but everything's in God's hands, and I thank God for that. And events, mostly I'm good at everything, but the high jump is not for me really.
And representing the sister isle as well, you felt any pressure knowing you're carrying the islands with you?
Yeah, not really accustomed, so.
Nice. Well, congratulations, Monty. I will call you the Iron Woman following your victory. Congratulations. Montisha St. Bernard of Bishop's College, winner of the girls heptathlon.
Well, a lot to be celebrating in Carriacou on PT Martinique. Your girl, Montisha St. Bernard, did extremely well to win the girls heptathlon yesterday. She mentioned the long jump, her favorite event. She was second there in 4.93 meters, and a very good performance from her overall in the event. 3,684 points. The boys heptathlon, Quanel Pay of the GBSS, he was the overall winner. He scored 5,041 points, and he had an impressive 1089 in the 100 meters. And we saw him yesterday in the 1500 meters doing 4 minutes 44.96, and some outstanding performances from Quanel Pay of GBSS. Randy Jones was second, and Javid Noel was third. And so we also have an interview with Quanel Pay, the winner of the heptathlon boys, Blossom, tell us about
We
Cornell.
are standing here with the winner of the boys Heptathlon, Cornell pair of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Najiko GBSS. Cornell, congratulations on your victory. 8 events over the past 2 days. How grueling was this for you?
Yes, well, I would say it was very grueling. I was prepared for this event, and I trained very hard coming into this event.
And you seem very happy with your performance. I know you broke the record in the 400 and the shot put in the Heptathlon. Was that your goal?
Yes, my goal coming into this event was to break my own records.
And with 8 events, which one of them is your favorite?
The 400.
Nice, and you broke that record. Congratulations, Cornell. Keep it up. That was Cornell pair of Najiko GBSS, winner of the boys Heptathlon.
Well, congratulations in order for Cornell Pay, a record-breaking 48.6 seconds, faster than the athletes that were in the flat 400, to establish a new record there for the boys Heptathlon. And congratulations. Gentlemen, we look towards the events today, and maybe just to look at the position of the various schools and the quest for championship honors. Quite a number of events today, and I'm sure all of the schools would have done their assessments overnight and re-strategizing as well. In preparation for the final day, the grand finale, we expect the stadium to be filled to capacity. We already know that the main pavilion has been sold out for maybe over a week now, and the long lines is an indication of that. The students are out here in their numbers as well very early with the noise paraphernalia, the headgear, the bandanas, the drums, and all of that. But with all of these events here, SAS leading with 199 points in the boys category, 120 in the girls category. What is your perspective on both categories? Let's look at the female category first. Bunstein, your perspective.
Well, it's never over until it's over, but it's a close competition between SAS and the St. David's Catholic Secondary in the girls. Anglican High School somewhat in the mix also, and St. Joseph Convent St. George. I know that today is the final day, and all of the teams would have reassessed their situation, and they're now going to make a charge to the finish line. So we look forward to see every team putting forward their best foot today, and make sure that at the end of the day they're striving for championship honors.
And Mr. Antoine, in the girls category, we hear of the competition, we see the closeness in the scores, your overall assessment and maybe expectations going into day 3?
Well, I think Burnson sort of hit a nail on the head. We still have 4 or 5 teams that are still within touching distance of each other. Separation of only 2 points between St. David's Catholic Secondary School and SAS, and that is as close as you can get. And then 8 points difference between the Anglican High School and St. Joseph Convent St. George. So it's like a competition within a competition itself for the first 4 of 5 competition. One of the really distinctive thing I thought that jumped out at us at these games is the performance of the Boca Secondary School. Boca Secondary School has done rather well in 2026. 71 points, the girls, not too far off the pace, and one can continue to expect closing of the gaps to sometime today. Even the smaller schools, Wesley College, they're on the board. So one expects a good keen competition to continue, and the odds-on favorite to win the girls' championship doesn't exist.
Well, if you can just very quickly look at some of the events in the girls category. The girls long jump senior, SAS is expected to win that here with Christina Charles. She represents Grenada at the Carifta in this event, and that's why I'm saying that she's expected to win. We have the girls discus throw sub-junior. We're basically not aware of who's going to win this one. The 100-meter hurdles sub-junior, again, St. David's has had some better athletes on the track than SAS in the junior category, the likes of Tishana and others. And then we have the girls 100-meter junior, which we expect St. David's maybe to be ahead of SAS in that as well, with Tishana and others. And the 200-meter dash senior, I think Shadi would be a good candidate together with Kayla Christopher. And then we also have the girls 400 meter sub-junior. SAS is actually stronger in the sub-junior category and may be expected to win here. And the 4x100 meter relay sub-junior, again, SAS has been defeating St. David's in that over the season. So it's wide open, and then we have the 4x400 meter relay at the end of the day. So these are some of the events in the female category that can really be very competitive in the girls category.
So it is very competitive in the girls category. We cannot declare any clear winner right now. It's going to be competitive, and that's what we are here for today, to ensure that you have an interesting and competitive spectacle in terms of the athletics that we're going to present to you today. And at the end of the day, maybe it might just go down to the relays to decide the champion in the girls division.
And if you can quickly look at the boys category, I mean, SAS has a commanding lead over GBSS. And if we look at some of the events today, I think it's going to be an even more difficult undertaking for GBSS. So for example, there is a boys shot put junior that's going to be happening. The boys high jump sub-junior. SAS has been dominating the sub-junior category. There's also the 110 meter hurdles sub-junior. SAS again in Oliver is expected to do well there. There is the discus throw sub-junior. So a lot of sub-junior events today where SAS has been strong. The triple jump junior is one up for grabs. The 400 meter sub-junior boys is up for grabs as well. And then of course we have the 4x4 and the 4x100 meter relay for sub-junior. So that's in the morning session. Later on in the afternoon we have the long jump and triple jump for senior boys. Christophe Caliste is one of the athletes that we're looking for there. We have the 200 meters for the senior boys as well. We saw Ian George dominating the 100 meters. Once he's fit, he's expected to win the 200 meters. And the second, third, and fourth can go anywhere between Deron Sincere, the second place winner in the 100, and the champion in the 400, Daniel. We also have the Josh Charles of GBSS and the Kamal as well for GBSS. So second, third, and fourth can go anywhere between these 3 or 4 athletes. And of course the 4x400 meter relay later on as well. So it's a daunting task for GBSS in my honest opinion, and I believe the real competition today lies in the female category amongst those top 3 or 4 schools.
Well, to a certain extent you are correct, Leslie, but for most of the schools, especially the smaller schools, the real competition is to do better in 2026 than they would have done in 2025. Good representation, good competition amongst the smaller schools. 53 points for Boca Secondary, Magdalena College, and 48 points. And St. David's Catholic Secondary School sliding a bit with 38 points. The competition will continue amongst these schools there. And then you get to the real small schools, those who have not done very well over the last few years. The Grenada Christian Academy, Westerhall Secondary School, they're 19 and 11 points respectively. One expect a good showing from among those schools today. The Grenada Seventh-day Adventist School, Secondary School, they are in on the board. They're registered with 2 points, and one expect again a good showing among these smaller schools.
Well, with just about a 45-point difference between SAS and GBSS, the 2 top contending schools, PBC right there on 85 points and Boca Secondary on 53 points, the top 4 there. But the battle between SAS and GBSS is not over. Once there is life, there is hope. And I'll say to the schools like GBSS and PBC, keep hope alive. But it would be a daunting task. And we are waiting to see how things pan out today to decide what the final outcome will be. But SAS seems to have one hand on the trophy already, but it's not complete.
What we also need to put into the mix is maybe an unprecedented occurrence, a situation that can occur where one school can actually win the boys and girls category for the first time in the history of the games. We're not saying that's going to happen, but potentially we have this under consideration because at the moment SAS is in the lead in both the boys and girls category, and potentially they have a chance to win the girls as well. So we're not sure what's going to happen. Time would be the judge of that, but potentially we have this situation developing. Happening now in the girls division is the long jump for seniors, and we should see some good performance here from Christiana Charles. She is registered for this one. She has represented Grenada at the character level in this event. She made the character standard as well, and she would be a favorite in this event. Kate Fletcher is on the runway now for SAS. The lineup here, we have Shade John, Natalia Strawn, Kayla Christopher, Odisha George, Shadal Antoine, Kimaya Charles. From Grenada Seventh-day Adventist, we have Talia Richardson, Kate Fletcher from SAS, Rachel Etienne from Anglican High School, Jana Cambridge from St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, Christina Charles from SAS, Nikaya Roberts from the Boca Secondary, as we look at Fletcher here on her attempt. Abigail Williams from McDonald College, Kimaya Bain from Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, Leanna Bubb from Happy Hill Secondary, and Mia Henry from Anglican High School, and Saraya Phillip of the Boca Secondary School. About to make a jump now is Rachel Etienne of the Anglican High School. Some of the other events that are going to be happening this morning. We'll also have the boys shot put junior, the girls discus throw sub junior, the boys high jump sub junior, which they are doing their warm up jumps now. That's the sub junior boys high jump. We're also going to have the 100-meter hurdle sub junior boys and girls, and the 100-meter dash for the juniors. So that's Anglican High School there on the runway moments ago. Gentlemen, already the noise levels are going up. A lot of these horns have been sold, and the police were there very early. They've been able to do a good job over the last 2 days, but the magnitude of the day is a different kettle of fish altogether.
That you can repeat. It is going to be the sights and sound of Intercol 2026. One expect by 11:30 to midday, most of the stands will be filled.
That was Jana Cambridge of the Convent St. George's a while ago on her long jump attempt. We see the hurdles have been prepared already, and we're going to have the 100-meter hurdles for the sub-junior boys and girls starting in a while. But we're going to try and keep you up to date with some of the field events, the long jump for the senior girls, the high jump for the sub-junior boys, and then we're also going to have some discus happening.
100-meter dash sub-junior hurdle.
So there the athletes getting ready for...
We've got a total of 2 heats in this event, this preliminary round. The winner qualifies automatically, and the next best 6 times will join them into the final. Record currently stands at 16.47 seconds, held by Sydney Douglas of the St. David's Catholic Secondary.
So there they are. We should see Jelena Panchis, Shakonda Paul, Kirana Mitchell, Kelina Modest, and Nicola Noel in the first of the 2 preliminaries. Sydney Douglas of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, the record holder at 16.47.
Running out of lane number 3, representing the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Jelena Panchu. Lane number 4, representing the Wagati Senova St. David's Catholic Secondary, Shaquanda Paul. Lane number 5, representing the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Kirana Mitchell. Lane number 6, representing the Nawasa SAS, Kelina Modest. And lane number 7, representing the GTC Anglican High, Nicola Noel.
So there you have it, the lineup for the girls 100-meter hurdles in the sub-junior category. And this must be a sort of a novelty event for these sub-junior girls. I'm sure that at the primary school level, they may not have been competing in this particular event.
So we're getting ready for heat number 1. The girls 100-meter hurdles, sub-junior. And here we go. It's Sass, that's Modest of Sass, getting over the hurdles much easier than the rest of the field. Modest, Kailana Modest of Sass, she's going to take this one. Boca Secondary.
Well, a good run here by Kailana Modest of Sass. She maybe not the best technique, but had the best technique of those who were in the race, and returning first place for an automatic qualifier in 17.79. Bernard and Jelena Panchu would have been was second in 1950.
Yes, sort of a novel event. Good introduction among these young people. 100 meters for sub-junior girls, and for most of them, it's an introduction to the hurdles. We saw a lack of refined techniques there, but they would only get better as time goes on.
So 17.79 seconds, the winning time in that heat. Not a bad time, but we look forward to see something better to chase a time of 16.47 seconds.
There are 2 heats, and the heat number 2 is up next. Let's take the house announcer of the lane assignments.
Representing the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Teresa Moore. Lane number 2, representing the GTC Anglican High, Ava Plenty. Lane number 3, representing Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Chloe Mitchell. Lane number 4, representing the Nawasa Sass, Teresa Fraser. Lane number 5, representing the Wagati Sonova St. David's Catholic, Adrenal Grappi.
There we have a lane assignments there. Grappi in 5, Teresa Fraser in 4, Mitchell is 3, Plenty in 2, and
the winner qualifies automatically.
Well,
and the
again,
next best 6 on time.
Intense competition and rivalry in the girls category, and they will be running for a first place, and then the next 6 best times emerges into the finals. Moore, Plenty, Mitchell, Fraser, and Grappi. They're on the starters' orders. 100-meter hurdles.
Clean started is up and off. They are St. David's Catholic Secondary to the middle. Nawasa Sass fighting for the first spot.
St. David's Catholic Secondary in the lead here with Grappi, but she has Fraser to her left. Grappi in the lead here for St. David's Catholic Secondary. As they battle for the finish line, she celebrates early again. Adrenal Grappi of St. David's Catholic Secondary. Teresa Fraser was second, the top 2 finishers.
Yeah, the technique in this particular heat was much more improved than heat number 1, and so we see that reflected in the winning time for Grappi. There, Grappi from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, fairly easy winner. Had some competition right up to the 20 meters to the end, and completing there, Grappi from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, the winner.
So we're getting ready for the boys in the 110-meter hurdles, sub-junior.
It's 1910, 19.10. That's the winning time for Grappi there in that heat number 2.
Much slower than the first heat.
The boys will be taken to the track next, so some adjustments to be made to the hurdles. They'll be doing their 110 hurdles instead of the 100 meters that were done by the boys. and the hurdles would also be lifted a little higher as well. And there we see some of them getting ready for the event.
Yeah, the record holder in this event, Anthony Phillip from the Presentation Brothers College. He established this in 2025. Time of 15.97.
Interestingly, he also broke the record yesterday in the hurdles. Anthony Phillip of PBC.
One of the distinctive features of Anthony Phillip was his technique. It's rather good hurdling technique he has. The boys are up next.
So we're getting ready for heat 1 of 2. First place advances into the finals automatically in the 2 heats, and the next 6 fastest times will join in for the final coming up later this afternoon.
So in heat number 1 and 2, the 11 athletes and we facing the start, and of the 11, 8 will go through into the finals.
Well, the boys are now ready for the high jump. It's just about to be started, and the discus is also going to be happening shortly.
Maybe on the other side.
On the track is the 110 meters hurdles for sub-junior boys. There are 2 heats. The winner automatically qualifies, and then the next 6 best times from the 2 heats. Let's take lane assignments.
Darren Amadei. Ring number 5, representing Nawasasas, Tishan Lambert.
Okay, there you go. But in case you would have missed it, it's Christian Collins, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. He's in lane number 1. In lane 2, Cameron Bonaparte. And Bonaparte represents the GBSS. In lane 3, Ramon Stewart from the Presentation Brothers College, Boca Secondary School. Darren Amada. He's in lane 4. And in lane 5 from SAS, Tishon Lambert.
So let's see how this one is going to work out. It's the heat 1.
We are about to see the start of heat number 1. We would have just witnessed the completion of the girls' hurdles, and again, it's a good thing to have the hurdles being introduced at the sub-junior level, and this can only grow and get better and more competitive at these games.
So as we get ready for the
So we continue with the competition on the track.
So as we get ready for the boys, we're expecting to see how far they advanced they are in terms of their techniques. We expect to see Collins, Bonaparte, Stewart, Amada, and Lambert. That's the 5 competing athletes in heat number 1 of 2 of the boys 110-meter hurdles sub-junior.
Interestingly, these sub-junior boys are really, really hard-working boys in this Intercol game. We see the same names coming up for almost all the events. So not just the 1, the 2, and the 4, but here we see it in the hurdles as well. And again, if it goes true to form, we should expect the faster times coming from the second heat, where we have the winners of the 100 and the 200 meters there. And the winners of the 100 meters, they're actually in the second heat. And so we should expect a much faster time in the second heat.
Well, it's not unusual to have boys at this age, that's sub-junior boys, doing multiple events until they're settled into pet event.
So we're getting ready for the next event. As we say, welcome to the viewers in the watch party at St. Andrew's Methodist School. Welcome.
Well, there are several watch parties going on. I've heard some being advertised for the south of the island as well, as the boys get ready for the 110-meter hurdles preliminary in the sub-junior category. Collins, Bonaparte, Stewart, Amada, and Lambert. There they go, they're up and running. St. David's Catholic Secondary, Christian Collins looking good on the inside, and he has GBSS Bonaparte to his right. Bonaparte is in the lead now. It is Bonaparte over Collins. Bonaparte is going to be the runaway winner here. Collins in second. They're struggling for the third position. But Cameron Bonaparte of the GBSS, winner of heat number 1.
A rather easy win there in the end by Bonaparte, and the distinctive difference really has to do with the technique. His technique was much better than his competitors in this heat, and so with a time of 16.30, Bonaparte is your winner here. Automatically qualifies into the finals later today. And in second position from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 17.26 is Christian Collins with Tishon Lambert from SAS with 19.92. So your winner, Christian.
So Bonaparte, the winner of heat number 1, outclassing the others in terms of style, in terms of technique, and a deserving winner of heat number 1. Bonaparte, that's Cameron Bonaparte of GBSS. We're getting ready for heat number 2.
As I mentioned, Bernstein, heat number 2 has Dishon Oliver. He has won everything that he has taken part in. Akel Briggs, the fastest athlete from GBSS, is also there. We have not seen Cumberbatch from the St. John's Christian Secondary. He's opted maybe not to participate in this one. Romario Phillip of Boca Secondary is there. Alonzo Mitchell of St. David's Catholic Secondary. And Zaima Hosten of Magnolia College. So the showdown in this heat here would obviously be between Addition Oliver, Akel Briggs, 1 1/3 in the 100 meters. And here they go head to head in the hurdles now.
Yeah, well, that competition with Briggs and Oliver. It continues.
The head-to-head continues as we get ready for heat 2 of 2. Boys 110-meter hurdles, sub-junior. They're standing by for the lane assignments.
McDonald College, Zahim Hussein, lane number 2. Representing Classic Legend Boca Secondary, Romario Phillip, lane number 4. Representing St. David's Catholic, Alonzo Mitchell, lane number 5. Lane number 6, representing Nagico GBSS, Akel Griggs. Out of lane number 7, representing Nawasa Sas, Dishon Oliver.
As you can hear from the spectators, the fans, welcoming the athlete Akel Briggs and Dishon Oliver, a head-to-head. First and third in the 100 meters.
Well, like hurdles all over. It's not just about speed, it's a combination of speed and technique. We will see what is exhibited here.
Well, Dishon Oliver established a new record yesterday in the 400-meter sub-junior hurdles. Let's see what he can do today in the 110.
So look for the running in lanes 6 and 7. he seems to have a false start or a faulty start. The officials will decide.
Well, Zyme Hostin of McDonald College was out in a flash, maybe too far ahead, maybe nose, maybe a misbalance. Let's look back here. Hostin, McDonald College. Yeah, he was out just too quick here, and that may be an unfortunate situation for him.
We await the decision of the officials, but from the looks of things, he's not a happy camper.
Well, it's quite clear. And the red card is out, so Hostin of McDonald College, they will sit this one out. Disqualified on false start rules.
So we're down to 5 competitors. It looks like 4.
So they will try this a second time.
And they're off. And over the first bite, Oliver outclassing them with technique. Looking good. Oliver over the hurdles in a flash. He has no contest. He's going to take this one. Look at the time.
An easy winner there in Oliver, and the distinctive difference again, really technique. Hurdle as compared to jumping, and he executed rather well right at the start. After the first 2 hurdles, there were absolutely no competition for Oliver, and 80 meters to the finish, he was all by himself, going through to the end. 15.12 is his winning time, and it's a good time there.
Well, it's not just a good time, it's a new record, because the wind reading is 0.2. The old record would have been at 15.97, and he ran 15.12. So that's his second record in the hurdles. Yesterday he established a new mark in the 400 at 1 minute to 1.6 seconds, and now 15.12 in the preliminary. But what I noticed about Oliver, he did not ease up after he crossed the last hurdle. We saw him pushing real hard, even dipping for the tape. So he came out with a different mindset today, wanting to do well from the get-go.
Yes, he wanted to make a statement, and a statement he did. He didn't just break the record. In a sprint event like this, one would consider this to be, he has totally destroyed the existing record. 15.12, that's the winning time for Oliver.
As we segue to the high jump that's happening now for the sub-junior boys, we just saw a field attempt there by Westmoreland Secondary. And representing Westmoreland Secondary in high jump, we have Shalon Cornwall and Rodney Barry. McDonald College is on the runway now. McDonald College represented by Zyme Hostin, who was just been disqualified a moment ago, so that's not Hostin there. That was Tajan McQueen.
The attempted height is 1.50 meters.
So it baffles us why they had, two sub-junior events happening at the same time. So we have the hurdles and the high jump actually occurring at the same time.
Yes, we actually saw this all of Tuesday and yesterday, Wednesday.
Because we're realizing that at this age, these young boys are not ready to specialize. So most time they are in multiple events. So better planning needs to go into how we schedule those events as we move forward.
The height is 1.50. And these young men attempting.
The junior boys are also in the shot put. That's happening at the moment as well. The sub-junior girls discus is also in progress.
Some 19 boys are entered into this event. That's the sub-junior high jump boys. record in this event is at 1.77 meters, established in 2014 by Jason Alexander.
The boys' shot put also in progress. On your screen, Happy Hill Secondary clearance there in the high jump. Happy Hill is represented by Zilon Charles.
So there was a good successful clearance by Charles there.
SGI and the shot put pretty close to 12 meters there.
So another clearance by the athlete there from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Niles and Julian, Niles and Collins. That's Christian Collins and Christian Niles, representing St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the high jump for sub-junior boys.
So clearance by Boca Secondary, being represented by Romario Philip and Job Samuel.
That's young Houston now, who was just disqualified from the hurdles.
With a successful clearance, he'll feel happy at this moment.
A cheeky clearance, you call that?
And keeping with the theme that we would have alluded to earlier, the boys are shuffling from one event to the next.
Tyler Julian with the clearance here for St. John's Christian Secondary.
All the boys seems to be going over the side fairly easily.
Wesley College up next.
Shallon Cornwall of Wesley College.
That's a failed attempt. Probably spoke too soon.
Bishop's College just above 10 meters there in the shot put.
But up next on the track will be the 100 meters for junior girls.
So we'll be going back alive in a while for the 100 meters preliminaries for junior girls.
Large entry, some 31 girls are registered in this event. 4 heats. Let's get a lane assignment for heat number 1.
Lane 2, representing Grenada 7-day comprehensive school, Chazara Bola. Lane 3, representing Boca Secondary, Sarah Sandy. Lane 4, representing St. Joseph Convent Grenville, Karina Lashington. Lane number 6, representing St. Angelican Secondary, Destiny Harry. Lane number 7, within St. Mark Secondary School, the Jailer Antoine.
So there you have it, the lane assignments for heat 1 of 4 in the 100 meter dash for juniors. And a lineup here that is looking for a position into the finals. The winner goes through automatically, and then the next 4 best times would be in there as well.
One of the pet events, juniors tend to get a lot of the faster boys and girls at these meets. Most competitive, one would probably say, among the juniors. Record in this event is established in 2014. One Melanie Rodney from St. Joseph Convent, St. George, 11.70 second.
Well, that's going to be a real record to beat here. 11.70 seconds. The seniors did 12 flat yesterday. Sub-juniors did 12.2. So there is Kayla Allen from Bishop's College. I'm wondering if she got some inspiration from Montisha Sen Bernard, the winner of the Heptathlon yesterday. Very outstanding performance from Montisha Sen Bernard.
So winning becomes a habit, so let's see what happens here.
They're on the starters' orders. Allen, Bowler, Sandy, Lashington, Alexis, Harry, and Antoine. They're up and running. 100-meter junior heat 104. And Allen from Bishop's College already looking good. Inspired by Montisha. And she is going to be the automatic qualifier going into the final. 12.78 on the flash time for Kayla Allen of Bishop's College. And as though I had some insight into the team, I was able to recognize and the appreciation for Kayla Allen of Bishop's College winning heat 104 in the junior girls 100 meters.
So as you look at the playback there, good control run. She led from about the 60 meters and she continued running right through the tape to the end. Fairly easy, relaxed win there for Allen from Bishop's College. In fact, the competition was coming from lanes 2 and 3, so she had a good looking. Lashington in second position and Sandy from Boca Secondary School in third position. 12.83 is the winning time.
She seemed very happy with her performance, following in the footsteps of Montisha from yesterday. Now, a trend has been set, and Bishop's College is on the move. Let's get ready for hit number 2 of 4.
Representing the Anglican High School, Ariana Thomas. Representing St. Rose Modern Secondary, Alicia George. Lane 3, representing Grenada 7-Day Comprehensive School, Jayla Marast. Lane 4, West Hall Secondary, Jamila Martin. Lane 5, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Brianna Oliver. Lane 6, Apple Hillsborough Secondary, Kemaya Julian. Lane 7, McDonald College, Shania St. Louis. And number 8, Micaiah Frederick, St. Max Secondary School.
So this is another stack field in the girls 100-meter dash heat 2 for juniors. We have Micaiah Frederick of St. Max Secondary, one of the athletes to look out for. Also Rihanna Thomas, Anglican High School. Not living out Grenada SDA. So it's time for the newest, well, probably the schools who haven't been doing great to start showing up.
Absolutely. Micaiah Frederick would fancy your chances here from the St. Max Secondary School. Rihanna Thomas of Anglican High School has been a standout in the sub-junior category, and now she is into the juniors. She's expected to do well.
And they're off. It's a clean start on the outside. It's Anglican High School, Thomas. In the middle of the track, Brianna Oliver of SAS. But it's going to be Micaiah Frederick and Brianna Oliver right to the line there. Interesting finish. We wait for the official time and positions.
Well, I'm not quite sure what it would have happened there. For the first 40 meters, it was all Rihanna Thomas. And then right here, she would have felt something, had a bubble, had a stop, and she didn't finish as she started. Your winner, the Micaiah Frederick from St. Rose Modern Secondary School, 12.45 seconds, a faster heat here than heat number 1. And in second position, Oliver from Sasset, 12.48.
Well, congratulations to Micaiah Frederick. She was one of the favorite going into this event, and she has registered a fast time, faster than the first heat. She had some good competition from Brianna Oliver of SAS, and they're going to have a showdown again in the finals later on today. We still have 2 more preliminaries to go in the 100 meters for the junior girls.
Sophia Stevens, lane 3, Greater Christian Academy, Michaela Williams, lane 4, St. David Convent Grenville, Minel Lewis, lane 5, representing Westerhall Secondary, Kivian Joseph, lane 6, the Anglican High, Kaya Swan, lane 7, Wesley College, Zariel Charles, and lane 8, St. Chris Catholic Secondary, Tishana Bascom.
Well, there you have it, a familiar name of Tishana Bascom, running out of lane 8 for St. David's Catholic Secondary, one of the top sprinters in the junior category, and she's no doubt expected to do well.
Yeah, Bascom has been running quite well all season, so one would expect a good display here. Well, look for some competition from the middle of the track also, from St. Joseph's Convent in Lewis.
There they are, right in front of us here, to the right, to our left, in lane 8, Tishana Bascom, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Zariel Charles is there, Kaya Swan, Kevin Joseph, Minna Lewis, Michaela Williams, Sophia Stephen, and Nubia Renwick. They've been called to the starting position one more time. The third of the 4 preliminaries in the junior girls 100-meter dash. Clean start this time. Looking good already is Tishana Bascom out there in lane 8. Anglican High School in KS1 giving us some really good competition this time around. But Tishana Bascom wins over Anglican High School's KS1, the top 2 finishers.
It's a good start there, good clean start. The athlete there from Anglican High School, St. Joseph Convent and St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Well, here comes for 3rd position. It's quite interestingly a good competition for 3rd and 4th position, but it is St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Bascom, Swan in 2nd position, and Stephen in 3rd position. 12.77 is your winning time.
So that was the completion of the 3rd preliminary heat of the girls 100-meter dash for juniors. We're getting ready for the 4th and final heat.
Well, some decent times already returned in those 3.
Yeah, decent time, but nothing close to what the record looks like. Let's take some lane assignments.
So that was the lineup for the senior girls long jump that was introduced by the house announcer. But we're getting ready for heat 4 of the girls 100-meter dash junior.
And we have 3 non-starters in this one, so 5 ladies will face the starting gun in this heat, number 4 of 4.
Samuel, Street, Patrick, Charles, and then we have another Charles from the Grenada Christian Academy right outside there in lane 8.
And
they're going to try this a second time in lane number 3.
there seem to be some early movements there. The officials are going to check.
It looks like lane number 4 may be triggered by 3. So let's see what the officials have decided.
Neil Wells have the card that he has issued to lane number 4. That's
The field has
Angel
been
Lewis.
recalled. A red card issued to lane number 4. The field now down to 3 athletes. We head back to the starter.
Sorry, down to
for
4.
heat number 4. Junior girls 100-meter dash.
Still there is J.W. Fletcher, St. David's Catholic, St. Joseph's Convent St. George, and the Grenada Christian Academy.
Your winner of your high jump junior girls, lane number 3, that's Patrick. Let's see what she brings to the table in terms of speed.
Once again, remind participants to please be quiet for the start of the event.
Angel Lewis a little bit distraught here with the disqualification.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the rules of running in a protest applies to these games.
She'll be disappointed.
Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 8.
So it's the start of the final heat in the girls 100-meter dash for junior. And it's St. Joseph's Convent there, but a good run from Grenada Christian Academy. It's Grenada Christian Academy who is going to take this one. In lane 8, Rishana Charles, the winner of the heat number 4 of the girls 100-meter dash for juniors.
We look at the replay here. All even Stevens at 20 meters right at the start, and then thereafter by 30 meters to the end, easily with the finish with Shanna Charles.
Well, she looked really good there. 12:62 for Rihanna Charles to win this heat. Michaela Patrick of Convent St. George's, she was second in 13:03. And Angelica Street of St. David's Catholic, secondary 13:46 to pick up the 3rd position.
In fact, this heat number 2 was the fastest of the 4 heats, 12.45. Makaya Frederick in heat number 2, and even the second place finisher at 12.48. So by some distance, the fastest heat in show.
Quite a number of sub 13 times. So as you mentioned, Makaya Frederick, there was also Brianna Oliver, Tishana Bascom, and of course Rishana Charles.
Also Kayla Allen of Bishop's College.
The boys are up next, 100 meters for junior boys.
Well, they're going to be chasing later on an impressive record of 10.50 seconds. So Kirani James, an impressive lineup already in this first heat. We saw a very unusual thing with Kasia Stephen yesterday in the 400 meters, but we were very, very relieved to see him back in the relay at the end of the day. I'm not sure what would have been the issue with him in the 400 meters for junior boys. He basically jogged the entire race.
But happy to see him back on track here for the 100-meter dash.
He's done over St. David Catholic, Samson Phillip. Lane number 2, Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Keon George. Lane number 3, Nawasa Sass, Dante Oliver. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Josiah Greenwich. Lane number 6, Gravel and Concrete, Wesley College, Omario Amede. And lane number 7 from the Najiko GBSS, Kashay Stephen.
Well,
That's the
there you have it. Kashe Stephen would be the favorite in this one. Well, we saw a third leg on the relay yesterday from Dante Oliver for SAS. A very impressive third leg to bring it to Philip, who anchored the team home. Well, Kashe is the obvious favorite here from the GBSS. Even Samson Philip from St. David's Catholic Secondary, looking for him on the inside. And Dante Oliver of SAS in lane 3. Another one to pose some challenge to Kashe Stephen.
Well, it's the juniors, it's the junior boys. It's always been quite competitive. And no doubt we expect some keen competition this one. Well, look at the running coming from lanes 7, 8. And the young man there from lane number 5 from J.W. Fletcher.
Junior boys 100-meter heat 1 of 4. The winner of each heat advances to the final, and then the next 4 best times would accompany them as well.
Heat number 1 of 4. Lanes 7, 3, 5.
Nice clean start, 100 meters. Let's see who emerges first here. Kashe Stephen with a slender lead over Dante Oliver, but also running good is Kian George from St. David's. It's a close one here, a very close one between Kashe Stephen and Dante Oliver. It may very well go to the photo finish. It was that close. Let's wait for the official result.
It looks like Stevens just a whisker, by a whisker. But the official results would certainly make that declaration.
Seems as though it was indeed Kashe Stephen on the replay here. Let's look back. Kashe with an advantage at this point in time and lean into the tape. Indeed, Kashe Stephen in my opinion.
What a way to start. The boys 100-meter dash for juniors.
Very close indeed.
11:09 for Kashe Stephen.
11:09.
And Dante Oliver 11:15. And then Samson Philip of St. David's Catholic Secondary 11:27. Kian George, who had a very good run as well, 11:28 from the Grenada 7-Day Adventist Comprehensive. Some very competitive time by these youngsters in the first heat.
Quite competitive indeed. We're getting ready for heat 2 of 4.
So automatic qualification is you got to win the heat.
So you win your heat and you're into the final.
Yeah, the record in this event was established in 2007, 10.50. This would take some getting. It's going to be overhauled or even to come very close. But 11.09 is there and about to get under the 11 seconds. Maybe we see an under 11 in these finals.
So we are with the lane assignments. But just a glimpse at the stat list shows that we have Nathaniel Alfred of GBSS, Giovanni Green of Boca Secondary.
A sort of an insight into the finals.
Somewhat.
But you know, these junior boys are very, very competitive. There are 4 boys that can, the results can go anywhere. Giovanni Green, Philip Mitchell, Kashe Stephen, Nathaniel Alfred. You know,
out of lane number 1, Westmoreland Senior School, Jaden Strawn. Lane number 3, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Elton Lazama. Lane number 4, Wagiti, Sanova, St. Catholic, Damon Paul. Lane number 5, Nexa, PBC, Marquis Castle. Lane number 6, Najiko, GBSS, Nathaniel Alfred. Lane number 7, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Giovanni Green.
Yes, there you go. There we go. 5, 6, 7. We expect the competition to be quite keen in those 3 lanes.
I think Marcus Castle had a disqualification yesterday in one of his events.
So this might be a revenge run.
A run for redemption. Let's see what happens here. It's all about execution.
Well, the 2 big names, no doubt. It's the lanes number 6 and 7.
So keep your eyes on the track. This is only the preliminaries, but the winner is guaranteed a spot in the final. The final will be coming up this afternoon.
Yes, there are 4 heats. And only 8 get into the finals.
And they're off. A clean start. It's a blanket start. Here we see some movements. Lane 6 and 7. It's gonna be Green, followed by Alfred. Green, Boca Secondary, your winner of heat number 2 in the boys 100-meter dash for juniors.
Unsurprising results. Went according to form. Lanes is 5, 6, and 7.
Well, a good run here by Giovanni Green, 11.08. Just marginally ahead of Kashi. Nathaniel Alfred, 11.15. Same time that was done by Dante Oliver. And the Marcus Castle of PBC, 11.61. The top 3 finishers. We also had 11.86 from Damon Paul of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Very competitive race indeed between the boys in this, the second of the 4 heats in the junior category. But we saw some easing up from both Giovanni Green and Alfred towards the end. And so we expect them to go sub 11. As a matter of fact, Giovanni Green did a 10.88 in the preliminaries at the national championship. And we look forward to see what he can do in the finals later on. He already won the 400 meters yesterday. And placed second in the 200 meters on day 1. He'll be looking for his second gold medal.
Yeah, he had a bullet of a start this last heat and he carried it right through the end. Heat number 3 is up next.
So we get set now for heat number 3 or 4, introducing our field for this event.
Lane number 1 from the Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Kelson Francis. Lane number 2, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Michael Aberdeen. Lane number 3, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Taquan Boslin. Lane number 4 from the Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Kewani Matthew. And lane number 7 from the Nexa PBC, Anthony Phillip. That's the field.
Well, I can tell you in this lineup here, Michael Aberdeen from McDonald College would fancy his chances to emerge. Also, Anthony Phillip, who we saw in the hurdles earlier on. He's actually the record holder for the hurdles junior and the sub-junior. He's back here now to do the flat 100. Michael Aberdeen, McDonald College is there. Kevin Panchu, Grenville Secondary. Well, he's not here. His lane is scratched. He was supposed to be in lane 5. But these are the boys that are here.
Yes, one expects the running to come from lane number 7.
Seems as though a false start. It looks as lane 3 for me. Taquan Boson of the Hillsborough Secondary.
He has that hand of gift in his head.
As we get a quick look back to it. What an unfortunate situation here for Boson of Hillsborough Secondary. Folks from Carriacou were on a high moments ago, and there we see the dreaded red card. My friend Neil Wells has a very interesting decision to make for all of these athletes.
So this field is reduced further. 4 men are facing the starters here.
You know, I just think that there are absolutely too many false starts coming from these athletes. And I can just only imagine if we were using the electronic starting system, which is even more sensitive, what would really be happening with these starts. But I think the coaches need to do a lot more with the athletes to prevent so many of these false starts.
Truth be told, this has been happening right throughout the year, and you generally do you repeat what is done in practice. So
there we go. They're down on the max one more time. Hit 3 or 4 in the 100 meters for junior boys. Stumbling start there for Boca Secondary. We look to Anthony Phillip. We also look to Michael Aberdeen. Anthony Phillip and Michael Aberdeen is very close on the line here. It could have been a Boca Secondary in lane 1 as well. We wait the official results.
Yeah.
Kelson Francis of Boca Secondary looked good coming into the finish line.
Yeah, one would have thought after a very poor start up.
It's actually Anthony Phillip of PBC, the overall winner. Dipping on the tape here, PBC, McDonald College was second, and Boca Secondary in third. 11:27 for Phillip, 11:33 for Aberdeen of McDonald College, and 11:37 for Kelson Francis of Boca Secondary School.
Yeah, despite a very poor start there from Phillip, in the end, it's about 50-60 meters. He'd have caught the leaders and win in the end. 4 sprints fairly easily at the end. 11:27. You win in heat number 3, Anthony Phillip.
So we're getting ready for the final heat. This is heat number 4 of 4. The boys 100 meter dash, junior.
Some more pedigree in this one as well, Bunstein.
Yes, as we look through the stat list, we see Philip Mitchell.
Rilani Bascom of the Happy Hill Secondary is another one to look out for.
Yeah, one would expect Mitchell to take this one and take this one fairly easily. He has been performing all season and has been performing quite well at these games.
So it's SAS, McDonald College, and GSS is there. GSS has made their mark here at the Intercol games.
Let's take the introduction of the field.
Jaden John. Lane number 2, St. Rose Modern Secondary, Joshua Bradford. Lane number 3, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Rilani Bascom. Lane number 4, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Zuriel Fleming. Lane number 5, Nawasa Sass, Philip Mitchell. Lane number 6, Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Christian Cato. Lane number 7, Gravel and Concrete, Wesley College, Jonathan Alexander. Lane number 8, Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary, Shakel Bascom.
So the favorite in this one,
junior boys,
Philip Mitchell,
100 meter dash.
SAS, winner of the 200 meters, second in the 400 meters. He'll want to make his mark here.
All right, it's good to see a representation from J.W. Fletcher, Wesley College, and these two schools, they have missing in action, so to speak. They're making a good representation here. Let's see if they would distinguish themselves. Also from the Westerhall Secondary School, Bascom.
And it's a clean start. In the middle of your track, it's SAS, McDonald College, Happy Hill Secondary, but it's Philip Mitchell motoring down the runway and winning there, just turning off slightly, but Mitchell signing and his name here. I'm here. Look at me.
A good run indeed by Philip Mitchell. He was out early and took the lead very early, and then just cruising through to the finish line. Hopkins Secondary giving a good account. They came second. 10.97 by Philip Mitchell. Wow.
10.97, unsurprising, and he would have shut off the running with about 20 meters to go. He was done out of here. So one can expect some real sharp time and a good win to 1.4 meters per second. It's a legitimate win, a good run by Philip Mitchell. Not unexpected, and Bascom in second position.
Yeah, Philip has been doing some sub-11 times, throughout the season. And we have to take into context the run by Giovanni Green, easing down towards the end and doing a 11.03. But the top times coming out of these preliminaries would be Philip Mitchell with a 10.97. And then we had Giovanni Green 11.08. We also had Kashi Stephen 11.09. These are the top 3 times coming through. And then we had Nathaniel Alfred 11.15, and so too was Dante Oliver of SAS with 11.15. So these boys would make their way on to the final, and they will just be joined by another one of the next best times. 11.27, maybe Samson Phillip of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, but also Anthony Phillip did at 11.27 as well. So we have an interesting situation. They may have to go to the 3rd and 4th decimal points to break the scores between Anthony Phillip at 11.27 and Samson Phillip at from the St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Well, Anthony Phillip was the winner, so he goes. Anthony Phillip in heat 3, he was the winner.
You're correct. Yes, you're correct.
So he goes straight into the final. So what the other time of 11.27, that's Samson Phillip, he should be.
So we anticipate an exciting final this evening. So stay tuned. Get yourselves ready for the final.
The completion of the boys high jump, we are going to get a comprehensive report and declare the winner for you. But you would have just seen the athletes there walking off to suggest that the event has been completed. That should be the first completed final of the final day. Boys high jump, sub-juniors.
On screen are the competitors in the boys shot put junior finals.
Just to give some quick results from what we have so far in the sub-junior girls discus. The top 3 performers there so far, we have Tasia Thomas from McDonald College at 23.45 meters. Nikisha Romain of St. David's Catholic Secondary, 23.13. Gabrielle Hobson of St. Joseph Convent St. George, 21.08, and Destiny Coutin of Convent St. George's, 20.35. The leaders in the sub-junior girls discuss at the moment. In the boys junior shot put, Kazim Phillip of St. David's Catholic Secondary currently leads the standing, going into the top 8 with 15.15 meters. As we go to the house microphone for the introductions for the junior boys.
Kyle Abraham. Currently sitting in position number 6, representing the Paddy's Enterprise Hillsborough Secondary, Eon Clouded. Position number 5, representing the Nagico GBSS, Aiden Williams. Currently sitting in position number 4, representing the Nawasa SAS, Deshaun Smart. And your top 3 as we head into the finals of the junior boys shot put. Currently sitting in the bronze medal position, representing the Nagico GBSS, Corey Benjamin. Sitting in the silver medal position, representing the Classic Lighting SGI, Taj Marshall. And your field leader, as we head into the final round, 15.15 meters. Waggington over St. David's Catholic, Kazim Philip.
Well, there we have it there, the update going into the finals of the junior boys shot put. Kazim Telesford already on the character team, making the character standard. He's expected to win gold here, but I also want to recognize the current third place athlete here, Benjamin. He's actually the son of Nazim Benjamin, who is doing all the work for us here in monitoring the Facebook and the audio for us. Let's see if Nazim Benjamin Sr. would have something to celebrate later on.
Let's hope he has a medal to hang around his neck sometime today.
The high jump for the sub-junior boys continues.
On the runway, Akel Langayan of SAS. You may remember him from sub-junior champion of primary schools last year.
Good clearance there for Langayan of SAS. And guess who is the next SAS representative in the high jump? He's been all over. But we're going to segue to Boca Secondary, who's going to have their attempt at the high jump. Failed attempt here by Boca Secondary.
Athlete there from the GBSS. We have two athletes representing GBSS in these finals, Bovin Chaitan and Levi Richer. Failed attempt.
We do have some results in the girls' senior long jump. In third position was Abigail Williams of McDonald College, 5.16 meters. Kayla Christopher of St. David's Catholic Secondary was second in 5.18 meters. And Christina Charles of SAS was first in 5.46 meters.
Failed attempt by the McDonald College competitor. McDonald College represented by Tajan McQueen and Zaim Huston.
See a shot there of the car park and the crowds there. Car park is being filled.
And the fans keep coming in droves.
And so with the noise level, it's
already packed in the numbers.
You're not missing any action on the track. As soon as we get an update for you on the field events that's ongoing, we'll let you know.
This is date 3, GAPS Intercol 2026.
We would have had the 100 meters for junior girls completed, the 100 meters for junior boys. These are heats, preliminaries. That's also has been completed.
So it's now just about 10:43, and look at the stands, look at the bleachers. a contrast to what we have seen for the last 2 days. Pavilion filled already. The lower deck completely filled in the main pavilion. The upper deck still has some space. That's the VIP car park here, almost filled as well. The police have been doing a really, really good job. Look at the line going back almost to the gate for one of the ticket outlets. And if you look at the entrance itself, it's been very crowded from since 8 o'clock this morning.
We also saw the completion of the 100 meters hurdles for sub-junior girls, preliminaries, and the 110 meters for sub-junior boys. That also has been completed, preliminaries. And see the finals of these events later in the afternoon. Continuing with the high jump, sub-junior boys. Another failed attempt there from the athletes from GBSS. Another failed attempt. We're having some competition here to identify the athletes.
So we continue with the high jump. Clearance there by the athlete from McDonald College. Is the boys high jump sub-junior final in progress.
And Bernstein, we started with some 19 athletes in this event. And with a height of 1.77 meters, which was established in 2014 by one Jason Alexander as the height to beat. If you want to get into the record books, and they now at a height of 1.62 meters. 1.62 meters, that's the current height. Just to give you an update of what's happening with the
Steps into the circle.
on your screen. Shot put. As a shot put for the junior boys. Throw there from the athlete from the GBSS. Shot put for junior boys. Cousin Philip of St. David's Catholic Secondary School is getting closer to the record that now stands at 16.67. We see a throw it from the athletes from SGI. That's Taj Marshall. From the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. The height has been adjusted to 1.66 meters in the high jump for sub-junior boys. This is a successful clearance there. Successful clearance at a height of 1.66 meters. It's an athlete from the GVSS. Now there is an attempt. The athlete from the Presentation Brothers College. That's Ramon Stewart. He's attempting a height of 1.66 meters and he's fouled. So it recorded as an unsuccessful attempt. That was his first attempt at this height of 1.66. That's a successful clearance of the athletes from SAS.
So it's Oliver of SAS with a clearance there.
A first time clearance at 1.66 meters.
And the next up will be Akel Langain.
That's a boys high jump. That's a sub-junior boys high jump. It's a final event. Oh, and that will be recorded as a failed attempt from Langain there.
Failed attempt indeed.
So it was a first time attempt. He has two more chances.
Next up, McDonald College. McQueen of McDonald College and Zaim Hustin. We're having some difficulty in recognizing the bib number.
So we're entering the final round of attempts in the junior boys shot put at the northern end of the field.
And he has a certain time limit to complete a jump.
Into the circle.
He had an aborted attempt, and now he's going to have
at last year's games,
another try.
That's Marshall, sorry.
There's an athlete there from McDonald College.
Lighting SGI, St. George's Institute. Currently
With the
sits
same
in the
result.
position.
Let's see if he's going to be timed out. He's still in yellow, so he's okay. Third.
Maybe he has been timed out.
Oh, and he has been timed out. It's a boys, sub-junior boys, high jump. That's in progress.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's a final attempt. Final athlete in the junior boys shot put.
So this is
Kasim, tell us first.
Jedediah Roberts of BBC.
He looks for his biggest yet.
This is Roberts'
Unfortunately,
first attempt.
steps out of the circle.
Successful clearance there from Roberts.
He's going after the record with that one.
That's a successful clearance for Roberts there.
It's going to be a red flag.
At the height of 1.66.
Your junior boys shot put.
But on the track next.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's official.
Track being readied. With 200 meters.
Taj Marshall of the SGI will take the silver. But the gold medal. The gold medal goes to Wagiti Sunover, St. David Catholic Secondary. In a Carifta qualifying distance.
200 meters for senior girls, the preliminaries.
Philip, tell us
Some 27 athletes are recorded here. In 4 heats. And heat number 1 is up next.
Well, just to give a quick update on what has happened in the shot put for the junior boys. Kazim Telesford won that in 15:72, and second was Taj from the St. George's Institute.
Number 7, representing St. Angelican Secondary, Christina Charles. Lane 7. Lane 6, Greater Christian Academy, Tiana Joseph. Lane 5. We go to lane number 4. Abigail Williams, McDonald College. Lane 2. Rosemary Thomas, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. And lane 1, Boca Secondary, Nikaya Roberts. Your field.
A rather reduced field there in this first heat number 1. The girls 200 meters for senior girls. That's for senior girls. heat number 1.
Well, we have an impressive lineup there. We have Christina Charles, fastest athlete out of SAS, she's there. Tiana Joseph, Leanna Bob, Abigail Williams, Adelia Phillip, Rosemary Thomas, Convent St. George, Nikia Roberts of the Boca Secondary. So Leanna Bob is not there from Appeal, but there they go. For the 200 meters, senior girls, heat 1. McDonald College looking very good in Abigail Williams. Christina Charles on the outside would have a work cut out for her, but Abigail Williams of McDonald College is looking good. A slight lead Abigail has over Christina, and Convent St. George and Rosemary Thomas will pick up the third, but look at Williams go. Here comes back Christina Charles. It's a close one on the line here between Christina Charles and Abigail Williams of McDonald College.
Yeah, I think in the end it's with the Charles from SAS. Got to run right at the end there. And it was a back and forth between these two athletes. But in the end, the stronger athlete pulled through. That's Christina Charles from St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. 25.65 is her winning time. It is second position, the Abigail Williams from McDonald College, 25.75.
But I thought it was a good run by McDonald College. I mean, she really challenged Christina Charles all the way to the end. And it's good again to see the likes of McDonald College showing up and performing well, you know, amidst all of the other athletes that are here competing, you know. We can't help to finish talk about Boca, but McDonald College is giving a good account of themselves as well.
No, yes, very impressed with McDonald College. They are there and thereabout, and probably just about to kick the door ajar once again and represent themselves at the top of the class as we get ready for heat 2.
Heat number 2, that's up next. Let's take some lane assignments.
Ariana Gelino, Anglican High School. Lane number 5. Kayla Lewis, Harphill Secondary. Lane 4. Kayla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary. We have Kate Fletcher of SAS. And then Anisha Harford, St. John's Christian Secondary.
Yeah, so we have some 5 athletes in this heat. Heat number 2. Heat number 2 or 4.
So are you getting ready for heat number 2 or 4? And it's the start of heat number 2. On the inside we see St. John's Christian Secondary making a strong run, but on the outside it's the Anglican High School being represented here by Jelino. It's Jelino of Anglican High School on the outside in the middle of your track. St. David's Catholic Secondary, that's Kayla Christopher. It's Jelino and Christopher down to the finish line. It's going to be a close one. It's pretty close at the end.
Very close at the end, but it looks like St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Christopher would have nipped her just at the line, but we are going to wait for the official results. A good, strong run at the top of the 100 meters. It was all Anglican High School. All Anglican High School until the 60 meters to the end. She was caught by the athlete there. That's Christopher from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And in the end, it was Christopher from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. 25.63, faster heat than heat number 1. 25.63 in the first position, and Jelino from the Anglican High School, who ran well up to about 120 meters in second position.
Well, Kayla Christopher is expected to be on the podium in this 200-meter event. She was already on the podium in the 100 meters for St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and delivering a good time here of 25.63 to secure her position into the final as the top finisher in Heat 2.
A good run there by Anglican High School. 25.71. Let's take some lane assignments.
Representing Hillsborough Secondary, Alicia George. Lead number 4, Wesley College, Jada Joseph. Lead 3, Talia Richardson. Grade 7 Comprehensive. Lead 2, Sierra Phillip. Boca Secondary. Lead 1, Jada Roberts, Anglican High School.
Well, there you have it, the lead assignments for the girls 200-meter dash senior, the third of the 4 preliminaries, and a pretty interesting field here. Soraya Phillip of the Boca Secondary, she has been doing well, especially in the hurdles event, and she's one to look out for. Jada Roberts, Anglican High School, is also there. They're up and running the 200 meters preliminaries for senior girls. The Grenada 7-day Adventist Comprehensive, Talia Richardson, is also looking good, but on the outside, oh, there in the net, she crosses badly. She picks up there by the lines, and that's the J.W. Fletcher Catholic, but Boca Secondary and Grenada 7-day Adventist Comprehensive. Boca Secondary with a slight advantage. Soraya Phillip and Talia Richardson. It's unfortunate that J.W. Fletcher Catholic, who was looking good on the outside, had a little mix-up there with the 100-meter lines and the 400-meter lines. But in the end, it was Soraya Phillip of the Boca Secondary School who edged out Talia Richardson of the Grenada 7-day Adventist Comprehensive.
Yeah, it's a good run there by Phillip with a time of 27.36. That's Phillip, 27.36. Good run. The slowest of the 3 heats, but a good win. Richardson from the Grenada 7-day Adventist Secondary School. That's Talia Richardson's second position, 27.75.
Well, it's good to see Grenada SDA Comprehensive in the top 2, banging on the door to get a position into the final this afternoon. Let's wait and see if the time qualifies her to be in the final later.
Heat number 3.
Well, the Grenada 7-day Adventists will really want some points here. They're currently on 1 point in the girls category, and that would be something. If she can get into the finals, at least 1 more point can be added to the Grenada 7-day Adventist Comprehensive. The folks in St. Patrick's, we say good morning to you, and hoping that we can get some really good performances from St. David's, from the 7-day Adventist Comprehensive and McDonald College.
Lane number 6 from the Classic Lighting Wester Hall Secondary, Fiara Edwards. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting McDonald College, Summer Batiste. Lane number 3 from the Grenada Christian Academy, Kedona Rogers. And in lane number 2, Wagiti, Sunover, St. David Catholic, Shadi John.
You have it, yeah, status for heat number 4 or 4.
Well, our 100 meters champion is in this event. She was second in the 400 meters. So this is expected to be a strong run from Shadi John of the St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Only 4 athletes here facing the starters.
And they're off. It's a 200-meter dash. Senior girls, heat 4 of 4, already covering all the other athletes. Shadi Jones and Davis Catholic. It's going to be an easy run for Shadi. I guess she's going to shut down somewhere just about now. Winning quite comfortably. The rest of the field getting there, some distance behind McDonald College.
It's a tale of 2 halves. John, very easily in the first 20 meters, would have cut up with all the staggered lead, and very easy at the end.
Well, she's at 12.0 seconds 100-meter runner, so she's expected to do well. And we'd love to see her break the 12-second barrier and get into the 11.9s maybe. But she's having a fantastic season. 12 flat would be her season best.
A good run indeed from Shadi John. We expect her to show up in the finals coming up this afternoon.
Not much of a competition. She didn't have 24.47. That was a winning time in the McDonald's College Batiste in 27.49 in second position. So that's done and dusted. So the girls, 200 meters, that's the senior girls, 200 meters preliminaries.
Well, the top times coming out of the 4 heats, of course, Shadi John, we saw a while ago in 24.47. We also saw a 25.65 by Christina Charles, a 25.63 by Kayla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary, and a 25.75 by Abigail Williams, McDonald College, and of course the winner in Heat 3 from the Boca Secondary, Soraya Phillip in 27.36.
So up next would be the boys, 200 meters. That's the senior boys, 200 meters. This promises to be a very exciting heat. And the record for this event is 20.80, established in 2009 by Karani James.
Number 7.
Lane assignment.
St. John's Christian, Kareem Sampson. Lane number 6, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Clifton Romaine. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Jamal Nichols. Lane number 4, Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Vishon Edwards. Lane number 2, Horizon Credit Union, Grenville Secondary, Johnson Lewison Jr. Lane number 1, Westmoreland Senior, Max Richards.
Well, there you have it. They're chasing a record of 20.80 seconds, established in 2009 by none other than Sir Kirani James himself. The running should come from lane 2 here with Johnson Lewison Jr. from the Grenville Secondary School. It's good to see Grenville Secondary being highlighted here. And Clifton Romaine from Happy Hill Secondary, you're looking out for him as well. Vishon Edwards from the Grenada 7-Day Adventist Comprehensive. Let's see, they're up and running. 200 meters, senior boys. And the Boca Secondary is also looking good in Jamal Nichols, making up the stag on Happy Hill Secondary. Grenville Secondary on the inside. In Johnson Lewison is also there. There they go. Johnson Lewison of Grenville Secondary in the lead. It is indeed Johnson Lewison of Grenville Secondary. Happy Hill Secondary will pick up the second spot. He leaves all on the rubber here. Johnson Lewison, Happy Hill Secondary in Clifton Romaine would pick up the second position. But these guys really want to have a good time and a good lane going into the finals.
Yes, it's a rather unfortunate tumble there right at the end, but a good win. A good win there from athletes from Boca Secondary School. From Boca Secondary School, but rather Johnson Lewison from Grenville Secondary in lane number 2.
Let's hope that he doesn't injure himself. That's Johnson Lewison.
He's getting some assistance, and a time of 23.07. 23.07, that's a winning time. Romaine from the Happy Hill Secondary School in 23.12 in second position. And the third position is the athlete there from St. John's Christian Secondary, 23.32. That's Kareem Sampson.
So we're getting ready for hit number 2. Let's get the lane assignments.
So as we get set for heat number 2, official results from the sub-junior discus. The bronze medal goes to Wagiti Sanoba St. David Catholic, Janice Francis, 23.07. Nakisha Romaine, also of St. David Catholic, she takes the silver, 23.30 seconds. And the gold medal goes to Crown City St. Patrick, Classic Lighting McDonald College, Taisha Thomas.
Some smiling faces in McDonald College.
Now complete. We head back to the track. Heat number 2. Senior boys.
You can see the big guns in this one. Or a big gun in heat number 2.
Introducing heat number 2. Running out of lane number 7, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Kamari Brizan. Lane number 6, Gravel and Concrete, Wesley College, Jaden Lewis. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting SGI, Daniel Douglas. Lane number 4, Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Shem Smith. Lane number 3, Classic Lighting, Wester Hall Secondary, Michael Alexander. Lane number 2 is vacant, so we head to lane number 1. Birds, St. John's Christian, Ian George.
So Ian George, a 100-meter champion, is back in the 200 meters for senior boys, heat number 2. We're expecting a good showing from Ian George.
Well, this should be a very comfortable victory for Ian George. The only concern I have is that in his interview yesterday, he did say that he had a little niggle in one of his thighs. We see him holding on to his thigh at the end of the 100 meters. But he did an impressive 10:39 in the 100 meters with a 2.4 meters per second wind. And he should have a very comfortable victory. So there's no need for him to push too hard to aggravate what may be an injury, just to establish himself very early and then go into cruise control, make sure he secures a good lane. And to me, it's irrespective of the lane that Ian gets into the finals, he should win the 200-meter finals. But he just has to be a little cautious with the niggle that he has.
Well spoken. And there we go. Ian George looking very much undisturbed. We have some running from J.W. Fletcher in the middle of the track, but it's all Ian George. As he bounces down the 100-meter track, he just about shuts it down. Comfortably crosses the line. J.W. Fletcher, SGI to follow in second and third position. A comfortable qualification there for Ian George.
I think it's an easy run. 80 meters to go, he was finished. And not unlike Shadi Johns winning her heat in the 200, Ian George winning quite easily. 21.49 seconds, a very good time for an athlete who would have shut down the guns very early in the piece. 21.49 is the winning time, with the second place finisher in Shem Smith. J.W. Fletcher, 23.18.
I think we really need to recognize Shem Smith from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School coming up against Ian George. And Ian looked really, really comfortable there. I mean, a 21.49 in the manner in which he ran there, not been pushed, sends us a real clear signal what he can do in the finals later on. He had a 2.9 meters per second wind behind him, so that has some influence on the time. It's an illegal wind speed. But Shem Smith of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School and Daniel Douglas of SGI holding their own nicely here among the big boys. So
it's always good to see a small school like SGI in third position there. And Wesley College, a good representation. It's good for these games to have a good representation of right across all the secondary schools. That's a failed attempt we would have just witnessed.
Well, there are 7 boys remaining in the sub-junior high jump. The height is now at 1.72 meters. 2 from PBC, 2 from SAS, 1 from GBSS among the 7.
What we have noticed all throughout the year is like the height of 2 meters seems to be a mental barrier where jumpers are concerned.
So that's Oliver, Dishon Oliver, who has been dominating the sub-junior events. He's going to be next on the runway.
St. Mark's Secondary, Rashawn Charles. Lane number 5, Gravel and Concrete, Wesley College, Keston Thomas. Lane number 4, Nawasa Sass, Randy Jones. Lane number 3, Classic Lighting, SGI, Toba Abbey. Lane number 2, Classic Lighting, JW Fletcher, Pharrell Vincent. Rounding out the field, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Rosal Ross. Lane number 1.
Well, there you have it, the lineup here. Randy Jones making his debut on the individual events. He would have competed in the Heptathlon yesterday and placed second. So now they can go into the individual events. So we may very well see a Cornell pair pairing as well. And Randy Jones, he was the winner of the long jump last year. He won the 100 meters in the Heptathlon earlier on in this competition. And he did a 10.75 in that event. So he's one that fancies chances going into the finals as well. Randy Jones of SAS.
7 athletes are facing the starters here. Heat number 2.
They are up and running 200 meters. Heat number 2, 200 boys senior. Randy Jones making up the start on Wesley College. GCI giving some good chase on the inside. McDonald College, Omar Franklin on the outside, but Randy Jones enters the straightway in the lead for SAS. Randy Jones it is for SAS in the lead for the automatic qualification. And Wesley College giving good chase on the outside in Keston Thomas. But Randy Jones books his spot into the finals.
It's a good control run there by Jones. He did what he had to do to get into these finals. And winning with some 5 or so meters to spare. And a good second position by Keston Thomas from Wesley College.
Yes, indeed, a good run from Randy Jones there of SAS. Getting into his individual event, booking his place in the final. That's the way to do it. Announce yourself in a big way.
22.25 seconds for Jones there. And a good 22.59 for Keston Thomas in second position from Wesley College.
Rishon Charles of the St. Mark's Secondary also under the 23-second time, 22.90. And he will be having his eyes on to see what the other best times would be going into the finals. Randy Jones, of course, much slower than Ian George in the previous heat.
That is the second fastest to date.
So we're getting ready for heat 4 of 5. Win your heat and you're guaranteed a spot in this afternoon's final.
Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Tyreek Thomas. Lane number 5, Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Darvin Charles. Lane number 4, Najiko GBSS, Kamal Joseph. Lane number 2, Grenada Christian Academy, Nazim Philip. That's the field. Heat number 4 of 5. The winner automatically qualifies to the final.
So there's no Javoni Phillip, no Oliver. We have 4 athletes facing the starters here.
So we're expecting GBSS, McDonald College, Grenada Christian Academy to do the running here.
Well, Kamal Joseph is going as the favorite here.
And they're off. Kamal Joseph already making up the stagger on Grenada 7-day Adventist. GCA on the inside, giving a good account of himself. But it's Kamal Joseph opening a slight gap from McDonald College. Kamal Joseph there. Tyreek Thomas in second position. Grenada SDA third. Heat 4 of 5.
From start to finish, your leader and the winner, Kamal Joseph from the GBSS. And in the end, doing it rather easily. he came in as a favorite in this heat, and he delivered to the end. But a good second place running by Tyreek Thomas from McDonald College, 22 seconds flat as compared to Kamal Joseph's 22.08. So we are going to get a very, very entertaining, interesting finals.
Well, that's the second fastest time so far, Kamal Joseph, GBSS. And he looked pretty easy as well going into the finish line. He actually shut down with maybe 10 or more meters to go. And so he looks very comfortable going into the finals.
Certainly did. And this is what makes it exciting. Himself and Ian George.
I was expecting a little better from Tyreek Thomas from the McDonald College. I mean, he ran at 23 flat. That may take him into the finals on the next best times. GBSS doing very well in the high jump for sub-juniors. They're still there. They just had a clearance, and Dishon Oliver is going to have an attempt at 1.75. We're going to keep you updated on that. That's Dishon Oliver here for SAS. 1.75. And a good clearance here for Dishon Oliver. So there's real competition going on there between SAS and GBSS.
Lane number 5. Horizon, Grenville Secondary, Keneal Charles. Lane number 4, Nawasa Sass, Daryl Daniel. Lane number 2, Najiko, GBSS, Josh Thomas.
Well, again, that's a lineup for the finals here. 3 top guns, Josh Thomas, GBSS in 2. Daryl Daniel, who was first in the 400 meters and second in the 100 meters. He's in lane 4. And of course, we have Diron Sincere of the Boca Secondary, who has done some impressive times this year. 10:88, his fastest in the 100 this year. He is in lane 6.
Yes, on paper here, this should be the most competitive heat. So let's see what.
Well, I could tell you one thing, there will be no easing up in this one because they all would want to be either the winner or getting a very good time going into the finals. They're up and running here. Daryl Daniel making the start on Grenville Secondary. All there from, we have from Boca Secondary is Diron Sincere as well. They enter the home straight now. It's very close. Daniel with a slight advantage. Daryl Daniel with a slight advantage over Diron and Josh. Well, Daniel eases up to the tape, wins easily. Diron Sincere picks up the second position, and Josh Thomas picks up the third. So Daniel goes into the finals automatically, and we wait to see the next best times. 21:47 it seems on the flash time here for Daniel. Another sub-22 time. 21:47 for Daryl Daniel. Diron Sincere 21:82. So very fast indeed. And we have Josh Thomas 22:18 from the GBSS. So Bernard, we have some very competitive times. We have 3 sub-22 times, I make it. Ian George 21:49.
But if you look here, with some 10 meters to go, there was a definite slowing down by Daniel here towards the end. So it seems to suggest that he has something more in the tank for the finals.
So let me just put it into perspective. Daniel has the fastest time at 21:47, then Ian George at 21:49, and both of them slow down towards the tip, reserving for the finals. So that's going to be a cracker of a final.
It should be a cracker, but Ian George looked really, really good. He slowed down with about 30 meters to the tip, whereas Daniel just about 5 or 7 meters to the end. And so that would make some interesting.
Levi Rache of the GBSS in the high jump here, just clipping the bar. The boys sub-junior high jump. The bar is now set at 1.78. Himself and Dishon Oliver, the only 2 remaining in competition. So Dishon will have a go now at the high jump at 1.78.
And that's what you expect with good competition on day 3. Personal pride. School pride.
Dishon Oliver. 1.78. A measured attempt here. Maybe we can say a perfect attempt because he clipped the bar and it still didn't fall. And so he has an advantage here. Some pressure now on Russia of GBSS.
Oliver continues to impress. One of the standout athletes in these games.
Good technique here, coming down just on the bar a little bit, clipping it in the process, but luck is on his side at the moment.
Oliver continues to impress. He's a multi-talented athlete. The hurdles, the long jump, now the high jump, and the sprints.
It leaves us to wonder what his favorite event would be, since he's so talented at all of these events. Certainly would have to decide at some point in time.
Sherry needs to ask him that question the next time they speak.
There is Russia. And he would have aborted this run. Still have some time. It's his second attempt. As you're witnessing here, a medal presentation.
Well, we'll try to go back and forth with the medal presentation.
For event number
and
25, the girls long jump junior. Event number 10, the boys shot put sub junior. Your bronze medalist from the Jonas Brown and Hubbard Limited, St. John Christian Secondary, Aquil Cumberbatch. 11.13 meters. Your silver medalist from the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary School, Garner Phillip, 11.65 meters. And your gold medalist from the Najiko GBSS, Levi Richer, 12.05 meters. These are your medalists for event number 10, the boys shot put sub-junior. Event number 26, the boys long jump junior. Your bronze medalist from the Classic Lighting Grenada 7-day Adventist, Keon George, 6.08 meters. Your silver medalist from the Paddy's Enterprise Hillborough Secondary School, Elton Lizama, 6.35 meters. And your gold medalist from the Najiko GBSS, Tevon Slater, 6.60 meters. Your medalist for event number 26, the boys long jump junior. Event number 60, the boys discus throw senior. Taking home the bronze medal from the Classic Lighting J.W. Fletcher. Give it up for Shaquem Cox, 39.32 meters. Your silver medalist from the Nexa PBC, Stephon Strawn, 39.35 meters. And your gold medalist from the Najiko GBSS, Oswald Charles, 45.67 meters. These are your medalists for event number 60, the boys discus throw senior. We would like to thank Dr. Jeffrey for assisting us with this segment of the medal presentation distribution. To present the next set of medals, we are pleased to have with us here today Honorable Emmeline Pear, leader of His Majesty's Opposition, assist. Medal presentation for the girls 4 by 100 meter relay junior. Taking home the bronze is the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary School, 49.83 seconds. Bringing home the silver, Nawasa Sass, 45.1 seconds. And taking home is the GTC, 49.28 seconds. Taking home the gold once more is the GTC 2.8 seconds. Medalist number 51, the girls 4 by 100 meter relay junior. Event number 52, the boys 4 by 100 meter relay junior. Your bronze medalists, the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, with a time of 45.46 seconds. Taking home the silver, Classic Lighting McDonald College, 45.34 seconds. And bringing home the gold and establishing a new record, Nawasa Sass, 42.56 seconds. These are your medalists for event number 52, the boys 4 by 100 meter relay junior. Medal presentation for the girls Heptathlon Open. Your bronze medalists from the Nawasa Sass. Give it up for Jadisa Mark. 3,118 points. Your silver medalists from the Wagiti Sonova St. David Catholic Secondary School, Janaya Hazard, 3,146 points. And bringing home the gold from the GTC Bishop's College, Montisha St. Bernard, 3,684 points. Your medalists for the girls Heptathlon Open. Medal presentation for the boys Octathlon Open. Your bronze medalists from the Najiko GBSS, Javed Noel, 4,556 points. Your silver medalists from the Nawasa Sass, Randy Jones, 4,1 946 points. And it is useful to note, ladies and gentlemen, that the Carifta standard is 4,800 points. So Randy Jones has made the standard. Your gold medalist from the Najiko GBSS, Cornell Pear, 5,041 points, also making the standard. These are your medalists for the Boys Heptathlon Open. We want to congratulate all athletes for their performance here today, and in particular the two for making the Carifta standard. And also we would love to thank Honorable Emmeline Pear for assisting us with the distribution of
guys ready? We welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for day 3 of the Intercol Games 2026.
We're getting ready for
we have just witnessed a medal presentation, and we do have some other results to share with you. The boys high jump in the sub-junior, we had a record-breaking performance from Dishon Oliver of SAS, 1.78 meters, going past the old mark of 1.77, and that was by Jason Alexander in 2014. And this young man, Dishon Oliver, continues to do well in the sub-junior category.
It's not just doing well, in fact he has done some record-breaking performances. One of the standout athletes for sure at these games, and he is not yet done.
In fact, he has established 2 records this morning. In the 100-meter hurdles, in the prelims, he already established a record. Okay.
She goes in lane number 3. And ladies and gentlemen, from the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, lane number 1, Jada.
Well, they're up and running, the 400 meters sub-junior girls. And again, we have Calder, Harris, and Noel. Convent Grenville off in a flash here. That's Jada Calder of the St. Joseph Convent Grenville. And the Convent St. George has Kaya Harris. Bishop's College has Camira Noel. But up front and looking good is Jada Calder of the St. Joseph Convent Grenville. Alison George of Convent, our Olympian, must be proud to be looking at Convent Grenville in this one. She has a commanding lead going into the home straight, looking for the top spot to qualify into the finals later on. Jada Calder of the Convent Grenville. Slowing down a bit here, Convent St. George is coming in nicely with Kayla Harris. But it'll be too much for her, I think, towards the end. But a strong finish from Convent St. George in the end. A fiery start from Convent Grenville nonetheless.
Yeah, good win there. Good win from Harris there from Convent Grenville. You win and you win. There are 5 heats and a good run back. Good run back there. That's Calder. Calder, your winner in heat number 1. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George and Harris in second position, 1 minute 07.28 seconds, and the winner from St. Joseph's Convent Grenville, Calder, in 1 minute 06.97 seconds.
So Calder has booked a place into the final this afternoon. That's Jada Calder of the St. Joseph's Convent Grenville and St. Joseph's Convent St. George in a close second, expecting to squeeze her way in as one of the faster times into this afternoon's final. We're getting ready for heat 2 of 5.
A bit of confirmation there if you were listening over the house mic. It's confirming, establishing a new record in the boys high jump, that's sub-junior boys high jump. It's showing Oliver.
Heat number 2 of 5, 400-meter girl dash for sub-junior girls up next. Lane number 7, Patty's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Equana Francis. Lane number 4, Classic Lighting, Westall Secondary, Tristana Charles. Lane number 3, Wagiti Sanover, St. David Catholic Secondary, Shaquanda Paul. Rounding out the field, Horizon, Grenville Secondary, Kamaya Gibbs. That's the field. Heat number 2.
Another small field here. 4 athletes are facing the starters in this heat number 2.
And they're off. It's the heat number 2 of the girls 400-meter dash sub-junior. And out in the distance, Hillsborough Secondary. It's Hillsborough Secondary on the outside. That's Equina Francis. Hillsborough Secondary leading down the backstretch, but Westerhall is making a go for it there down the backstretch, closing the distance on our current leader. It's still Francis of Hillsborough Secondary, but Westerhall Secondary has now gone into cruise control there. She's taken control of this race. St. David will have some say as we come into the 100 meter, the final 100 meters and the 400 meters for sub-junior girls. St. David rushing past that Shaquanda Paul. St. David's Catholic Secondary. She's going to take this one quite comfortably and book a place into the final this afternoon. St. David's Catholic, Westerhall, your top 2.
Yeah, we had 3 lead changes, but in the end, the stronger of the athletes would have come out a winner. Shaquanda Paul from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. 80 meters to go, she had it all there and cruised towards the finish line relatively easy. And after overtaking the athlete there from Westall Secondary School, Tristana Charles.
Well, a good run here by Shaquanda Paul of St. David's Catholic Secondary. An impressive time going into the finals as well. 1 minute 0.62 seconds. It's a good time going into the finals. And the second best time here from Tristana Charles from the Westerhall Secondary. I thought she ran a really good race as well. 1 minute 2.81 seconds. These two were the top finishers here. We had a fiery start from Equina Francis from the Hillsborough Secondary, but I think she maybe did too much in the early 300 meters and didn't have enough to take her home. I guess top 3.
Just a mistake in her strategy, but time will tell. Let's wait to see if she earns a spot into the final.
It's rather interesting. The top 3 finishers here at better times than all of the runners in the heat number 1. Let's get a lane assignment.
St. Rose Modern Secondary, Connell Mitchell. Lane number 4, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Karana Mitchell. Lane number 3, Patty's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Nia Alexander. Lane number 2, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Ariel Edwards. Lane number 1, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Lily Rose Jones. That's the field. Heat number 3, 400-meter dash for sub-junior girls. We head over to the starter, and once again, we ask for silence.
Well, there you have it, the lineup for the third of the 5 preliminaries in the girls 400-meter dash sub-junior. And we're going to see some good competition here as they look for a place into the finals. St. Joseph Convent, St. George seem to have an issue there where the blocks have been placed, the starting blocks. And her hand was up very early. She doesn't seem to be favoring the starting blocks at the moment.
She needs to have herself composed rather than rush anything at the start, upset your running plans.
So lanes 5 and 6 are scratched. So we have in 1 Jones from Convent Grenville, Edwards in 2 from Convent St. George's, Alexander from the Hillsborough Secondary in 3. In 4 is Mitchell from the Boca Secondary. Mitchell again from St. Rose in 7, and Frank from the Wesley College out there in lane 8. So this time they have a good start and they up and running. 400 meters. Convent St. George's looking good already in Ariel Edwards. Ariel Edwards has a very fiery start. So too is Mitchell from the St. Rose Modern Secondary. We've not seen them too much on the track, but they're looking good here. St. Rose Modern Secondary. But it is Ariel from the St. Joseph Convent St. George's. Ariel Edwards with just about approaching the 200-meter mark. St. Rose Modern Secondary still holding strong. But Ariel Edwards with the bomb start here moves into the lead out there in lane 2. As they round the turn, she is still in the lead. Ariel Edwards, St. Joseph Convent St. George's. She is working really hard. Convent Grenville on the inside and Lily Rose Jones is making a run back here. But Ariel Edwards of St. Joseph Convent St. George's with 40 meters ahead. And then Lily Rose Jones of St. Joseph Convent Grenville in second. But a good, powerful run from start to finish for Ariel Edwards of St. Joseph Convent St. George. In the end, St. Rose Modern Secondary picking up the 3rd position and will be looking forward to the times to go into the final.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. After about 20-25 meters, the athlete there from St. Joseph Convent St. George, that's Edwards, she made up the stagger and in the end winning rather easily. And we see her here coming towards the finish line there. Last 80 or 90 meters with some 20-25 meters in the lead, or leading the athlete there from St. Joseph Convent in Grenville and winning 1:03.07 seconds. 1:03.07 seconds. That's a winner.
So that was a completion of heat 3 of 5 in the girls 400-meter dash sub-junior. We're getting ready for heat 4. So we've seen some impressive running already from the competitors so far in the 3 of the 5 heats. We're getting ready for heat number 4. The athletes are already on track, setting up their blocks. And in a short while, we're going to have the start list for this event.
Well, already we see some interesting names popping up, but we go trackside for the assignments.
Introducing your field. Classic lighting, Boca Secondary, Aquinda Lawrence goes in 8. From the Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Amira Cato goes in lane 7. From the GTC, Bishop's College, Kenya St. Paul, she goes in 6. From the GTC, Anglican High, Connor Marie Monroe, she goes in 5. From the Nawasa SAS, Gavia Walker, she goes in 3. And from the Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Rena Hosford, she goes in lane number 1. That's heat number 4 of 5. 400-meter dash for sub-junior girls.
So 6 of 8 lined up there for this heat. Number 4 of 5.
Well, Connor Murray Monroe would want to fancy your chances here from the Anglican High School. And also Gavia Walker of SAS. Gavia was on the podium last year at Intercol in the sub-junior category. I think she placed second. And she would want to secure a berth into the finals as well.
And they're off. It's a 400 meters for sub-junior girls. Heat number 4. And making an early movement is Conor Marie Monroe and Gavia Walker in the middle of your track. McDonald College also making up the stagger on the Boca secondary. McDonald College here. Amira Cato. Cato, it's there. It's Cato with a slight lead, but here comes Monroe. But on the inside is Gavia Walker. She is taking control of this one now. Gavia Walker of SAS. Conor Marie Monroe of the Anglican High School. McDonald College. Cato is also there. But Walker is establishing herself on the inside. We see Happy Hill. That's Rena Hosford. Gavia Walker extending her lead. Building the tempo, building her speed. She's going to win this one. The battle is for second and third. Walker, is she going to shut it down? She just about does so and wins quite comfortably. Here comes Happy Hill Secondary and Anglican High School, second and third respectively.
Walker, they're winning rather easily, like some 85 meters after having turned off.
What I see happening here is a showdown in the finals between the likes of a Walker and a Shaquanda Paul. We're going to tell you what the time for Gavia Walker is, but Shaquanda Paul had a very good time, 101.28 for Gavia.
That's the second best time so far.
Conor Murray Monroe was second from the Anglican High School in 107.60. And Rena Hossford from the Happy Hill Secondary School in 107.69. The third place finisher in the fourth heat out of 5. Just to remind you, Shaquanda Paul from St. David's Catholic Secondary, she did 1 minute 0.62 seconds. And so far, Gavia Walker 1 minute 1.28 seconds.
It's the 5th and final heat for the sub-junior girls 400 meter dash. Introducing your feet. In lane number 8, Classic Lighting SGI, Simone Lacqua Moraine. Lane number 7, Horizon Grenville Secondary, Haley Edwards. Lane number 5, Wagiti Sanova, St. David Catholic, Rena Hosford. Lane number 4, Gavilan Concrete, Wesley College, Armani Philip. Lane number 3, Nawasa Sass, Kelina Modest. Lane number 2, GTC Anglican High, Sophia Collins. And lane number 1, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Emma Frederick.
Well, we have another very interesting lineup here again, but I can tell you, keep your eyes on lane 1, Emma Frederick. She has established 2 records in these games already. Yesterday we saw her setting a new record in the 400 meter hurdles. This is the flat 400 now, so she's expected to do extremely well. Yesterday she did 1:7.86 in the hurdles. She has seen the times done by the previous athletes. She's in the final heat here now. But Kelina Modest of SAS would want to offer her some challenge. And so too is Rena Hossford from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
So it's a good feel, not discounting Haley Edwards.
Well, they're up and running here. The final of the 5 heats in the girls 400 meters sub-junior. In lane 1, Emma Frederick already making up the stagger on Sophia Collins of the Anglican High School. She's heading now for Kelina Modest of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. St. George's Institute in Lacqua Moraine is out there, but look at Emma Frederick go from McDonald College. Grenville Secondary in Edwards is giving good account of herself, but at the moment in the lead is Emma Frederick of McDonald College. She's been that good in the 400-meter hurdle. She's back for the flat 400 meters. Emma Frederick is beginning to pick up the pace still. She's going to return a very good time. It looks like a sub 1 minute here for Emma Frederick. Let's see what she can do. Emma Frederick of McDonald College, St. Patrick's, Crown City. Your girl is doing very well. Emma Frederick of McDonald College with a very impressive run indeed. Let's see what the time is on this one. But it looks like the fastest time on the flash clock is 58:22. Let's see what the adjustment will be. But a very impressive run indeed.
Very impressive run, and not just the times, but unchallenged. There's no challenge. The final 100 meters, she was running all by herself against the clock, and easy in the end. Emma Frederick winning there with a decent time of 58.22.
That was an emphatic run by Emma Frederick. She stamped her authority. She said, I'm here, and I'm into the final, and I have something in store for you come later this afternoon.
Well, she came into this heat here as the top dog, and she would have been leaving here with the best time in all of the heats, all 5 heats, 58.22 seconds. That's a good time.
Well, she may want to consider challenging her former schoolmate C.C. Charles, who holds the record at 57.41. McDonald College dominating the sub-junior 400 over the years.
Yeah, unchallenged. I think if there's some challenge, and there will be some challenges into the finals, should be quite interesting. The boys are next.
So we're getting ready for the boys in the 400-meter dash sub-junior heat number 1 coming up next.
And guess who we can expect in the sub-juniors again?
Deshaun Oliver.
Rooting for her friends. Up north, we head north. Sub-junior boys, 400-meter dash. Introducing your field for this event. Heat number 1, lane number 7 from the Nagico GBSS, Akel Briggs. Lane number 6, Paris Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Rashawn Clement. Lane number 5, Classic Writing, Wester Hall Secondary, JJ Williams. Lane number 4, from the St. Mark's Secondary, Jabari Bonaparte. Lane number 2, Nexa PBC, Ethan Compot. Lane number 1, St. Rose Modern Secondary, Dimitri Sabazan. That's the field. Heat number 1. 51.64 seconds, the game's record. Javon Charles, your record holder. We head over to the starter.
Well, what I can tell you about this lineup, 2 athletes we can look out for here is Akel Briggs of GBSS and Ethan Gunpot of PBC. Gunpot run 58 point something as a primary school athlete last year. He has not been that fast this year, but let's see what he has for Intercol. These two will have a showdown here.
This seems to be an even field, and as we would have been making the comments earlier, same actors, it's a different film.
Jabari Bonaparte, another one to look out for from St. Mark's Secondary.
It's a clean start. Oh no, it isn't. There's a second gun.
It just seems to be the offending party here. With naked eye seems to be lane number 2. It looked like Gunpot.
Indeed, it looks like Gunpot. Lane 7 was out very fast too in Briggs, but I believe it was Gunpot who may have just gone out first. And wow, that's going to be a detriment to this young man if that is the case. The officials are conferring. Ethan Gunpot is also a national swimmer. very talented young man.
He has a look of guilt all over his face.
Oh yes, and what is glaring, we're seeing a number of 400-meter false starts.
Well, we have seen a number of false starts right throughout the meet from day one. It seems to suggest that a lot of work would have to be put into the starts of these races. When you get in false starts in 1500, 400 and 400 hurdles, tells you that something must be done to do some corrections and to do some quick corrections before Carifta.
Okay, so some work for the coaches.
Starter Neil Wells goes to the track with the bag with the cards.
It looks like
Let's
a
see
red.
where Neil is heading and what card he has. It's not a good moment. It's an anxious moment. The red card comes out for Ethan Gunport. The young man looks very dejected here. And we've seen so many of these young athletes having to undergo some comfort and some consolation when this happens. Not the best situation they'd want to be in.
Certainly not in the 400 meters. False starting at 400 meters suggests that something is amiss. Although there seems to be an earlier trigger from by the judges are final here, so Gunport is out. And we are down to 5 athletes here. 5 athletes facing the starters here. Lanes 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Well, there they are, getting ready again to go. Lane 2 and 3 are scratched.
So we're getting ready. We have Sabazan, Bonaparte, Williams, Clement, and Briggs.
Briggs was third in the 100 meters. Would sit a lot more comfortable now knowing that Ethan Gunport is not in the race anymore.
So he's breathing a lot easier as we get ready for the start of the race. Hit 1. And this time they're off. It's the 400 meters for sub-junior boys. Heat number 1 in progress. On the outside, it is GBSS. That's Akel Briggs of GBSS. He's running away from the rest of the field. He's on his way to book that spot into the final. He's opening the gap. He's not slowing down. He's just establishing himself, taking control of the race. With just about 150 meters to go. A chasing pack of Westall Secondary and St. Mark's trying to reel him in, but Gunport is holding his own. He's going to finish strong. Briggs it is. It's Briggs. He's going to finish strong. Briggs your winner.
I thought it was a good, strong and measured run by Briggs. He knew that he was the favorite going in there, and he held his form very nicely. 56.10 for Briggs, the winning time from the GBSS, and 59.16 for Jabari Bonaparte of the St. Mark's Secondary, the top 2 finishers.
Yeah, we see Briggs here. Rather easy at the end. Running out of lane number 7, no longer a lane of distrust after the exploit from lane 8 of South African record holder. Now this is just another lane. So Briggs, your winner, 56.10 seconds. Good run indeed. Measured, led from start to finish.
Well, I like the run and the competition we saw from St. Mark's Secondary and Westall Secondary when they were really contesting for that 2nd and 3rd spot. Wester Hall having to settle for, I think, 4th in the end. But we're getting set for the 2nd of the 5 preliminaries, 400 meters for sub-junior boys.
crowd continues.
St. Joseph Convent Grenville are down here very early.
In lane number 5, Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Gerald Hazard. In lane number 4, Westmoreland Senior School, Ethan Belma Roberts. Lane number 3, from the Classic Lighting, Westall Secondary, Terion Samuel. Lane number 2, Nexa PBC, Tyrese Brave Boy. And lane number 1, Nawasa Sass, Tishon Oliver. That's the field.
There they are again, the Iron Man, so to speak, in the sub-junior category. Dishon Oliver running out of lane 1. It's good to see Tyrese Brave Boy, who won the 1500 meters and had the unfortunate situation in the 800 meters, down now to the 400 meters representing the Presentation Brothers College.
And he would have just seen his compadre there, Ethan Gunpert, being disqualified or false start in the first heat. There's something to prove, but he's up against Mr. Oliver, and you have to put a bit Mr. now because he has been the standard athlete, certainly in the sub-junior boys in lane number 1. So look for lane number 1 and 2 to have some keen competition.
Just 30 minutes ago, he broke the high jump record. He's now on the track for the second heat, and he false starts. That looks like an anticlimax to us here.
That could be tension on the legs from the high jump.
Well, the question always remains the same. Why do you false start?
Well, it's a faulty start, not a false
it's
start.
A faulty start.
So they've been called back on the marks. They would want to hold this is a 400 meter event. No need for jumping the gun, as we say. This time it's a good clean start. No, it's not. They've been called back again. Not sure where the infringement would have come from on this occasion, but the officials did pick up something. We will see certainly on the replay. Some tense moments for the boys in this first heat, the second heat.
Tense moment indeed.
Definitely.
Memories of heat 1 is lingering, I'm telling you. It looks like lane number 3.
And it would be a shame if someone gets disqualified in another 400 meter event.
Let's have a look.
Yes, it looked like lane number 3.
Well, it looks to be lane number 1 or 3. The discussion continues.
Have another look at it.
Yeah, it's either 1 or 3. We are going to await the judge's decision. This is a really close one.
They may have to go to the video referee for that one. It looks very, very close.
The question remains.
Whenever they have doubts down there, the starters, they have the option to go to the video referee for confirmation. The decision is made by them on this occasion, not by the video referee. The starters are responsible for calling the false starts.
Let me turn off this thing. I thought I had this thing turned off already. Whoever calling it, I'll call it.
Into the circle.
So the officials are conferring on this one. It's a very close one indeed.
Red marker on the field indicates the standard.
We're going frame by frame to see if we can pick up anything here.
Often used to eliminate.
It's a major conference going on there on the track between the starters.
Well, the decision is made. Let's see what's...
Starter Neil Wells is on the track. He's making those dreaded decisions.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2. It's 1.
So Dishon Oliver would get the dreaded red card. Disappointment for the young man.
And it's Oliver. Disqualified false stats as
he looks a bit surprised.
Heat number 1. False start in heat number 1. False start in heat number 2. There are 5 heats. So 3 heats. 4 heats to be completed. Let's hope there are no more false starts. This is a 400 meter.
Well, we have to go with the officials ruling. We've been doing that all along, but that was a very close one indeed. And the officials have ruled. So he's launched a protest. He's going to run on the protest. And they're going to have another look at it from the video screen. He has the opportunity to run on the protest. So I see the SAS fans are all in jubilation, but that's not the final decision yet.
I'm not aware that rule is applied here, but it is.
It is applied. The full rules are applied here. Athletes do have the option to run on the protest, and the final decision will be made. So if in the judgment of the officials it's a false start, and let's suppose that he qualifies into the final, he will be DQ'd eventually. And that's the ruling for these kinds of circumstances.
Heat number 2. Heat number 2 will now continue. 400 meters for sub-junior boys. Heat number 2.
An eventful event indeed.
It's Oliver in lane number 1. Brave Boy in lane number 2. Samuel from Westerhall Secondary School in 3. In 4, it's Roberts, that's Ethan Roberts, Westmoreland Senior School, and now they are called on the mats.
Boys are going to have a go at it again. Some very tense moments down there on the track. Bigger crowd in here today as well. Greater expectations. This time they're up and running here now. And the favorite Dishon Oliver in lane 1 has established a number of records already in these games. He has made up the stagger on 4 of the athletes. And heading now for Hillsborough Secondary. Dishon Oliver going down the back straight already in the lead. Tyrese Braveboy is giving chase here for the Presentation Brothers College. But Dishon Oliver already stamping his authority on this one with 200 meters to go. Dishon Oliver of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Tyrese Braveboy of SAS. And then we have from the Westerhall Secondary, Ethan Belma Roberts. But it's Dishon Oliver of SAS entering the home straight now. Westerhall Secondary moves into the second position. That's Belma Roberts. Tyrese Braveboy in 3rd, but it is Dishon Oliver. Dishon Oliver of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary winning this heat, and a battle between Braveboy and Westerhall Secondary. And that was for Westerhall Secondary, Terrion Samuel. Actually, it was Terrion Samuel of the Westerhall Secondary. A battle between them for 2nd and 3rd.
Oh, that was it. This was Oliver there leading from start to finish, having something to prove. False start or no false start, I'm going to take this in style, and he certainly took this one in style, winning in the end a good 15 meters. That's Dishon Oliver, a time of 56.06.
Terrion Samuel was 2nd in 57.01 from the Westerhall Secondary School, and the Tyrese Braveboy, the winner of the 1500 meters, he was 3rd in 57.04. The top 3 finishers. So there will be further judgment on this race because Dishon Oliver ran under protest, and so we're going to get the ruling and share it with you as soon as it comes to hand when the finalists have been selected for later on this afternoon.
Heat number 5. Heat number 3 is up next. Hey, lane assignments.
Out of lane number 7, from the St. Rose Modern Secondary, Shondell Harriman. Lane number 6, Westmoreland Senior, Romuald Banks. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Zilon Charles. Lane number 4, Nawasa Sass, Tishon Lambert. Lane number 3, GTC Bishop's College, Anton Douglas. And lane number 1, from the Grenada Christian Academy, Remy Daniel. That's field. Heat number 3, Sub-Junior Boys, 400-meter dash.
So we have 6 athletes here that will be facing the starters in this heat number 3.
So we're ready to go. Heat number 3 of 5.
So the field being asked to stand.
Okay, it's a bit of a slight delay as the officials.
And once again, we ask our patrons, our friends on the bleachers,
advising with the noise level.
let's have silence for the start of the event.
It is loud and getting louder, and the officials are appealing to the crowd. Give the athletes an opportunity to hear the starters. And there we go, second attempt.
So the officials are trying to get
Once again,
everything
those on the
correct
bleachers, let's have silence for the start of the event.
before the start of the race.
On your mark.
So we're going to start, see if we get it right this time.
Heat number 3 of 5. And there is a hush.
And they're off. It's a 400 meters for sub-junior boys. Preliminary number 3 in the middle of the track. Sass. Sass is right there. Up on Happy Hill Secondary is in the ascendancy, but here comes Tishon Lambert of Sass running past all the staggers there, making up quite smartly. And it's a chase, a battle between Lambert of Sass and Charles of Happy Hill Secondary. We're getting ready to head into the final 100 meters. It's Lambert of Sass. Lambert of Sass. Charles. So it's Lambert of Sass. It's Tishon Lambert. Tishon Lambert it is. Taking it to the finish line and winning quite comfortable.
And comfortably indeed, your winner there, Tishon Lambert from Sass, with a good time of 54.65 seconds. And in second position, that's Zilon Charles from Happy Hill Secondary School, 56.44.
Well, a good run here by Tishon Lambert indeed from Sass. If you look at some of the previous times, that would have been the fastest time. As a matter of the fastest time so far, 54.65. Even Dishon Oliver, from what we have here, he did a 56.06. So that would go down as the fastest time so far, 54.65. So
yeah.
Good run here by Tishon Lambert.
Yes, it is the fastest time.
I guess he was just running this one angry after what have happened in the preceding race.
We just want to make the point a little clearer. There are some athletes that get disqualified that choose not to, or maybe being unaware that they can run under protest. It's not that this is an advantage to any particular school, but we just have to make that point, because some people may think that one school may be allowed to run under protest and others are not allowed. But every athlete have that option. If you think you have not been false started or been treated unfairly in that kind of circumstance, you can indicate your protest and you can run under protest. So that's an option that all of the athletes have.
Magico GBSS Levi Richer. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Job Samuel. Lane number 3, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Crispin Lampkin. Lane number 2, from the St. Mark Secondary, Yannick Charles. Rounding out the field, lane number 1, Wagiti, Sunover, St. David Catholic, Christian Collins. That's the field.
Well, there
Heat
you
number
have
4
it.
or 5.
Heat number 4 or 5, Christian
Sub-junior
Collins.
boys, 400
One to look
meter
out
dash.
for. I would also think the likes of a Job Samuel from the Boca Secondary. We saw Levi Richer a while ago jumping for GBSS in the high jump. He placed second. And he's now on the track in the heats for the 400 meters sub-junior boys.
The lineup here seems to suggest it's going to be a very competitive race, even Stevens, right through to the end. Let's see what materializes.
Collins, Charles, Lampkin, Charles, Samuel, Richer, and Garnis.
Heat number 4. It's a deliberate pause.
So they've been called up.
And they're going to have another shot at this. Compose themselves.
So Tyreek Charles from the St. John's Christian Secondary, he's not there. He was supposed to be in lane 4. They will call on the marks one more time. Heat 4 or 5 in the boys 400 meter dash sub-junior. A lot of interest and excitement going on in this 400 meter sub-junior boys preliminaries. So it's a fair start this time. They're up and running and looking for a position into the finals. On the inside, Christian Collins of the St. David's Catholic Secondary is making a good run. So too is Kashim Ganes of McDonald College, who is out there, and Levi Richer of the GBSS. But St. David's Catholic Secondary and Christian Rollins is looking good going down the back straight. So too is Kashim Ganes of McDonald College and Levi Richer of GBSS. But McDonald College in the lead at the moment with Ganes. Christian Ganes is looking around, maybe extending a lot too early. GBSS in Levi Richer in good position. We're looking to see when Christian Collins will make his big move. Here comes Levi Richer now. Levi Richer, but he's been held out here by Ganes for the moment. Kashim Ganes running a very good race, but in the end, it's Levi Richer who had to dig really, really deep. And so Kashim Ganes will settle for second. And from McDonald College, from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Christian Collins picked up the third position.
Richer winning, but no easing up here. He had to run right through. Good competition coming from lane 7 from McDonald College and Ganes. And there they are, side by side almost. And just a little bit more in the tank there. The athlete there from the GBSS, Richer, taking this one at 55.06 seconds. 55.06 seconds, a good time. And in second position, Ganes at 55.35. So your winner, Richer from the GBSS, in second position, Ganes, McDonald College. Heat number 5 is up next.
So we're getting ready for the final heat and the boys preliminary rounds for the 400 meter dash sub-junior.
After much excitement in the heats 1 and 2, seems we have settled down going into this final heat number 5. of 5. Remember, this is the boys of 400 meters sub-junior. The winner go directly into the finals, and then the next 3 best times.
So introducing the field for this event, Classic Lighting Boca Secondary. Romario Philip goes in lane number 5. Classic Lighting J.W. Fletcher, Jalen Moore Bartholomew, he goes in 4. And Wagiti Sanova, St. David Catholic Secondary, Aidan Klein, he goes in 3.
We have 3 athletes here facing the starters and for a place into the finals. St. David's Catholic Secondary School in lane 1, J.W. Fletcher, and Boca Secondary School. These are your 3 athletes that are facing the starters here.
Heat 5 of 5. 400 meters, sub-junior boys.
Set.
And they're off. It's 3 battling for 1 spot into the final. And moving quickly is a representative from St. David Catholic Secondary. And moving up on the Boca athlete, that's Philip. So it's Klein and Philip. Philip of Boca Secondary slightly in the lead. But Klein seemed to be making up the stag on him on his inside. With just about 200 meters to go. It's still Boca Secondary's Romario Philip. He's in charge of this one. And just about making his move right now is Aidan Klein of the St. David's Catholic Secondary. As they go down side by side, stride for stride, in the final 80 meters in heat 5 of 5. Who wants it more? St. David's Catholic. St. David's Catholic edging out the Boca Secondary. It's Klein over Philip. Heat 5 of 5 in the boys 400-meter dash for sub-juniors.
Yeah, your winner Klein there, right at the top of the 100-meter, and he had to lead a bit of a comeback there from the athlete there from Boca Secondary. But Klein, he had enough to hold on and take this one from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Aidan Klein, your winner in the end.
So that was the final heat in the boys of 400 meters sub-junior. And from what we saw here, Tishon Lambert of SAS had the fastest time of 54.65 seconds. But we also saw some good times from Levi Rache, 55.06. Even Kashim Garnes of McDonald College, 55.35. And we saw also from
Briggs.
From Briggs, yeah, 56.10, I think it was from Briggs to win his heat. Dishon Oliver, 56.06, not amongst the fastest times. And we also had Zilon Charles of Happy Hill Secondary in 56.44. Some of the times under consideration going into the finals.
Yes, but your winners, the first 5 of all the heats, they will get into the finals.
The next events on the track would be the relays and the preliminaries. That's for the 4x100 meters sub-juniors. These sub-juniors have really worked hard today. They still have their relay events coming up.
And it's pretty much the same guys that are doing repeatedly.
It definitely is. But the sub-juniors really have their work cut out for them today. They've done the hurdles, the high jump, and now they're getting ready to do the relays. So hurdles, high jump, 400 meters, and relays for the sub-juniors today. Real tough on their bodies.
But scheduled to start the relays will be the 4x100 meters. 4x400 meters for 4x400 meters open girls. So up next on the track is a 4x400 meters unscheduled here, and that will be open. You're not missing any action on the track. Field. Long jump.
While we wait for the action on the track to continue, we want to give you the latest point standing we have. That was after the intermission with the medal presentation we had earlier on. And in the interest of time, we're going to go through again all of the schools. So in the girls category, in 19th position still is the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive. In 17th position, St. John's Christian Secondary and the St. George's Institute, they're on 2 points. Wesley College is in 16th position with 4 points. Happy Hills Secondary, they're in 15th position with 5 points. Grenville Secondary in 14th with 8 points. Westmoreland Senior School, they are in 13th position with 9 points. St. Mark's Secondary in 11th position with 11 points, together with the Westerhall Secondary School. In 10th position is St. Joseph Convent Grenville with 15 points. 9th position, Hillsborough Secondary with 17 points. The Grenada Christian Academy, a school that has been doing well with only just over 100 students. They're in 8th position on 19 points. Bishop's College Carriacou in 7th position on 31 points. MacDonald College in 6th position on 57 and 1/3 points. And the top 5, Boca Secondary on 72 points in 5th position. St. Joseph Convent St. George's in 4th position on 81 and 1/3 point. Anglican High School, they're in 3rd with 89 and 1/3 point. The defending champions, St. David's Catholic Secondary, they're in 2nd position with 125 points, and the 3 points ahead of them, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, SAS, on 128 points. In the boys category, Wesley College, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, and Bishop College, they're all in the 17th position on 2 points. St. Rose Modern Secondary, they're in 16th position with 3 points. J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary in 15th position with 6 points. St. George's Institute and the Grenville Secondary School, they're tied in the 13th position with 7 points. Tying in the 11th position are Happy Hills Secondary and St. Mark's Secondary with 8 points. And then we have in 9th position Hillsborough Secondary with 11 points. The Grenada Christian Academy in 8th with 12.5 points. St. John's Christian Secondary in 7th with 19 points. With 26 points, I beg your pardon. St. David's Catholic, they're in 6th position with 26, as we have some updated scores coming through. MacDonald College is in 5th position on 48 points. Boca Secondary on 53 in 4th. Presentation Brothers College on 85 in 3rd. Grenada Boys Secondary, the defending champions, on 158.5 points. And the SAS up front on 201 points. So these scores will be updated momentarily because some other events have been completed. And as soon as we have them, we are going to share them with you.
On your screen, the long jump. Long jump. Let's see, the triple jump.
Here's a triple jump junior boys.
The triple jump for junior boys. 10 athletes registered here. You're not missing any action on the track as we welcome Leslie. We welcome Leslie as he takes his exit, and welcome Clyde as he takes his presence. Welcome to take an exit.
Thank you very much, Bernard. It's good to be in the building. It's day 3 of the GAPS Intercol 2026. Certainly the atmosphere is phenomenal.
Well, undoubtedly, Clyde, the stands has been really all morning. You can see especially the open bleachers. What you can see at the open bleachers, they're the school children, and they keep on coming and coming and coming. And one would imagine by the time we get to 12:30, 1 o'clock, by the time we get to 12:30, 1 o'clock, it's going to be almost filled. So we still have about a half an hour to go until our expected continued filling of the bleachers continues.
Yeah, well, this is what we come to expect on day 3 of the Intercol Games. The atmosphere fully packed. The competition coming down to the deciders. You can certainly feel the energy of the crowd.
Most definitely. The excitement has been really electrifying. There have been records broken. We had false starts. We had runners running on protest. It's been the full package.
It has been a full package. It has been an action-packed morning. A few finals in the field events. Of course, by the time we get to the afternoon, evening session, there'll be all finals. And the championships will be decided one way or the other. Come 3, 4, 5 o'clock later today. Well, maybe not 3, that's kind of early. But certainly later in the evening, championship would have been decided. Ongoing is the boys triple jump. That's for junior boys. The record in that event stands at 13.98 meters. That was established in 2015 by one Kitafura Nelson. That's Nelson, the record holder there, 13.98 meters, and we have some 10 athletes registered to compete in this boys triple jump.
So that's Kita Kofi Nelson.
Kita Kofi Nelson. And this is the current presentation, and this is the crowd here. It's a beautiful shot, and there we can see a snake of a line. Tells you that the place is filling up and filling up fast.
Yeah, it's certainly filling. Just passed through some parts of St. George, and you can see the lines are queuing from as far as the bus terminus, persons just streaking along, and some of them just sauntering in, ensuring that they take their time. They're not in a rush. They just want to be here just to soak in the atmosphere.
And what a beautiful background. Here we have one of the cruise ships in the background. What you're looking at there, directly on your screen, the bleachers, and only students are allowed to populate these bleachers.
So on track, we're getting ready for 4x100 meter relay. It's the preliminaries, 4x100 meters, sub-junior girls.
Sub-junior girls, they're up next, 4x100 meters. We have some 19 schools registered. 8 will advance into the finals. the winner of each heat, then the next 5 best time qualify for the relays later today. Record for this event is 49.24 seconds, established in 2016 by the Anglican High School.
So that's your lane assignment right there. Anglican High School, McDonald College, St. Joseph Convent Grenville, Happy Hill Secondary, Wester Hall Secondary, Westmoreland Senior School, and
we'll get it sorted out. There seems to be 2 representation here from the Happy Hill.
Well, we have Happy Hill and we also have Hillsborough.
So we're praying for first.
I think lane 7 should be Hillsborough Secondary.
This is Hillsborough Secondary.
Official results from the junior boys triple jump. 12.72 meters for Dante Oliver of Nawasa Sass to get the bronze. The silver goes to Najiko GBSS. Tevon Slater, 12.82 meters. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to Xavier Roberts, Najiko GBSS. They go 1-2 in the junior boys triple jump, 13.04 meters.
There you have it there. Over our house announcer, the triple jump for boys. Junior, GBSS 1-2, and in 3rd position, SAS. Let's get a lane assignment.
49.24 seconds is the record held by the girls of the GDC Anglican High since back in 2016. Hillsborough Secondary goes in lane number 7. Westmoreland School goes in lane number 6. Wester Hall Secondary lane number 5. Happy Hill Secondary lane number 4. St. Joseph's Convent Grenville lane number 3. MacDonald College lane number 2. And the Anglican High School lane number 1.
So that's your lane assignment for heat 1 of 3. The sub-junior girls 4x1 qualifying.
It's all about getting the batter around and getting the batter around successfully as fast as is possible.
So we expect the running to come from lanes 1, 2. As there go. Here we go. 4x1. Let's see who will make up the early stagger. It's still quite even. Anglican High School has just drawn close to MacDonald College, but way out front is Hillsborough Secondary. They make the first handover. Hillsborough. Here comes in the middle of the track St. Joseph. Now Hillsborough, MacDonald College, Happy Hill is there, and MacDonald College making the handover. Look at MacDonald College on the inside. On our outside is Hillsborough Secondary, but clearly MacDonald College has this ground covered as they're about to make the handover. Anglican High School has moved into 2nd position, but it's MacDonald College. MacDonald College will run away with this one. MacDonald College, and here goes MacDonald College qualifying ahead of the Anglican High School, followed by the Happy Hill Secondary. Certainly MacDonald College has made their statement. They're into the finals.
And there we see the playback here. Good batter exchange. But MacDonald College here as they get home into the home stretch. Good clean batter passing. 3 first teams, all good batter passing, good clean passing. But in the end, MacDonald College by 10 meters, rather easily at the end.
So that's your anchor there, Emma Frederick. Certainly we've heard her name quite a lot over these past 3 days. She's just anchored her team to the finals, so they are in automatically.
And this winner go directly into the finals, and the others would have to be on the outside looking in, see if they are going to be one of the next best 5. So there's 3 heats. That's your heat number 1.
So as we take a look at it again, MacDonald College really efficient with their batter pass, and by the time Frederick got that baton, she was clearly distance ahead, and all she needed to do was to maintain her distance.
And she did just that, maintain she did. And it turned out to be a fair distance of 50 meters, winning by 10-50 meters over the second place Anglican High School. That was fast approaching, where there was too much grounds to make up. Heat number 2, that's up next.
So with 1 of 3 heats being completed in the girls 4x100 meter relay for sub-junior, we're getting ready for heat 2, 4x100 meter relay sub-junior girls. We're going to get a lane assignments shortly, and we'll get ready
for the winner
really
of this heat.
Heat number 2, based on what we would have seen.
The lane assignments in this one, lane number 6 is the girls of the Nawasa Sass. Lane number 5, the girls representing the St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane number 4 is the quartet of the Classic Lighting SGI. Lane number 3 is the St. Rose Modern Secondary. Lane number 2 is the Grenada STA Comprehensive. Running out of lane number 1 from the Sister Isle is the Bishop's College. Heat number 2 of 3, sub-junior girls, 4x100 meters.
And I tell you, we expect the competition to be lanes, these outer lanes, lanes number 5 and lane number 6. It would take some running to get in between these two teams in St. David's Catholic Secondary School and St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School.
Most certainly. So we're getting ready for heat 2 of 3.
Well, these teams are packed with superstars. And I can tell you, Haley Terrell, she is running for the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, and we've seen her on the track. And what she's capable of, you have the likes of Raina Hosford as part of the quartet for St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Certainly, this sub-junior girls will be important. One team will automatically get in, the other team will have to wait. So each team here now will want to run a fast time.
Into the final 8 at the southern end of the field.
But it's a relay, it's batter passing, it's not naked speed only. A lot depends on the team effort and the coordination of these athletes here. So anything can happen in a relay.
I think this is what makes the relay so dramatic. You could be way ahead and that baton doesn't get to the finish line. It means that you have not completed the job.
And there are lots and lots and lots of stories where that is concerned. Fastest team struggle, sometimes never make it to the finish line. This is not going to be the case today for these young ladies.
So we're getting ready for what should be an exciting and charged heat in the girls 4x100 meter relay for sub-junior. It's a preliminaries 2 out of 3. Win and you're into the final, which will be coming up this afternoon.
SAS, St. David's, SGI, St. Rose, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist, and Bishop's College. They are your starters.
As the athletes are made to wait, just soaking up the electricity in the stadium.
I think the officials are trying to get a bit of a hush so that the starters can hear the instructions.
And the 4x1 sub-junior girls, a lot depends on the teams getting into the finals. I can tell you, These two teams at the top of your screen right there. And this is where the battle is for the girls division. And it's certainly rough for these two teams to be in the same heat.
Most definitely, but one of the teams will want to win so that they're in automatically.
Yeah, let's keep our fingers crossed and hope there are no false starts. We would like to see the best of the best in these finals. So we are still in a holding pattern. You're not missing any action just yet. I think the competition is with the noisemakers.
Yeah, certainly the environment is charged. Everyone eager to go. Here we go. We're about to get the start.
Girls, 4x100 meter relay, sub-junior, preliminary number 2. And they're off. A clean start. Sass on the outside, being chased by St. David's Catholic. SGI is there, so is St. Rose. As we get ready for the first standover, down the back stretch they go. It's Sass, St. David's Catholic. Sass opening a slide gap, but St. David's seem to be responding. SGI is there. As we get to the next handover, it's St. David's, it's Sass. Sass pulling away. St. David's is right there. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be tight at the finish. Let's see what happens as we come to the anchor. It is going to be Sass with the first to get that, and it's Haley Tyrrell. There is no catching Haley Tyrrell. A little bubble from St. David's Catholic, but Sass is going to win this one. Comfortable indeed. Sass crosses the finish line. St. David's Catholic. And a close one for third. Looks like SGI. Heat 2 in the books.
Yeah, Heat 2 is in the books, all right. One was just making a comment that the passing makes a difference. A good, clean pass all the way by pretty much all the teams. Good, clean, crisp passing until you get to the last handover, and St. David's Catholic Secondary had a real tumble of it, and Sass in the end winning rather easily. What, 15 meters? But we saw a real mix-up there in the last baton exchange from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. SGI in a good third, a 54.78, but your winning team, Sass, in 49.47.
Well, 49.47, pretty close to record pace. Maybe just a bit smoother run in the finals. You just may see that record being broken. But really, this is the hallmark of the relays, the baton passing. It has to be efficient. It has to be as smooth as possible, else you're not really going to get your team to the ascendancy. As we look at the replay here, really, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary had it. They were smooth. They still could have been a little bit more clinical, but certainly they have laid down the gauntlet here, and they're saying, you got to come catch us.
Most definitely. Remember, the first place goes into the final. Let's see what happens in the third.
And that's what it looks like. And so St. David Catholic Secondary, they have been disqualified. An infringement on in the lane. Final handover.
Yeah, we have a DQ there from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Not surprisingly, passing way out of the passing zone. So that was quite apparent. And heat number 3, that's up next.
So we're getting ready for heat 3 of 3. Can look forward to the likes of the
ladies of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the heat number 2 disqualified. Lane infringement, passing outside the passing zone. But on the track we have 4 teams.
Classic lighting.
There we go.
Boca Secondary running out of lane at number 3. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, they're in lane at number 2. And the St. Mark's Secondary, lane at number 1. Only the winner qualifies automatically. But there are 5 spots for non-automatic qualifiers based on time.
So it's Grenville
Third and
second.
final heat in this preliminary round, sub-junior girls.
So Grenville
4 by 1.
Secondary School, in lane number 6. So you have 4 teams that are facing the starters here. Lane 6, 1, 2, and 3. Seems to be evenly matched lineup here. So one expect competition right to the end.
So they're on the starters orders, getting ready. And here we go, clean start. Let's see who will get into the running. Grenville Secondary looking good out front. St. Joseph Convent, St. George, they seem to be making the first handover. Handover made now. Grenville Secondary looking good on the outside. Grenville Secondary still has a lead. St. Joseph Convent, St. George, followed by Boca Secondary. GSS, here comes St. Andrews, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. This is a really good third leg for St. Joseph Convent, St. George. They're in the lead right now. Final handover. And here they come. St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Here comes Boca Secondaries. Grenville Secondary on the outside. But keep your eyes out front. St. Joseph Convent, they will pick up an automatic qualifying spot into the finals of the sub-junior girls. 4 by 1.
What's really impressive here, if you have a look here, is the passing. The pretty good synchronization here of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. In fact, the second and third place teams, the passing was quite good from also, but the speed and certainly on the second leg, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, in the end, winning by some 15 meters, winning rather easily. A time of 52.50 seconds, your winning team. Girls sub-junior 4 by 100 meters, heat number 3.
As we look at it here, Grenville Secondary School, they got out pretty early, they got a good start. But here comes a really good run from that athlete here from the St. Joseph Convent, brought them back in, and this handover here is where it all changed for them. That third leg was really an important, that second leg rather, and you see the final handover, it's game over. Convent with some 20 meters lead. Just ensuring that she kept her composure, kept focus on the finish, crossing the line, automatic spot.
Well, that's the end of the preliminaries for the 4 by 100 meters for sub-junior girls. The boys are up next.
So the boys are up next. 4 by 100 meters sub-junior boys. It's hit 1. Now 3.
Only the winner qualifies automatically.
Oh, it's 4 by 100 meters. Let's go to the house announcer for the lane assignments.
45.02 seconds is the record set by the boys of the GBSS. Here are the lane assignments. Lane number 7, GTC Bishop's College. Lane number 6, Classic Lighting, Wester Hall Secondary. Lane number 4, Nawasa SAS. Lane number 3, St. Mark Secondary. Lane number 2, Westmoreland School. And lane number 1, Classic Lighting, Grenada SDA Comprehensive. Heat number 1 of 3, Sub-Junior Boys, 4x1.
So we're getting ready for the first of 3 heats, 4x100 meters for boys, Sub-Junior.
On your mark. And they're on the starters order. 6 teams are facing the starters here. There's a hush over the field, which is good for starting.
And they're off. On the outside, it's St. Rose. On the inside, it's GSDA. But making the run on the middle of the track, it's SAS. And St. Rose Modern Secondary. It's SAS pulling up some staggers there, and they're making up some grounds on Wester Hall Secondary. SAS, a little fumble there, but already running past Wester Hall Secondary. SAS and Wester Hall coming to the final handover. It's SAS, Wester Hall. SAS is going to take this one quite comfortably. SAS, Wester Hall. The battle is for 3rd position between Grenada SDA and St. Mark, but it's going to be SAS, Wester Hall, Montrose SDA, Grenada Comprehensive.
Well, it was a good clean battle pass in there. Most of the team, if not all of them. But a really good run from the clear winner, SAS, here on the final leg, 50 meters ahead, and took it to the end and winning rather easily. But a good run. Let's not discount a good run there by Wester Hall Secondary School. We're running the second place with 49.48. The winner, 47.78, SAS.
Yeah, good strong run there from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, showing that they are the team to beat here. 47, and you look at the final leg, Deshaun Oliver, he practically just went through the motion. He didn't really run as yet. I think they understand that they were way ahead, and he just needed to cruise in. So come later, it just may be some fireworks.
Well, there are 3 heats. The heat number 2 is up next. Let's get lane assignments from the house announcer.
Then we enter a final segment and the final lead. Last chance for individual
Heat 2 of 3. Again, we must underscore the need for the teams to get the baton around as efficiently as possible.
We are rivals today, teammates tomorrow. Carifta 2026.
There are 6 teams lining up in this second heat. This heat number 2.
St. Rose Modern goes in 7. Next up, PPC in 6. Classic Lighting, SGI in 5. Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary in 4. Hubbard, St. John's Christian in 3. And Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary in 1.
On your mark.
Here they go. 4x1. Presentation Brothers College making up the saga very early. Boca Secondary looking good. St. John's Christian Secondary looking good also. But here goes PBC. Here comes Boca. and St. John's Christian. Presentation Brothers College, they're in the lead, looking to obliviate the field. The pass is made. Here comes St. John's Christian. Here comes Boca as they head into the final handover. It's Presentation Brothers College. Gets in the baton. He's off. Cumberbatch for St. John's Christian Secondary. He's going to look to run down Labari. Keep your eyes on third position. Happy Hill Secondary in the far corner. But certainly, Presentation Brothers College doing the business.
Yeah, Presentation College, they had a good, clean batter exchange all the way around. You couldn't say the same for St. John's Christian Secondary School. There we see the batter exchange here. A bit of a bubble from St. John's Christian Secondary School. But in the end, three teams were competing and competing well. But PBC was too far ahead to be caught by the second place finisher, St. John's Christian Secondary School. Good showing by Happy Hill Secondary School to end in third position.
So a very good run by the PBC team, qualifying there 47.68 seconds. Just booking their place into the final this afternoon.
.47.68 with heat number 2. Slightly faster than heat number 1, 47.78. There we see there the batter exchange, nice and smooth. All teams nice and smooth, with the exception there of the SGI. Getting into the last batter exchange, PBC quite easily, way ahead. They took it to the finish line. But the feature of this race is a good batter passing all around, with the exception of the SGI on the second batter exchange that had a major fumble there.
So that was the completion of heat number 2 of 3 on the sub-junior boys 4x100 meters preliminaries. Win and get into the final. Heat 3 is next on track.
We're going to see another one of the favorites in this second heat.
Sunover, St. David Catholic. They'll go in 1. Third and final heat. Sub-junior boys 4x100 meter relay. It's win and you're into the final.
So very quickly give you a rundown of the lane assignment in case you missed it. St. David's Catholic Secondary School in lane number 1. GBSS, they are in 2. Grenville Secondary in lane number 3. In lane number 4 is Hillsborough Secondary School. Lane number 5, go to Sienna Parents by Wesley College. They're in 5, and in 6, McDonald College.
So this should be another interesting and exciting race. Each of the teams there are trying to punch their ticket to get into the final, which we call the big dance, coming up this afternoon. And they're ready. And they're off. It's St. David's Catholic in 1, GBSS in 2. GBSS is making a strong run. McDonald College on the outside is holding their own as we come to the first standover. GBSS, a fumble by McDonald College. GBSS it is. Grenada Boys Secondary School going down the back stretch. It's GBSS, there's a sighting of Wesley College. St. David's Catholic seem to be left behind. Something has happened there on the GBSS handover. McDonald College is now in charge, but GBSS is making a strong comeback. We're getting ready for the ankle leg. It's GBSS. It's Briggs on the outside. McDonald College. Not a smooth battle passing, but GBSS is fully in control of this one. They're going to take this one home. GBSS it is. Down to the final 10 meters or so. Winning smartly. GBSS, McDonald College, St. David's Catholic, your top 3 going into the final this afternoon. We'll have to find out who gets there, but GBSS, of course, has just punched their way into the final.
And as per the form books, GBSS quite easily in the end. There we see the finisher here with some good clear distance. Major separation there from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School and the McDonald College. Winning in the end, even though in the second batter exchange in the GBSS had a major fumble, but still coming back to win and win what can only be described as easily.
Yeah, as we look at the handovers, not the cleanest by most of the teams. Still a bit of fumble here and there, but McDonald College, they had it for a moment. Again, GBSS slow to get out of the blocks there, but a bit of top-end speed would have brought him level here with McDonald College. Going past him now. And once you get it to Briggs, he's looking to head for home, some 20-25 meters over McDonald College. So McDonald College, they're into a good position. They just may be one of the faster qualifiers.
Yeah, the winning time. Winning time is 46.68 seconds. In fact, this is the fastest of the three heats. 46.68 seconds. GBSS winning the fastest time of this 4x100 meters sub-junior boys.
So the stage is set for an exciting final in the boys 4x100 meters for sub-junior. We look forward to that. We know that the top three teams are GBSS 46.68, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary 47.78, and we had 47.68 for winner of the second heat. The presentation, Brothers College. GBSS with the fastest time, PBC the second fastest, SAS with the third fastest time, as we get ready to go into the final later on this evening.
Well, the next scheduled event on the track be the 4x400 meters.
Just to share a little bit of information with our viewers, Dishon Oliver was disqualified for his infringement in the 400 meters that we had earlier on. Remember, he ran in protest in that event. However, after review, the decision was upheld, DQ'd in the 400 meters. There was also a protest by the Grenada Boys Secondary School for yesterday's infringement. However, GBSS lost that protest, so they remain disqualified as was registered yesterday.
All right, so just a bit of information coming to hand is that the first heat in the 4x1 sub-junior girls, they will have to have a rerun. So hopefully we will get this going before we break for the afternoon session.
4x100 sub-junior girls, heat 1, as you just heard, will be a rerun.
Not certain the rationale in here yet, but certainly that's the information coming to hand, and so we just are waiting for one more event before we have the official break to end the morning session of day 3 of the GAPS Intercol 2026.
Seemingly, Clyde, the reason that might have been advanced or should be advanced, there were no times that was recorded for that first heat of 4x100 meters sub-junior girls. And it is the top finisher, and you need the next 5 best times. So you need the times.
All right, so that's what it comes down to. They need to get the time so that you can judge the qualifiers.
So while we are waiting for the action to resume on the track, we are seeing that the spectators are actually enjoying themselves. The students are packed in, taking in the action. gearing up for the final that will be coming up later on this evening.
The uniformed students, they all assembled at the bleachers, having some conversation with the elements.
Yeah, they're not contemplating the weather right now. All they know is that they're having fun. They're cheering their teams on, enjoyment to the max.
We must say that the weather has been really good. Well, I think I better stop here with this weather. The next thing, it jinx it.
Well, Bernard, when you speak, a lot of things tend to happen. Except for that prediction that you made of 45.
No, but you didn't hear the completion of this. I never said it was going to be achieved in this year's Intercol. I said it will be achieved. The question is always when.
All right, well, if I have to take it to court, I've already lost, Bernard.
So we're having a bit of a light moment here whilst we wait the rerun of the 4x100 meters for sub-junior girls. You are missing nothing in terms of action on the field, but we are going to go back to some live actions shortly.
I can see the girls are coming out there.
So it's a rerun of heat
Different
number 1.
legs are getting into position.
Girls preliminary round. The athletes are out.
So it's a 4x100 meters sub-junior girls. This is a rerun. Maybe it's a good opportunity to do a little bit of polishing.
Yes, certainly it is an opportunity for polishing. Get an opportunity to rerun and do what you didn't do the first time. While it may seem a bit tough because they just ran an entire relay, but now is a refining moment. Coaches may just want to ensure that you have a chat with the girls before they come out. Quickly look at the execution and give them some pointers just to make sure that the efficiency is there.
Absolutely. We need the times, and that's the reason to advance for this rerun. Bit of a hiccup. Didn't get the times
This one are as
for
follows. The lane number
this
7,
heat.
Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane number 6, Westmoreland School, Westmoreland United. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, Wester Hall Secondary. Lane number 4, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary. Lane number 3, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. And lane number 1, GTC, Anglican High. It's the final heat, a rerun of heat number 1, a sub-junior girls, 4x100 meters. The winner qualifies automatically. 55 seconds is your bubble time.
So heat number 1.
Yeah, clearly lane 2 is vacant.
So high school in 1, 3, St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, Happy in 4. And 5 is Wester Hall. 6, Westmoreland Senior. in 7 Hillsborough Secondary School.
Getting ready to go. And they're off. Clean start. Let's see. Early run coming again from Hillsborough. Happy Secondary also in the middle of the track. They seem to be getting it right here now. A good clean pass from the Happy Secondary School. Hillsborough Secondary, they're out front. We're yet to see the Anglican High School, but out front, Hillsborough, Happy Hill, Westerhall Secondary. Here comes the Anglican High School, but it's still Hillsborough Secondary. They seem to have this one locked. They may have just did something well as the handover is made now. Anglican High School gets back into it. A fumble from the Hillsborough. Happy Hill Secondary has come into second position. Anglican High School, they're still ahead. Here comes Happy Hill. Happy Hill will run them to the line. High School, the Anglican High School.
Yeah, it seems as though it's high school by a whisker. That's good competitive running right there. And we can see here on the replay, last battle exchange, and Anglican High School, the 3 teams in a row, pretty much all would have gotten the baton at the same time, but a good run back there by Happy in the middle of your track. Just about run out of real estate to catch the leading Anglican High School. 52.86 seconds. That's the winning time.
Yes, good showing for the Anglican High School. And the McDonald College, they already advanced, so they did not have to run. So it was just to get the times of the fastest qualifiers. And certainly Anglican High School, they have made their case to be one of the faster qualifiers.
52.86, that's a competitive time.
So you look at it here, a really nice view of the athletes as they come around the curve and they're heading to the final handover. And this is where you see the position begin to change. The Anglican High School getting ahead right about now, and she's just going to hold on. A really fast finishing Happy Hill Secondary School. Anglican High School just about holding on right there.
So clarification worth repeating. There were no McDonald College in this rerun heat because they would have won the first heat and the winner goes straight into the finals. So it was a race of the finishers.
Race for the qualifiers.
On 5 points, Happy Hill Secondary. In 14th position, on 8 points, Grenville Secondary.
Okay, we are
in 13th position.
We are going to get an
on
update
9
of the
points.
point system. Let's go to the house, Mike.
Westmoreland Senior School. In 11th position, 2 schools, and they are 11 points. St. Matt Secondary and Westerhall Secondary. In 10th position, on 15 points, St. Joseph's Convent Grenville. In 9th position, on 17 points, Hillsborough Secondary School. 8th position, Greater Christian Academy. On 19 points, your top 7, Bishop's College. 31 points. McDonald College, 6, 57.33. Boca Secondary in 5th position, 72 points. Your top 4, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, 81.33 points. In 10th position, the Anglican High School, 89.33. Your top 2, St. David's Catholic in second position and 125 points and 3 points difference. On top, Nawasa Sasa, 128 points.
All right. Those were the results for the girls. The female team scores effective through event number 85. We get ready to talk a little bit about the boys. And these are the results at the conclusion of the morning session. In 19th position with 2 points, we have the Wesley College, position number 18 with 3 points. St. Rose Modern Secondary School, position number 17, 4 points. Bishop's College, position number 16, 5 points. The Grenada Seventh-day Adventist, position number 15, with 6 points. J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, position number 13, with 7 points. The St. George's Institute, and tying for that position, Grenville Secondary School, 7 points. We also have a tie for position number 11. Happy Hills Secondary School and St. Mark's Secondary School, 8 points. Position number 10, Westerhall Secondary School, 11 points. Position number 9, Hillsborough Secondary School, 18.50 points. Position number 8, the Grenada Christian Academy, 19 points. Position number 7, the St. John's Christian Secondary School, 26 points. Position number 6, the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 45 points. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 5. Position number 5, McDonald College, 49 points. Position number 4, Polka Secondary School, 53 points. In position number 3, Presentation Brothers College, 89 points. And there is a 30 point, just about 30 point lead, 29.5 point lead between the first and the second. Ladies and gentlemen, in position number 2 with 177.50 points, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Nawasa Sas, leads at 207 points. Anybody from Nawasa Sas? Just remember, we're going also for the Vibe Champ. It's the posse that makes the most noise, the posse that brings the biggest vibes. You get to walk out here with $500 prize.
Bring the vibes, bring the vibes, bring your vibes. Represent your school, represent your school. You can win $500 in cash. I am a Grenada, the ultimate vibes champion. It is the 3 Gaps Intercol 2026.
We'd like to say a special shout out to the Royal Grenada Police Force for keeping us safe and secure throughout the last 2 days into today. On behalf of the Commissioner of Police and the rest of the members of the Royal Grenada Police Force, we want to thank the general public for their good discipline, good behavior, and we look forward to more exciting, clean and safe fun on the inside of the walls of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Once again, to the RGPF, we say thank you.
So viewers, we welcome you back to the exciting and electrifying Kirani James Athletic Stadium, where Intercol Games 2026 is currently underway, the final day in which the champions will be crowned in both the boys and girls category. The scores are very close, and it's yet too early to call, maybe in both divisions, who would be the eventual winners. A much larger crowd has come on down here to the National Stadium today. The bleachers on one side is completely filled, and there's some standing space on the secondary bleachers. The main pavilion already sold out and filled, and the secondary pavilion has just a few seating spaces still. And so those of you who are viewing, we say to you, continue viewing as we continue to bring you these exciting games. These games have been put on by the Grenada Association of Principals for Secondary Schools, and the chairman of the Games Association is Mr. Carl Andel, and we're happy to have Mr. Andel here with us to give us a perspective on the games and some of the hard work that has gone into the preparation. Intercol is not only about 2026, it has been happening for several years. It is considered as the #1 sporting event in the Southern Caribbean, and maybe in the Caribbean second to champs in Jamaica. At the national level, it is a significant national event. For the last 2 weeks or so, not much has been happening. Everything is centered around Intercol. And these last 3 days is the high point of that. I need to go back here. So viewers, we want to apologize for that short break that we had there as we continue with Mr. Carl Andel, the chair of the Games Association of the Grenada Association of Principals for Secondary Schools. And Mr. Andel, give us a perspective now in terms of the kind of preparations that you and your team had to undergo to prepare for games of this magnitude.
Okay, good afternoon. Afternoon to all the viewers and the listeners, especially people in the diaspora. Big up to all the MDC alumni. I know you are watching closely. Mr. Smith, you asked about the preparations. The preparation is very intense, but I must say Intercol is not just what we've seen here today. The build-up to Intercol has taken place since last year. Intercol is a product of all the schools in Grenada, and for it to be really efficient and effective, for us to enhance the product, all the schools must have a part to play. Hence the reason why we have two major organizing bodies for Intercol. We have the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary School, as well as the Grenada Secondary School Games Association. The Games Association consists mainly of a lot of technical persons, all the main stakeholders who are involved and are very important in getting these games off. So for example, in the Games Association, we have the Royal Grenada Police Force. We have Mr. Alvin Clouden, who is part of the media houses. We have representative from the GAA. So all the major stakeholders are involved in the planning association. But because Intercol is hosted by the secondary schools, GAPs have an integral role to play. Today, we have our officials who is under the auspices of the GAA, but we also have each school here is playing a role today because Intercol is voluntary. We cannot afford to pay our workers. So as we speak, the various gates are manned by different schools, and it's a collaborative process, and I think that would make it so important. You know, for many years they say that Intercol and Soccer Monarch is the two big activities in Grenada, but in my opinion, Intercol is the biggest activity, and I will tell you why. Soccer Monarch just appeal to a section of the population, but Intercol we appeal to persons of all ages, even the religious persons, because you know Soccer Monarch, the religious persons don't want to involve in that, but Intercol transcends all aspects of Grenadian society, and that's what really make it important. For many years you say that we are second to Jamaica. I trust that sometime in the not too distant future we could even surpass Jamaica, because this is something to aim for. But as you said, the preparation has been very intense. It has started since last year, and what you're seeing here today is just a combination of this.
Absolutely, and we cannot leave out those who are not in Grenada, who are just as keen and interested in Intercol. So the diaspora, yes, on day one we had over 13,000 viewers looking at Intercol, and the expectation that today would be even significantly more. So the people who are in the diaspora, who are in the school systems, they are, who still support the alma mater, they have just a keen interest as those who are here as well.
To me, the people in the diaspora, the interest might be even keener than some persons here, because just about a minute ago, in my alumni chat, we have over 250 persons. More than half of them is in the diaspora. And even before we came on air, they made the comment on the chat, the WhatsApp group, that look at our principal on air. So they are very, very, very keen, and they are looking on intensely. They are not just keen though, because I know of most of our secondary schools, they get invaluable support from persons in the diaspora. So they themselves, kudos to them for making the product we are seeing here today. They have an integral part to play, because other than the viewership, they donate spikes, they donate starting blocks, uniform, per se. So persons in the diaspora of all the secondary schools, thank you very much, and continue playing your part in building our athletic program in Grenada.
So let's segue now to the impact that Intercol has on these youngsters, these young athletes, these students. The contribution it is making towards the development. How do you rate Intercol Games, which has transcended from 1 day to 2 days to now 3 days, and what it is doing for these young athletes that are looking to build a career out of track and field and looking for opportunities even outside of Grenada?
Right, so you talk about a career in track and field, and you know what is happening here to the integral world to play, because it provides a platform for them to the rest of the world. I have some contact with some coaches in the United States, and I must say, normally after Intercol, they will contact you, because even some of the coaches overseas, they are looking on at Grenada. So firstly, there's a platform for our young athletes to showcase their skill, and they also get opportunities to go on scholarships to further their education. But other than the opportunities for scholarships, athletics is a very special sport. I've been involved in the various sports, cricket, football, and athletics, and I know because athletics is so difficult, it helps the kids even with their academics. It takes a special kid day in, day out to actually train and hone the skills, and a lot of the time this discipline would translate itself into the academics. So athletics to me is the mother of all sports.
And then I want to follow up with another question, Mr. Andel. With the level of support that the schools have to put up, we're going to come back.
It's been 3 days, can you believe it? We're here at the climax of the final day. This is our stunning performances on the track and in the field. A lot of you members working on these last 2.5 days. In the field, junior boys Discus throw. St. David's Catholic Secondary, Cousin Philip. He broke the record in the discus throw. In the junior boys 400-meter hurdles, next up PBC Anthony Phillip, another one of our record breakers. .800 meters, 400-meter hurdles, Emma Frederick of the McDonald College, another one of the standouts record breakers. And we've seen quite a few records, quite a few on the track. From the boys of the Nawasa SAS, 4x100 meter junior relay.
So we're back. I do apologize for the abrupt interruption that we've had, but we seem to be okay now and ready to continue. So Ms. Anala was talking about the contributions and the support from the schools. My understanding it's a very expensive undertaking for many of the schools in preparing these athletes, and also coming down on the day itself, the expenses for transportation, for meals, for the nutrition, the support for the medical team, and everything that goes into Intercol. You're intimately involved in that, a principal yourself. How difficult is that for the schools, and what kind of support do they get from the Principals Association or anybody else outside of the corporate sponsorship to enable them to adequately prepare for Intercol Games?
That's a wonderful question, Mr. Smith, because as I said, I'm intimately involved, but I must tell you, I believe that my part to being the chairman is a special one, because I've been involved at Intercol as a teacher, manager, coach of McDonald College winning team. So I'm intimately involved. As I correctly said, athletics is whole year round. So the expenses start from your program. You have to feed the athletes, you have to get equipment for the athletes. The expense that we have today is just a drop in the bucket. And if you're going to put a value to it, it's a lot of money. Corporate Grenada, I must say in the last 5 years or so, I'm seeing a big shift regarding the support schools are receiving. And to Corporate Grenada, big up yourself. Please continue on that part. If you notice, most schools coming here today, they have some sponsor before the name, and that augurs well for the sport. The Principals Association, yes, we are doing a lot now to help the schools. So for example, last year we had a prize giving ceremony where we are able to award the top 10 schools in each category, both male and female. However, that was possible mainly due to the contribution of the government of Grenada through the National Lotteries Authority and the Investment Migration Agency, who has increased our sponsorship threefold. So as principals, that put us in a much better position to assist the schools. So from where we sit, the contributions we have made to the school thus far cannot really cover all the expenses, but it goes a long way. It is my dream that one day we will be able to award to the schools all that they have spent and even more, so they could continue to build on the program. At the gaps, we are also trying to collaborate with the Ministry of Sports to ensure that all schools in Grenada have a robust athletics program, so that when you come here, other than the traditional big guns, all of the small schools, they could do well also. Because you know, sometimes persons think about numbers, but athletics is not just about numbers. You could have small numbers, you have the children who are disciplined and willing to work under a good program, they will do well also. So that's part of our vision at the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools.
Well, I like the vision that you have, because I know for a fact there are some schools that spend in excess of thousands of dollars to prepare their athletes. And the returns that they get, as you mentioned, is insufficient to cover those expenses. So it must be a profitable and rewarding activity for the schools to encourage them to participate. But I want to move on a little further and to look at the games itself, what happens on the 3 days and the number of events. We have a lot of events. If you look at today, for example, a number of events for the sub-juniors. We had an issue yesterday and maybe the day before with so many athletes competing in the 800 meters, for example. So are these events being looked at to see how they can be best organized for the benefit of the students who are competing? And let's look at the 800 meters, for example, 34 athletes registered. Is there any thought about having a preliminary for the 800 meters and doing a finals? Or how we can redistribute the events to allow the athletes to get maybe sufficient rest, taking into consideration how the managers of the teams would allocate the athletes for the events as well?
Okay, that's a key point that you're making. And it's something we have a lot of discussions on. But I must say, when Intercol moved from 2 to 3 days, we got very excited. And personally saw that as an opportunity to increase the number of events. In my opinion, the increasing number of events is too much as we speak. We got in the 800 and 1500 last year and even the year before. We tried having the heats for that. But what we realized is that the recovery time was not long enough. So some of the athletes, after they competed in the heats, when they had to do the finals, they were not fully recovered. You know at Carifta, it don't happen like this. You would have the preliminary in one day, the kid will be able to rest 24 hours, and then be able to do the finals. So come back to my original point, the number of events that we have is too much for the 3 days. If you look at Jamaica, for example, it's over a period of 5 days. And yet still, when I sit and count, Jamaica don't have much events than what we have. So this is something that has to be reviewed. Although some of the challenges here is that, you know, we have schools coming from St. Patrick and St. Andrew.
And Carrico and Petit Martinique down here as well.
Right, well, Carrico and Petit Martinique, they're down here a while and they are camping. But the point I'm coming to is that if we have to increase, and let's say we go to 4 days, we have to ensure that the schools come not far. We have the facilities in St. George's so that they could camp. So they don't have to make the commute back and forth from the capital city to the rural areas.
Well, I know this McDonald College is camping as well, and that's good. So that's a good point, because I know it's costly, and in addition to being costly, it's a drain on the athletes as well.
It's costly both financially as well as the physical of the athlete having to do the traveling. At McDonald College, we have been camping for the last 6 years or so. We started with the girls initially, and last year we were able to bring the boys down, and it's a big relief for everyone.
Absolutely. What can we look forward from the Principals Association moving forward with Intercol? Are there any changes that you're going to be making? Are there any innovations? We in the age of science and technology. Are you considering anything special for Intercol?
First innovation we have is to ensure that we get excellent performances from our athletes at the game. I must say this year I'm extremely impressed. After the long hiatus due to the walk to rule and the COVID-19, I am seeing an upkeep, and I will tell you that just off my head, I am seeing at least 20 records or more than 20 records being broken thus far. And it's not just new records being broken. So for example, we had a record being broken in the junior girls 400 by Kishara George. That was established since 1998. And after a while I was wondering if that record would ever be broken. So without a doubt, there's a tremendous increase in the performance or improvement in the performance of our athletes. Regarding the innovation, Intercol, yes, GAPS, we are the organizing body. But personally, if we want to take it forward, it is very, very important for we to collaborate with the main stakeholders. And here I'm referring to the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Sports, National Sports Council, the GA, and all persons who have a vested interest in the development of the sport. And to me, we have already started the process this year with all the bodies that I've called. So after this Intercol, it is very, very important that we meet together and plot the way forward to build on this.
So one key point I want to do before we wrap up this section of the interview is the number of students we see on day 1 and day 2. I'm not speaking about the adult population yet, but these are school days as we call it. But yet still we're seeing very sparse amounts of students on days 1 and day 2. And there are some people who believe that in order to encourage the students, the association can do several things. Amongst them, maybe making a free entry for students on days 1 and day 2. Because imagine a parent having 2 kids going to secondary school from Grenville or Paraclete and having to pay the transportation, give them money for food, and still have to give them money to get in for 3 days. That is a huge amount of expense for these parents. Are there any considerations for, first of all, increasing the number of students on days 1 and day 2, and considerations for any adjustment in the fee structure that may encourage or get more of them to come?
I'm very, very interested. As I said, I've been involved in Intercol a while. I have been attending Intercol meetings since 2010, even when I was not principal of McDonald College then. And I know all sorts of innovation were tried over the years to see if we could get the crowd to come on the first 2 days. The match pass that we speak about, and that is having a great impact on the public. We introduced the match pass in 2024. And one of the main objectives was to get persons interested to come in. Regarding the price structure, we have already reviewed that. That's why on the first day, we just charge $5. I'm concerned, but I realize that when I look at even the champs in Jamaica, the first 2 days is very sparse also, despite the fact we know the passion of the Jamaican people for athletics. I know more than 20 years ago, the principals then, under the stewardship of Victor Ashby, they provided free entry, they provided free bus for the kids, and persons still refuse to come. So one of the things I'm appealing to do now, you speak about the cost, I'm appealing to the schools in St. George's and the persons in St. George's who could walk to the stadium on the first 2 days and pay $5 to get entry. That's one of the first appeal I'm making, because I know the children in the rural areas, it's extremely difficult for them in terms of cost.
Absolutely. So these things would continue to be discussed at the administrative level, and let's hope that in years to come we can see much more students, as we're seeing today, enjoying this track and field. What we're going to do, we're going to introduce another of our special guests who is with us here to talk a lot more about Intercol and about sports administration as well. We have none other than Mr. Gotti Robinson, and we're going to have a chit-chat with Gotti in a short while. But Mr. Arnold, before we go to Gotti Robinson, you mentioned that you've seen some brilliant performances, some record-breaking performances as well. And let's put in perspective now the rivalry and the hype that Intercol creates. I mean, not just for the student athletes, but for the alma mater, the alumni, and everybody, the national people. For example, in St. Andrew, the whole of St. Andrew supports all the schools in St. Andrew. St. Patrick support all the schools in St. Patrick. And that kind of thing, that kind of support that Intercol generates, and the unity that it brings from people. Your perspective.
Wow, it's out of this world. It's totally out of this world. And for the time we started the torch run, when we look at the impact the torch run had on the general public, one of my biggest concerns now is the size of the stadium. I'm really concerned regarding the size of the stadium, because what I'm saying is that I know Grenadians were passionate about athletics, but to me it has gone to another level. However though, I still want to say, and I want to appeal to the public out there, the passion that you are showing over the last few weeks, please continue to show it throughout the year. Because if that passion continues throughout the year, in terms of encouraging the athletes to train, supporting them one way or the other, just so Jamaica would be, they cannot even compete with us. So that is my appeal. Please don't go on the hype and just show the passion when the season comes, and by the time we reach in June, you forget it until next year, because really and truly, athletics is an all-round sport.
So I agree with you there, but I also want to say to extend it not only to track and field, but everything else that happens in the school for the students. But one last question again that I want to raise with you. It sort of slipped me here now, but
will come back.
Yeah, we'll come back. So we're going to segue to George Gotti Robinson, a man who has been around from time immemorial, if you ask me. He's been around here for the last 50 years, both as an athlete and a sports administrator. He has directed his games maybe more than any other person in Grenada as the director of Intercol, and he has been a member of the Grenada Athletics Association over the years as well. has even gone further to help other schools in the rural communities. I remember Goti giving some assistance to SAS over the years. And we welcome George Goti Robinson. Goti, congratulations, first of all, on 50 outstanding years as an athlete and a sports administrator, and then as an official of these games throughout the length and breadth of Grenada. And welcome to Intercol as well.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and a pleasant good day to all the viewers and listeners, both at home and in diaspora. Yes, my involvement, in actual fact, my whole sporting career, after playing junior school, football, track and field, cricket, all the sports representing PBC. At that point in time, we're looking at mid-70s, early 70s, when PBC dominated football, cricket, track and field. My involvement basically in track and field started in PBC. When I'd say 1970, I was part of the first victorious PBC team, and also the second one in 1972. In those days, track and field was, like today, the major sporting activity. Intercol, based on volumes, at least we have a big national stadium. I think the crowds was almost the same, with 9 secondary schools that participated during my time. There were 9 schools. Today we have some 23 or 24 schools participating.
Correct.
We had, in those days, is basically the old cricket stadium with a 352-meter track, but the competition in itself was no less keen than it is today. We would remember, especially in the 80s when we basically introduced, you would find that the stands, just as you now have the bottle belting, we had the jumping on the stands, so that every year after Intercol, the both stands had to be repaired. And that was the highlight. There was the competition where you have, well, it was 9 secondary schools, but the competition was as keen. As we have said, Intercol has grown from those 9 secondary schools to 24. And what you would find is that the atmosphere at Intercol was, we had a little difference. It was like now we have a better combination. It used to be like country versus town. So you had basically the GBSS, PBC, Convent High School. Basically the other two coming up was St. John's Christian Secondary, McDonald College, and SAS. Over the years it grew, whereby the dominance of the what we call the schools from the outer parish were early 80s, started by SAS dominating for a period of over 8 to 10 years. And then McDonald College came into to their own, so basically it was not only about the GBSS, PVC competition, you know, but it has grown. And I've been part of that. As you said, I was an athlete in between 1967 and 1972. My officiating career, as we said, is what basically I would say that I'm celebrating now, or my achievement in a career that started in 1976. It was as a timekeeper, and as today, 2026, will be 50 years.
Wow. So Goti, let's just back up a little bit here. So, of course, when you started as an official or an administrator, you didn't start at the top as a mid-director. So take us through the ranks. Goti's first introduction to Intercol or track and field as an official, and your progression through the years.
Well, I would say that it started, it's 50 years. But if you would recall, the 1974 and 1975, there was no Intercol because of the political unrest and what went on at the time. That was the first time that Intercol, there was a break in the Intercol. So when 1976, at that point in time, I started coaching as an official coach, not in the ministry. That's another misunderstanding. I've never worked in the Ministry of Sports or as a public servant. But We volunteered. All coaches, at least I was trained, and this is one of the reasons, the habits that I have, even being here today. All my mentors went into officiating and coaching way past 70, right? So that was one of the goals that I had, that I must outdo them, if I could simply put it that way. So in 1976, I actually got in as a timekeeper. In those days, to get into the timekeeping zone, you had to be respected, because I remember one, can't call the name, one old elderly teacher or one of the people, and these guys were really good with those silver watches, bang on time. I came by with my fancy thing watch, and one of the people said, no, this little boy can't come in. But I did prove myself, because when these guys struck on time, they were all close together, and we were sometimes directly on time. And this was one of the things, I think, the discipline of those officials. Their problem was young people couldn't get in the system very easy. But I was lucky. Then I moved on to be a starter, trained under Mr. Alistair Clouden and Charlie Francis. So the progression came so that when they sort of went out, I sort of the one that came into starting. Then as starter, I became, Dr. Pitt was preparing to vacate the whole directorship, and I became the technical advisor to Dr. Pitt and to the committee, the games. For about 10 years, in 1986, Dr. Pitt decided it was time, and I became the director of sports in 1987. I remained as director for up to 2012, which was 25 years, and at that point in time, basically, as it used to be, succession. At that point in time, we thought that Colin Peters, at that point in time, was ready to take over, because Colin came through the system, and our officiating system started way back. I will take the opportunity now to really mention this. As far as I can remember, if we look at from Whitsuntide to the OECS games to our hosting of Carifta games, our officiating, if I can say, I think we equal, at times we would surpass Jamaica in itself. Our hosting of Carifta games in 2000 was an excellent platform. After coming out of the OECS games, our level of officiating was second to none in the Caribbean.
So, Goti, you've been through those ranks, 25 unbroken years at Intercol as the director of games, and you touched on it a little bit earlier on in terms of the arena, the old Queen's Park with the bleachers and so on. And we have seen that progression now to the Kirani James National Stadium. Put in perspective for us now the facilities and the equipment and match that with the performances that the athletes are returning now, as that has happened from way back when to what we see now. So, for example, in the 80s, we thought that these guys were that quick, that good, that impressive. But now we're seeing a whole different thing happening in this modern era. Give us an account of that.
It is, for me, if I would explain it, what it is, this is a dream. It just took a little too long to come. I would say our experience, leaving our first Carifta games in 1972, which was quite good. When we got to Barbados, it was like the first time most of us, if not all of us, was seeing a synthetic track. What we discovered is that that preparation on the grass track and going and run there, it took us to another level. This is why I'm saying it was a dream. And I'm talking way back now to the 80s when the whole concept of having a national track, a synthetic track, has. It is, I always say, I don't think we could compare what happened then. But what we can see is the improvement, not only with the technology, but with regards to how our athletes would prepare, the facilities in itself is mainly part of the development when it comes to that. I say so with the background that we have is the St. George's School for preparation for Intercol are the ones that have the facility of the stadium. If you look at where St. David's, that dominates or SAS in themselves, who have been multiple winners of Intercol, they still operate and they compete on the grass track. They could only be happy, I think, the kids when they come here. You can see the basic improvement in their performances simply because of the fact.
Let's take a pin here because I was having a chat with Michael Bascom recently, and Michael was saying that for the kind of successes that have come from St. Andrew, that by now they deserve a synthetic track there for the preparation of the athletes. And I think that's the same point that you were trying to make moments ago, Goti, that we have to look at the full development of the sport. We have to look at where the nucleus is, where most of these athletes are coming from, and make the investments there as well. We saw recent improvements to Progress Park with the lighting and so on, but I think it needs to go to that next level where we can have those synthetic tracks for the athletes to perform.
What I can say is, and I will go back to 1980, when I was basically involved or seconded for 9 months within the structure, because in actual fact there were plans within the PRG time that we would have had a synthetic track or a stadium built. There was a lot of conversation, which I was involved in at the point in time, linked with, my basic training and development came in St. Andrews. I was fortunate to be a sports officer, seconded for my job to St. Andrews. That is where I got my basic and my links with SAS. What happened is that I met a group of athletes, a group of different kids with different talent that I was able to make a name for myself. The track, there was a discussion, and most of us who were involved thought that if there was supposed to be a synthetic track for lots of reasons, it should have been in La Sagesse. La Sagesse, as far as we were concerned, had more space. The whole development of what they have in La Sagesse, if we could break down the airport, La Sagesse had that necessary role. St. David's did not have a town. It would have been a great development for St. David's. And if we look at Intercol or sports there and then, it used to be, yes, the Victoria Park, the one in Grenville town. It used to be this one in St. John's, the Cuthbert Peters Park, and St. George's with Tantine, the backup. What we saw was that simply Intercol. You're talking about athletes have to leave St. Andrews, St. Patrick's, make that wrong. St. David's, where the most talent in cricket, and also St. Andrews with track and field. Central was St. David's. St. George's, you come western side, you go up to St. Patrick. Because transport in itself was an important, transport today, just like it was yesterday, is one of the most expensive and housing of the athletes. It's no different today. So even from that perspective, kids still having to come to St. George's. If there's another facility, I have no problem with it, St. Andrews or St. David's, because in actual fact, the Eastern Main Road and the Western Main Road takes us right back into a central point.
Okay, Goti, so I just want to let the viewers know that you're not missing anything on the track at all or on the field. We have an intermission going on now, so bear with us while we conclude this interview. And Mr. Andal, I want to give you an opportunity now to speak with Mr. Goti Robinson, maybe just to express the appreciation of the service he has provided over those 25 years as mid-director, first of all, and in his other capacities as assisting with the coaches and the students and so on. I'm sure from the Principals Association standpoint, you would want to get in on that conversation as well.
Yes, it is really, really important. And listening to him, I know he said that it's a dream. And I could just imagine how it feels to him, like from the 60s to now. You know, he has the ability to see how this has transformed. You know, as a historian myself, you know, that is really, really important, because sometimes in order to know how far we have come, we must be able to go back. So, Mr. Evans, so we thought about, we are the Principal Association, we are very grateful to you and the contribution that you have made. And personally, I see you as an archive, as a wealth of knowledge where athletics is concerned, and something that we tap on as long as you're here with us.
Right, so Goti, we want to express that to you publicly in appreciation of your long-standing contribution, and you're still here, you're still an official today in whatever capacity. I remember you, Goti, maybe doing 5 miles in an intercall, more than the athletes, because you were up and down all around. Yeah,
much more than 5.
You know? Yeah. So again, we thank you, and we want to wish you well, an outstanding career that you've had as a a track official, and that no doubt will go down in history. As they say, we need to give people their flowers while they're alive.
Without a doubt.
And this is an effort here to at least present you with some flowers here today.
This is very good. I appreciate very much.
So thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to take another short break, and we still have another interview lineup, but we're going to take a short break and get back with more interview before we get to the track action.
Grenada, we are back. Our senior women's national team returns to the pitch for a massive CONCACAF W qualifier, and they need your power behind them. Tuesday, April 14th, Karani James Athletics Stadium, Grenada versus Cayman Islands. Kickoff 5 p.m. This is national pride. This is passion. This is the road to glory. Tickets, adults just at $25, children $10, and kids under 12 get in free. Get your tickets now at gotofet.com or at these outlets: Chucky's Bar, Grenadian Optical, St. George's, and Spiceland Mall. GFA office. Bring your flags, bring your voice, and come support our Grenada women's national team as they battle for victory. Follow the journey on social media at Grenada Football Association. Grenada versus Cayman Islands, April 14th, 5 p.m. Be there and stand with Team Grenada.
Attention Grenada! Get ready for the clash of the champions. The Classic Lighting Communal Credit Union Invitational Game is coming to the Karani James Athletic Stadium April 25th and 26th. Watch the intense rivalry as the GUT Primary School goes head to head with Huggins Private Schools in a battle for speed, pride, and bragging rights. This is not just about style, it's about the fastest time. It's about power on the track. It's about glory, honor, and fame. Who will rise? Who will dominate? Who will take home the golden stake of the CLCCU Invitational Games? Don't miss the action. April 25th and 26th at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. Classic Lighting Communal Credit Union Invitational Game, where champions are made.
Every generation has its moment. A moment when a nation decides to build something greater for its people, for its future. For Grenada, that moment is now. The government of Grenada invites the entire nation to witness the groundbreaking ceremony for the new General Hospital under Project Polaris. Be there as we break ground on a future where every Grenadian has access to modern, world-class healthcare. Friday, 27th March, at the Project Polaris site, Calavini, St. George. Arrive at 3:30 p.m. The ceremony begins at 4 p.m. sharp. Bring your pride, bring your hope, and witness the beginning of a new chapter in Grenada's history. Project Polaris, building the future of healthcare, building the future of Grenada. Be there at 3:30 p.m. on Friday, 27th March at the Project Polaris site in Calavini.
Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, the official pre-Carifta all-inclusive, all-white cruise experience is here. Hosted by the Grenada Olympians. It's respectfully yours. Premium entertainment and Grenada's top DJs. It's food and drink inclusive. All-white dress code experience. It's an Olympian hosted celebration. Secure your spot now. Ticket outlets, gotofet.com. All proceeds support the next generation of Olympians. So on Thursday, April 2nd, respectfully yours, aboard the ecstasy. Carifta weekend starts.
Welcome to my city.
Post. A message from the National Parenting Program, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Empowering parents, protecting children.
All right, so welcome back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. You're not missing anything as yet. I see some of the officials out on the track getting themselves ready for the restart. But I have with me here the president of the Grenada Athletic Association, Mr. Conrad Francis, as we continue to speak to some of the officials responsible for these games. Mr. Francis, welcome and good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Rondell, and good afternoon to all our listeners, both locally, internationally, and our people out in the diaspora.
Well, Mr. Francis, it's day 3 of the GAPS Intercol. 3 really wonderful days for athletics. Can you tell us how you feel based on the 3 days that you've seen?
But as usual, the Grenada Principals Association is doing a really good job in really planning and executing this meet. We assist them with technical assistance, making sure that all the technical aspect of it is okay. We supply our equipment and all the new technologies to ensure that this games is a success. And thus far, as you can see, the patrons have turned out in the numbers, and people are still coming in. I don't know where it will be, where they will put them. But yes, the games, there are little issues, that the public does not see. But all in all, I think that the games is a success thus far. I mean, people are enjoying the games. The fans are having a wonderful time. The kids are jumping on the beaches, and that's important. That's part of the culture, the Intercol culture. So, yeah, I think we are in for a treat later on in terms of the competition itself and the results.
Well, we started on Wednesday, Tuesday, day 1, and to the start of day 1, we noticed some repairs to the track. Can you speak to us concerning the repairs that were done?
Well, there are some minor repairs to be done to the track, and as a federation, we highlighted those issues, and in collaboration with the Ministry of Sports, they have instituted a national organizing committee, and the deputy chair of our Carifta LOC is the chairman of the NOC, so therefore our voices were able to be heard, and the track was attended to in time for Intercol and for Carifta. So hats off to the Ministry of Sports in acting swiftly in having the track repaired and also cleaned up.
Well, I know we must talk Carifta, but before we get to Carifta, I want you to just give us your sentiments on the athletics that has taken place over the past 2.5 days.
Well, yeah, the performances have been very good. We have seen some excellent performances. There are some outstanding athletes that who we actually knew about before this Intercol, because as you know, we have had at least 8 meets for the season before this one. So any track and field fan would really know these athletes, and they were expecting to do well, and they have done well thus far. But there are some I don't want to call it surprises, but there are some outstanding athletes that we see who were not in the rankings come to fore in this Intercol thus far.
All right, so we have a medal presentation. We are going to take the medal presentation, and we'll get back to you shortly,
Your
Mr.
bronze
Francis.
medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Janique Francis, 23.07 meters. Your silver medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Nakisha Moraine, 23.30 meters. And your gold medalist from McDonald College, Tasia Thomas, 23.35 meters. These are your medalists for event number 7, the girls discus throw sub-junior. Event number 35, the boys triple jump junior. Taking home the bronze from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Dante Oliver, 12.72 meters. Your silver medalist hails from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Tevon Slater, 12.82 meters. And bringing home the gold to Tantine from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, let's hear it for Xavier Roberts, 13.04 meters. These are your medalists for event number 35, the boys jump junior. Event number 34, the boys shot put junior. Your bronze medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Corey Benjamin, 12.88 meters. Taking the silver today in this event from the St. George's Institute, Taj Marshall, 13.90 meters. And in the lead, your gold medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Kazim Phillip, 15.72 meters. Your medalist. We'd like to thank Mr. Akin Benjamin, sales manager at Huggins, for assisting with the distribution of these medals. Now invite Honorable Dennis Cornwall, Minister of Finance, to assist with the distribution of the remaining medals. Medal presentation for event number 53, the girls long jump senior. Your bronze medalist from McDonald College, Abigail Williams, 5.16 meters. Your silver medalist hails from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Kayla Christopher, 5.18 meters. And your gold medalist from Nawasa SAS, Christiana Charles, 5.46 meters. Your medalist for event number 53, the girls long jump senior. Event number 4, the boys high jump sub-junior. Your bronze medalist clearing a height of 1.66 meters from the Presentation Brothers College, Jedediah Roberts. Your silver medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Levi Riche, 1.75 meters. And leading in the front, from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Deshaun Oliver, 1.78 meters. And establishing a new record. Your medalist for event number 4, the boys high jump sub-junior. Event number 8, the boys discus throw sub-junior. Taking home the bronze from the Presentation Brothers College, Jama Alexis, 27 meters. Your silver medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Caden Williams, 28.54 meters. And bringing home the gold from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Mervyn Chaitan, 35.14 meters. Your medalist for event number 8, the boys discus throw sub-junior. We would like to congratulate all athletes for their performances here today, and we want to thank in a special way Honorable Dennis Cornwall, Minister of Finance, for assisting with the distribution of the medals.
All right, so welcome back. We're speaking to Mr. Conrad Francis, the president of the Grenada Athletic Association. And Mr. Francis, before the break, you were speaking about the number of meets that was held throughout the season. And you were speaking directly to the fact that Intercol concludes more or less the national meets. We've seen quite a number of athletes throughout that season. Who are some of the standouts for you?
Well, there are many athletes who came to the fore during these meets, I'm not too sure if I want to call names because I just may leave out some, but I will just like to single out a couple athletes who have really impressed me during these games. We probably would have these two athletes probably would have slipped through the crack, if I may say so. But one of them we do have them on the character team that was selected, and that is Micaiah. I think it's Micaiah Frederick from St. Mark's Secondary School. I'm really impressed with her. I think she's a talent. And also Emma Frederick. To be honest, she did participate in I think 2 of our mini meets, but I think she was swallowed up in the fact that both juniors and seniors ran together, and she probably did not come to the fore there. But I'm really impressed with her, Emma Frederick. She has run some serious times in this games here. She looks good, and it's a real talent. So I just want to single out these 2 athletes who have not been prominent throughout the meets that we've had and have shown today thus far for Intercol.
In terms of the impact of the mini meets, how impactful would you say they have been to really bringing the athletes, because we noticed that most of the meets are being streamed, and so bringing the athletes to the fro, how satisfied are you?
Yeah, well, I'm really satisfied, and the impact is tremendous. When we started these meets, it was simply just to give the athletes some competition, but then we said, hey, we have to make these meets more professional, make it more meaningful. So therefore, we have entered them on the World Athletics ranking system. So each meet we have, the results goes there. So So, you know, the World Athletics ranking these days, you know, to qualify for regional meets and so on, they choose the top people from these rankings. So we have made it meaningful. And what we have done was to name some of these meets after some of our stalwarts in the sport. For example, we have Neville Glenn, who is an outstanding coach. You know, he's retired now, still work behind the scenes, but we think that this is someone who we needed to give him his flowers right now. And then we have Adrian Mitchell. God bless his soul, you know. But we were able to honor him before he had passed by naming one of the meets in his honor, and we continue this. And then we have Charlie George, our past president, who has served well for over 20 years. We think that he's deserving of such a meet, and we intend to develop these meets further as the years goes by. So coming from these meets, you could have seen the talent, and I mean, you announcers, you benefited from that, because you would have seen all the athletes, you would have done your work, you would have collected your data. So when you get here at this point, you know exactly who the athletes are, who is who in track and field. But apart from that, it's very important that we stream these meets also. Do not take your job here lightly, because there are coaches out there that look at these videos. They look at it. So when they come for Carifta, we have dozens of requests for Carifta, they are coming, and they come in. They know who they're looking for. They know who are their targets. So it is extremely important that this meet goes live, and all our meets goes live. And not forgetting our senior citizens, people at home who cannot come to the stadium to witness this scenario. Right, so they get it in the bedroom. So this is important for us to bring track and field to the people, and bring people to the stadium. So it's more fans, more athletes, and we get a real sports that reaches everybody from our under 9. I mean, we have athletes under 9 that are superstars already, because the fans come. And they look out for these athletes, and you could hear them shouting their names. So this is important for us.
Yeah, very important. And one of the things that you mentioned is the fact that many of the meets have been registered with the International Athletic Federation. And so it brings me to this very important point, because we saw a number of athletes slowing down before the line, and you know, making their little gestures and so on. And I'm wondering, now that you say this, it makes the fact that them getting to the line before celebrating very, very important, because that would have a lot of implication for maybe them getting selected by a coach. Yeah.
Well, I've seen it done a lot here in this meet, in the heats. For me, that's okay if it is done in the heats. But in the finals, you want to make sure that you're running through the line. In the heats, yes, you're conserving energy, because you're preparing yourself both physically and mentally for the finals. That is where you have to run at your best. All right? But yes, it is important that you run through the line so that you get good times. You run as fast as possible. But one thing that I have noticed at this meet, and I'll probably have to speak to the meet manager personally about it, and the seeding aspect of it, right? Because it makes no sense to me that all through the year you know who the top 5 persons are, or the top 6 in these events. So it should be seeded in a way that the top people, at least one of these persons, are in each heat. Right? But what we have found out here is that you'll find sometimes 3 of the top athletes in the first 5 are in the same heat. That is unacceptable, and it should not have happened. So you find that the athletes now have to run at the full speed. They have the competition now in the heats, whereas they should be leaving the best for last. Right? So I think they were at a disadvantage there, and that is something that has to be fixed.
All right. Well, I want us to leave Intercol for a short while, and I want us to segue to the Carifta Games. And I mean, we're not leaving Intercol totally, because looking at this, looking at the atmosphere, the whole aspect of coordination of the Intercol games is, for me, I would say maybe a precursor to what we expect for Carifta.
Yes, and we are using certain aspects of Intercol to really synchronize and finalize our preparations for the games. So, for example, our ceremonies people are the ones coordinating the ceremonies at Intercol, and we have other members from different committees of the local organization committee for Carifta, looking and observing and taking notes of what is happening here and see the areas that we can refine. And we've seen a couple areas where things could be better, and we've seen certain areas where we can learn from and apply it also at Carifta. So yes, I think Carifta would be great. It would be great, and we wanted people to come out as is now. You see both bleachers are filled, and anytime you see that, you know what's happening.
Well, in terms of Carifta, we know that the team has been announced.
Yes, yes.
We also looking at some of the performances here. Maybe there will be an opportunity for maybe one or two athletes to still maybe sneak a way through.
Yeah, and probably I could let a little secret out of the bag. Yes, we have been deliberating from day one and looking at the athletes, and I can tell you that yes, there would be some inclusions and there might be some deletions also.
Okay, so in terms of the readiness of the team, how satisfied is the GAA that our team is ready for this Carifta Games?
Yeah, well, I think the team is ready. We have done our work. We've started preparation since in October. We've had one camp thus far. We had a camp at Nulo in December with the pre-selected team, and on the 27th of this month they'll be going intercamp right up to the Carifta Games. So that aspect is well taken care of. We have received their uniforms, their kits and so on, and we'll be having a media presentation of the team on the 2nd of April. So you all are invited to that. But there's one area that I am disappointed with, and I mean the entire Grenada Athletics Association is dissatisfied with, is the handling of the athletes, and especially those on the Carifta team that have been selected for the Carifta team. And it's something that we call physical abuse of athletes, where you find that athletes are running, some of them 15 times for the 3 days they'll be running, and we are saying that this is unacceptable, because in track and field, the first thing you learn as a coach in track and field is the athletes first. The athletes first. That means it is not about the coach. It is not about how much medals you can win, how much points you can take, but it is about the performance of the athlete. And I think a lot of athletes here are being disadvantaged because they are not at the best in the particular event that they are competing in at the Carifta Games. And it's not only for the Carifta Games, but it is for the future. The vision has to be further than just Intercol. I know it's a debatable subject, but we are very clear as an athletic association on that. I know the schools, they want to win, they at all costs. But what happens to the athletes after? Some of these athletes are injured, and you would have noticed that some of the heats, you had a lot of DNS. It did not start, right? It is because some of them, they're injured, they're tired, right? And we are saying that this has to stop. This has to stop. We cannot sit by as an association and do not voice of our opinion and create an awareness of what is happening. It is not right. It is not right and should be stopped.
looking at your statement, what measures do you think maybe you as the governing body can put in place?
Well, the first thing is what I'm doing here now, and every opportunity that I get to speak about it, I do, is to create an awareness to people that this is not supposed to happen, because sometimes people don't know that it is not correct. So we want to first create an awareness, and then we will take it further to there. We think that the parents has a responsibility also to know that this is not correct, and speak to the authorities about it, the schools. Right? Some schools are threatening the kids. If they do not run, they will be suspended from school. They will be stopped from doing final exams and all this kind of nonsense. You know, so it's creating an awareness. It's that we think it is important at this time now. Yes, we know that everybody will want to win, but I will just give one story of my personal experience as a coach and administrator, that I've been involved in this sport for almost 50 years now, right? And I was the coach at Boca School when they won 39 years ago, right? And Boca School we had less than 100 girls. And yet we were able to win in Intercol in 1987. Yeah, so it's all about distribution of the people that are available to you, and don't overwork one set of athletes because they have the talent and they can go and win from 1 to 4. That's an error that it is being made, and this must stop.
Well, I want to agree with you there, because the long-term athlete development is very, very important, and this is something that you learn very early at the CANAC and also at the IWF level. So we want to ensure that, you know, our coaches are aware, and so it's certainly something of concern. We need to address it somehow. So maybe from the GAA standpoint, maybe you need to pull some of the coaches in, have some workshops, have some, you know, sit down with them to get them to understand that it's not just about Intercol, but it's also about the future development of these athletes. Mr. Francis, it's been good chatting with you. What is there to look forward to for patrons coming to the Carifta Games?
Well, the patrons coming to the games will look forward to very good performances from all the countries, because you have to remember that Carifta is the world's best junior games, right? So all the athletes would be on show. Athletes that they would see in the next 3-4 years on the world stage will be here. So therefore, our spectators, our people should not miss this opportunity to be here and witness that. So to say, okay, when this athlete, you saw them in the games here. Do you know that Shelley and Fraser participated in Carifta here in the 2016 Carifta? You know, so there are names that will come to the fore, and people want to be part of that. Another important thing is that if you miss this one, there just may not be another one for a very long time in Grenada. So people need to come and enjoy themselves in the games and be part of what will be happening.
All right, so there you had it from Mr. Conrad Francis, the president of the Grenada Athletic Association, saying to you, you got to be here. It's going to be an experience that you don't want to miss. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to get back to the track, but I want to say thank you to Mr. Francis for taking the time out to do this interview with us, and again bringing the awareness that you did, and so we want to wish you all the best from us here at TNR going forward for the Carifta Games.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity for me to really bring certain issues to the front, and to really congratulate the Principals Association for putting on a splendid meet, and also to thank you all for the good work that you are doing with TNR Communications in diluting many of the races and the events and so on. And I'm very happy that you have a new person with you that brings a new a new aspect into the whole thing, and I do hope that she will continue in that same vein, right?
So we're getting ready for the restart. It's the 800-meter junior run. The girls are on the track, and in a brief moment we will have the start of the 800 meters. So it's the afternoon session. It's all about finals, and then we will have the crowning of the champions. I want to welcome Samantha Worm. Sam, we did not hear your voice earlier this morning, but you are here now, and I know many persons will be happy to hear you come in here, bringing that level of calm to what just may be a really hype room in a while.
Well, I don't know how much calm I can bring, because I too can get very excited with this. So but I'm happy to be here. I took the morning off so that I can make sure I have enough energy, make sure I'm well fueled, to make sure that I can go through this day, that I can bring you the events as they are happening, and to make sure that you're happy on your end. But I do tell you this, I was paying attention.
Well, the race has started. It's the 800 meters that is in progress, and that's the 800 meters in the junior girls category. We have 25 athletes registered here. Annalisa Brown already taking the lead in this one from the Boca Secondary School. She set a new record yesterday in the 400 meters, 56.4 I think it was. A 20-something-year-old record by Kishara George that went down. And in speaking with Hazel and Regis this morning, she too was surprised that that impressive record went down yesterday. And so Annalisa Brown is a favorite in this one here, the 800 meters. Yes, it was 56.24 seconds. And up front there already, Annalisa Brown from the Boca Secondary School. She is expected to do well. Yes, she has some good challenge now from Anglican High School. But Annalisa Brown runs a very smart race. And she has that top end speed as well. Anglican High School is there, so too is St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, St. Mark's Secondary Convent, Grenville. They've just completed 400 meters and they have one lap to go. The 800 meter junior girls. As we start back the afternoon session, we are going to have a nice conversation too in the prospects of the championships, especially in the girls category where it is that close. We're going to look at some of the events this afternoon, the final events, and see if we can put together some numbers and have a conversation around that so that our viewers out there can get a better appreciation of what's happening as well. But Annalisa Brown continues to lead in the 800 meters, marginally so over Anglican High School and the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, they move into the second position now. They're challenging Annalisa Brown on the outside. And that is Ariana James of the St. Joseph Convent, St. George's. Anglican High School is there as well, giving good challenge. That's Shania Nelson. Annalisa Brown not yet into top end speed as she enters the home straight now. She's going to turn it on and she's going to kick. Ariana James is giving her a run here. Ariana James on the heels, virtually on the heels of Annalisa Brown. And Annalisa Brown pulls away from her now to win with a 5-meter cushion. But a good run from Ariana James. And then we have Nelson of the Anglican High School picking up the bronze medal.
Well, there is no surprise to this one. What Annalisa Brown has is an excellent finish. She plays with her competitors. She keeps them in the loop. She makes them feel like, okay, you and I can run along with this. But she knows that when it comes to crossing that finish line, that is what she has over them. She has that strong, excellent finish, and she displayed it again here today, crossing the finish line first and making sure that she cemented that gold medal. Look at it at this point. Any of those athletes may have been thinking, well, maybe look, I still have a chance. But it is not going to happen. Annalisa Brown finishes. She demolishes them. She puts them to rest. She says, all right, I gave you a chance to prove yourself, but you know what? You're not going to get that chance. Young James tried her very best, but the glory goes to Annalisa Brown.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Brown. When you see her, you recognize that she's able to conserve energy and save that kick just for the right time. And being challenged there in your picture, but she knows that she has the strength, she has the power, and she's able to leave the others. Even as she gets closer to the finish, she has that sort of strength, a very determined run.
What I see there also is a good combination of 800-meter athletes, because we know how good Annalisa Brown is, but look at the challenge she received from Ariana James and Nelson from Anglican High School. It was not just a runaway win for Annalisa Brown. So 2:29.20 for Annalisa Brown for the victory. The record is at 2:15.10 by Norina Aberdeen of St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And a good start for the afternoon session. The list of finals. The boys will be up next in the junior category, and we should see again some very, very impressive running from the junior boys. The junior boys have been that competitive throughout the 3 days. All the schools have been registering good distances and good times. So if we can just give you an account of some of the events that will happen this afternoon. The girls javelin throw senior, the girls high jump sub junior, which is in progress. The girls triple jump open. We just saw the 800-meter run for the juniors. We have the boys coming up shortly. We have the girls 100-meter dash and the boys in the junior category. The 200 meters in the seniors. The javelin throw for the senior boys. The triple jump for the senior boys. The shot put for the junior girls. Then we have the 400 meters for the sub-juniors, the 3,000 open for the girls, the 5,000 for the boys, and then we have the 100-meter dash for the special education. We're going to have both boys and girls. And then we go into the 4 relays to cap it off in 2026.
Yeah, quite a lot of action to come on the track. And certainly, I know that the stands, as you look at that cascade from the different schools, I know they will be jumping to their feet in a while. It will be pretty Pandy, let's put it euphoric.
Well, it's a complete difference to what we had over the last 2 days. These bleachers here were very sparsely populated. Now they're filled to capacity. The main pavilion is also filled. The secondary pavilion still have some seats, but I'm sure that's going to be taken up later on when we get past 4 p.m. maybe.
Well, I do believe you have a number of patrons standing, so it just may be filled. They're just trying to stay away from the hot sun.
Well, you know, we expected this. If there's anyone that said, you know, they don't expect day 3 to be ram-packed, they would be dreaming. They would have been dreaming. So we expected this, you know, and I expect it to be even more concentrated a little bit later, like Leslie said. Once that 4 o'clock, 4:30 time gets there, we are going to see more persons finding their way into the National Stadium, because this is not something you want to miss. You want to be there and say, I saw this happening. You know, I don't want to just watch it on TV. I saw this happening. So it is going down. It is going to happen. You're not going to get a chance to go back on it if you're not here. It's day 3 of the action.
Just to give you a quick rundown of the athletes competing in the 800-meter run for junior boys. Jensen Mitchell of St. David's Catholic. Janik Felix, who was disqualified for a false start yesterday in the 400 meters, he comes back for SAS. Nobi Charles of Hillsborough Secondary. Jadon Henry of Grenville Secondary. Omari McSween of Presentation Brothers College. Rooney J. Joseph of J.W. Fletcher. Caleb Williams of PBC, Randy Creedland, Westerhall Secondary, Alex James, Wesley College, Malachi Noel, he's from the Beacon, Isaiah Caton from Hillsborough, Zion Blackett from St. David's Catholic, Damari Peters, J.W. Fletcher, Denrick Dolan of Boca Secondary, Chris Ferguson, St. Mark's, Rickson Tika, St. John's Christian Secondary, Aaron Alexander, Grenada 7-day Adventist. Calvin Glood, Boca Secondary. Cameron Gidhari, Westerhall Secondary. Adam Francis, Happy Hill Secondary. Jordal Glean, Wesley College. Nike Phillip, Grenada 7-day Adventist Comprehensive. Nike. And then we have Malric Rubin of McDonald College. Carlon Phillip, St. Mark Secondary. Jordan Griffith Hazard, GBSS. Rogel Cummins, McDonald College. Raheem Stephen of St. John's Christian Secondary. Joman Williams of SAS. Chantel Mark of Grenada Christian Academy. Kimron Welsh of Bishop's College. Noah Kutain from GBSS. Rondell Thomas of GSS. And Chavez Compton of Bishop's College. 33 athletes in this one. And we still ask the question if we're going to see sometime in the future preliminaries for the 800 to avoid this massive amount of athletes in this event.
Yeah, I want to agree with you. I do think that they need to look at the number of athletes, and before I don't think we really had this keen interest in 800 meter and 1500 meter running, but of late you're seeing the numbers really increasing. And not just increasing, but the races go down to the finish line.
And that is because the narrative has changed. Long ago, we thought these to be long distance, energy exerting races or energy sapping races that many people didn't want to do. But now they are moving into more or less sprints. You are in and out of the race with record time. So the narrative has changed, hence the increase in participation in these events.
So there they are, lined up, waiting for the instructions from the starters. You see in the front line there Noah Kutain, GVSS. We also see Williams of SAS. We see from the St. John's Christian Secondary, it looks like Ryan Stephen. McDonald College is also there. These athletes are all getting ready for the event. Beautiful shot here with the cruise ship in the backdrop. They're called to the mark.
And here they go, 800 meter junior boys. And let's see, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary looking to get ahead very early in this one. It's St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary leading the pack, 1-2. GBSS is there. McDonald College slots into that leading pack. They're still nicely bunched together. They round the 200 meter mark and they're closing in rather quickly. It seems to be Williams.
And that's Yannick Felix in the lead at the moment.
Felix out front. He's leading here. 1810, Yannick Felix.
Well, that's Yannick's first event at these Intercol games, so he's very fresh if you would ask me. Jermaine Williams for SAS is in the second position. Noah Kutain of GBSS, nicely pushed there, and is moving ahead of Williams of SAS. McDonald College is in a good position as well. That's Malric Rubin of McDonald College. Noah is making his move now. That's Noah Kutain of the GBSS. And Yannick Felix of SAS is there with him. They're in a straight line, if you ask me. They would really want to get ahead of each other.
And here we go as they round the bend once again. And they're going to head for home. Here they come. It is still Felix. Felix looking to kick. And Kutain willing to respond. Felix, he's moving. Kutain coming, but Felix just pushing. Here comes Kutain with another surge. Kutain just on the line, may have taken this one. He wanted it, and he may just have sneaked in. Noah Kutain.
Well, I don't think Felix finished that race well at all, but congratulations to Noah Kutain. Felix really was not looking to see what was happening around him. And Noah Kutin, maybe I've just clipped him on the tape there.
And the place is in, we are up on our feet. People are moving. We do not know. We are waiting to see who is going to get it. But we believe it's Noah Kutin. A slight tumble, a slight bustle, but Noah is ahead. There you go, Noah Kutin from GBSS, 2 minutes, 2 seconds. Janik Felix from SAS had to settle for the second position. What an exciting race. Down to the very end, having everyone on their feet. The GBSS camp must be very happy. Jumani Williams of SAS, third, 2 minutes, 3 seconds. Zion Blackett of St. David's Catholic Secondary in the fourth position.
Yeah, determined run from Kutin. And certainly Felix, he had it, and just at that moment, he lost it.
He looked very relaxed. Remember, he's coming in very fresh, so he's relaxed. He's not winded or anything, but I believe Kutin wanted it more. He's looking ahead and he's saying, I need this, and I'm going to dig deep. And that is exactly what he did. He dug deep, the last in the barrel, and he got over the line.
Well, you're absolutely correct. And what I'm happy about Noah Kutin for is that during the weekend of national champs, Noah Kutin had a very unfortunate circumstance happening while he was running here at national champs. So this would mean something very special to Noah Kutin as well. But I think he was hungrier for that victory. If you look at Janik Felix, he was looking up to the screen, looking more relaxed, not looking to exert everything. And then when he recognized Kutin was right there for him, he tried to make that last-minute surge. It was just too late. So congratulations to Noah Kutin, congratulations to Janik Felix, and also to Williams of SAS, who picked up the bronze medal.
Again, we keep saying these 800 meters, 1500 meters, they are going down to the line. And there is another example of it. Really, it's about strength, it's about determination, just wanting it more.
The GBSS camp, in local terms, every man jack on their feet. They know that this one matters to them.
What is also important to note here that Noah Kutin would have brought in maybe 7 points for GBSS. The second and third that SAS got would have brought in them 8 points. And that is the kind of disparity that we have with these point systems, that you could win and still not be the victor.
I don't know if that is unfortunate or fortunate. Sometimes you play your cards right and it's better to just simply place. When you add them up, you get more. I don't know. This is something that will have to be discussed somewhat, because I believe if you come first, there should be a bigger prize to run away with. But that's just my opinion.
It is what it is. It works for you sometimes. It works against you sometimes. It is what it is. And that's the situation. But a very exciting race. Even the 800 meters for the junior girls with Annalisa Brown and Ariana Williams.
Ariana
James, I beg your pardon. It was that close as well, except to the very, very last 5 meters or so. So a good way to start the afternoon session. Some exciting races, and we're getting ready now for the hurdles, which would take place shortly. The 100-meter hurdles in the sub-juniors and the 110 hurdles in the sub-junior boys. We saw a record-breaking performance in the preliminaries of the 110 hurdles for the sub-junior boys, and maybe the time might be lowered as we go into the finals.
Well, one will expect that the times will be lowered. Had Deshaun Oliver running a time of 15.12. Clearly, the closest to him would have been Cameron Bonaparte of the GBSS. And when I talk about close, looking at the time, it's not that close to speak of.
On your screen is the athlete from Wesley College. She's taken her go at the high jump. A failed attempt, but I believe she has another go at it. So the red flag goes up, but the event continues.
The bar set at 1.35. In this event, this is the early rounds of the 1.35 height.
The battle continues in the girls category for championship honors. St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, St. David's Catholic secondary defending champions, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School major challengers, and the points from all of the events for the females would be very, very crucial as the tabulation continues in this very close encounter in the girls category.
Leslie, I told you this before. This is the kind of athletics I like. I like when it comes down to the very last day, the last few events. That keeps me on my feet, and I'm sure it keeps others glued to the screen and give them a reason to want to come here.
Well,
this is it.
You asked for it, you got it.
Shaquanda Paul of the St. David's Catholic getting the white flag. So she has a clearance.
So while she's jumping, she's also scheduled to be in the 100-meter hurdles. And we commented on that earlier this morning that these sub-junior athletes have quite a lot to do today. We saw them going between events this morning in the preliminaries, and the same thing is going to happen in the afternoon session again.
Yeah, and this is, I guess, what Mr. Francis was alluding to. The workload tends to be heavy for them.
Well, we spoke about this earlier, Leslie, and I think we had that discussion much earlier, maybe at D1. What the fix for it, you have to go back to the drawing board and see maybe how you slate the events, quality of athletes that you're getting. It's not just a snap finger fix, so it is a point of discussion that must be had across sectors in order to see any sort of improvement in overworking any one set of students.
So we will have action on the track in a short while. The high jump continues.
We can just give you a quick points update that we have here in the boys category. The top 5 I can give you. McDonald College, they're on 50 points. Boca Secondary on 53. Presentation Brothers College 97. GBSS 192.5. And SAS on 222 points. So SAS leads by just about 30 points, 29.5 points going into this afternoon session.
So I'm going to be the devil's advocate. Could you literally call 20 points a runaway?
Definitely not.
No. And that's the reality of it. So they cannot jump yet. What they must ensure is that this afternoon they pull out all the stops and they do what has to be done. Because at this point, you can safely say that the game is not theirs as yet.
So, athlete there getting ready for her jumps in David Catholic Secondary. Keisha Klein. Just touching the bar there. Red flag means that she will have another go. Money Phillip of the Wesley College. Again, unable to clear the height of 1.35. That's Charlene Williams of Wesley College, beg your pardon.
We do have some results that we can share with you for the girls' open triple jump. In third position was Navaya Richards of the Anglican High School, 10.58 meters. Second was Kelina Modest of SAS, 10.67. And in first position is your Carifta gold medalist, Christina Charles of SAS, 11.78 meters. So first and second for SAS, and the third for Navia Richards of the Anglican High School, the results of the girls' triple jump open.
Christina Charles continues to perform well across disciplines again. She does very well on the track, and here you see also in the field events.
So we go for the lane assignment for the sub-junior girls hurdles.
Running of lane number 1, representing the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Teresa Moore. Lane number 3. Lane number 2, representing Classic Lighting, the Wagati Sanova, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Adrianelle Grappi. Lane number 4, Wagati Sanova, St. David's Catholic, Shaquanda Paul. Lane number 5, fastest in qualifying, representing the Nawasa SAS, Kelina Modest. Lane number 6, Nawasa SAS, Teresa Fraser. Lane number 7, representing the GTC Anglican High, Nicola Noel. And lane number 8, representing the Anglican High, Ava Plenty.
Well, there you have it, an impressive lineup in the girls 100-meter hurdles. And Kelina Modest of SAS, who is running out of lane 5, had the fastest time. Adrianelle Grappi of St. David's Catholic Secondary, she came in with the second fastest. So whereas Kelina Modest was at 17.79, Grappi 19.10, and the third fastest time was Teresa Fraser of SAS, 19.21. So the top running would come from lanes 3, 4, and 5. Let's see how it happens here in the final. Shaquanda Paul, who we just saw in the high jump, she's also in this one. She's a good athlete as well, running for St. David's Catholic Secondary, and she came in with a time of 20.02 seconds. There they are, they're getting ready. The two athletes from St. David's next to each other. Grappi in 3 and Paul in 4. Then we have Modest and Fraser from SAS. They're up and running here now. It seems as though it's Grappi in the lead very early, but here comes Kelina Modest of SAS. It's Modest of SAS in the lead, and she's a runaway leader as well. SAS in second at the moment as well. Valuable points for them. Kelina Modest wins, and Teresa Fraser picks up the second. Adrianelle Grappi from the St. David's Catholic Secondary picks up the bronze. Valuable points here for SAS in the quest for dethroning St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Got a strong run there from Modest, and certainly she tried to ensure that she had her rhythm on, and she did the job, running away with this one.
Not clipping any hurdle in her way, getting over them with ease to make sure that she crosses the line. Her next competition, 18:35, Kelina Modest finished in the race in 16:89, so she was ahead of the pack by a bit, but she ran a beautiful race, excellent race. The SAS camp is happy, and why not? Both athletes gave them a reason, has just given them a reason to continue shouting and cheering as they vie towards capturing that title this afternoon. But the glory belongs to Kelina Modest.
And you know what I love seeing over the past 3 days is that our hurdlers are getting better. It's not one of the events that has featured very early in terms of athletics here in Grenada, but over the past, I would make it 5 years or so, we've been really seeing the times getting, better and better, and so it says that the athletics is really alive, and we're moving forward in a really good manner.
It shows that the students or the athletes also have interest in the event, and they're going through.
Well, innovation on the stands. They have the picture frames as well. St. Joseph Convent was down very early this morning, and they were very, very active on the stands with their red visors and all of that. And now there are some photo ops on the bleachers as well for the students. It's going to get a lot more vociferous and more jumping later on as we get closer and closer to the finish. Where were they for the first 2 days? Where were they for the first 2 days? That's the question we asked Carl Andel, and it's a challenge for a lot of the parents to afford them coming for 3 days, even at $5. And his answer was maybe the schools in St. George's with athletes or students living close by can come in and take advantage and fill up the stands. But it's something that they definitely will have to look at going forward again.
Well, you know, Intercol is not just an event, quote unquote. Really and truly, it's a business, and it should be pushed that way. What can we do? What do we offer the patrons to get them to come here? So they need to sit to the drawing board. They need to do their homework and see what they can do to get the athletes, to get the patrons in here. That is something they have to consider. They have a whole year to think about it.
Well, first and foremost, Intercol days, as I knew it, are school days. It's school days at the stadium. So all these students are supposed to be at the stadium for school. But we understand the difficulties with that because of cost and all that.
Number 1 contenders representing the Nachico GBSS, Akel Briggs. Lane number 5 representing the Wagati Sanover St. David's Catholic Secondary, Christian Collins. Lane number 6, second fastest in qualifying, representing the Nachico GBSS, Cameron Bonaparte. Lane number 7, representing the Wagati Sanover St. David's Catholic, Alonzo Mitchell. And lane number 8, representing the Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Romario Philip. That's your start list for the sub-junior boys, 110-meter hurdles, final.
Clyde, another very exciting one. What we can tell you in the preliminaries, the record was already broken in the preliminaries by Dishon Oliver of SAS. He did 15:12. The record was 15:97. Anthony Phillip of Presentation Brothers College established that last year. And he ran really hard. He gave all, and he broke the record earlier on. But let's see what happens in the final here. We have Cameron Bonaparte of GBSS, the next best time at 16:30. And so these two would be the two favorites here going into the finals.
We have watched Akel Briggs and Dishon Oliver going at each other since the primary school level. They are now on the secondary level and still going at it. And I remember Akel, you know, muscling up a bit when he got his first whooping from Dishon, and he's still going at it, trying to get to him. But we never know. Let's see if this might be his event. But Dishon Oliver is an elite athlete. I'm just being wishful, but I have to admit it. Oliver is an elite athlete.
Well, we have to wait and see. They're on the starters' orders, and they're looking to get up to the finish line. They have these barriers that they must get over in order to do so. Again, we say the hurdles being so technical. We saw a couple of athletes falling over, you know, trying to get over these hurdles. So we can't just take anything for granted, but certainly the favorite will be Oliver, having broken that record already for the day.
Well, as you say, the hurdles is an obstacle race. There is something in your way, and you have to successfully get over it, and skillfully at that.
As we look at a section of the SAS supporters here, if you look at the lower deck of the main pavilion, SAS has really outnumbered the other schools. But on the upper deck, you see a lot more of the GBSS and Anglican High School supporters there as well.
Well, I must big up my good friend Janae. I'm seeing her there. So Janae, big up yourself. Sass, I know you're supporting hard. And here we go, clean break. Oliver over the first hurdle. And he's motoring, he's moving. On his outside is Bonaparte, but Oliver, he's gone. Oliver looking to eclipse the time that he set earlier. He's ran through and he's now celebrating. This is what I want to see. I love to see that he did the business, then he decided, hey, this is my moment. I'm going to celebrate it. Look at him go.
Well, I would love to see what's written on that paper as well that he was showing. We hope it's not anything that can get him in trouble, but he had his intentions very clear. As soon as he won, he pulled that note to show it to the fans or to the crowd.
15-15.
15-15, he has not lowered the mark he made, but still within the record time. So the 15-12 that he did earlier on will stand as the record.
So like we said earlier, Deshaun Oliver is an elite athlete. Who can hold him down? So far, no one. No one can get in his way. He is now the center of attention. Just ran over the 110-meter hurdles in the sub-junior boy division, concretizing his position as number one. Deshaun Oliver delivers again for SAS.
I'm sure our producer would get what's written on that paper there. Seemed to have been creating a stir with the journalists. Deshaun Oliver had his mind set on winning and breaking this record. He did just that. And I'm sure that paper is all about the disqualification in the 400 meters that happened earlier on today. And he wants to make a massive statement about it.
While Deshaun gets to celebrate, and rightfully so, this is his stage. Let's not forget our second place finisher from the GBSS, who did put on a really good run. I mean, he was no competition for Oliver, but give him his jacket, he tried his best, and Bonaparte took the second position in this race. So SAS first, GBSS second. The battle continues, but Oliver is a force to be reckoned with.
Now, you look at a sub-junior, you're talking about a guy that is under 15, and you think about the United States and their collegiate setup where 13 flat is a record-breaking run. You look at a sub-junior here at the Intercol games, and you see 15-15. I mean, you can think about the potential that we can really harness here with these young athletes.
It's euphoric. The place is loud. The place is excited. They are all on their feet. Deshaun Oliver is the entertainer on the track this afternoon. What more can you ask for? He's delivering.
Yeah, your top three: Deshaun Oliver, Cameron Bonaparte, and Christian Collins of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. 15-15, 16-23, and 16-83. Really some good performances from all the athletes, and they all lowered the times that they came in with, and so that is pretty impressive. The finals did bring out the best in them.
So this afternoon we started off with a bang. The 800s. It's going to be hot.
So the place is really jumping now. It's alive. You can see the fans, they're all moving. There's no one, I don't think there is anyone within the SAS posse that is seated at this time. They all seem to be on their feet. And they have certainly witnessed phenomenal youngster Deshaun Oliver, 15-15 in the sub-junior boys hurdles.
If you're not in the stadium and you're missing this boy, you are not just missing a treat, you are missing a T-R-E-A-T, a treat. You are not going to get this again. Because if you are missing the development and the metamorphosis of Deshaun Oliver, you are missing it all.
But again, we must say, how happy it is for us to be able to call this, because you've seen them, the primary school games, you've seen how, these youngsters, Briggs, Oliver, Collins, all of them have come through these ranks.
Even Cameron Bonaparte. I remember looking at Cameron Bonaparte in primary school games. And just this morning, I'm having a little conversation with my teacher friend at school. And he's so playful and so young and youthful. And here they are. Bonaparte gave a good run. But, I mean, he was no match for Oliver.
So it's the final day of the GAPS Intercall 2026. What we have come to
back in 2014
expect over the years.
St. George's. Sure that is here somewhere.
Getting ready for the 100-meter dash junior girls.
Representing the lead assignment for this one. Running out of lane number 1. Representing St. George's Convent, St. George's, Michaela Patrick. Lane number 2, representing St. Joseph's Convent, Granville, Karina Lashington. Lane number 3, bronze in the 200 meters, fastest in qualifying, St. Mark's Secondary, Micaiah Frederick. Lane number 4, representing the GTC Bishop's College, Kayla Allen. Lane number 5, representing the Grenada Christian Academy, Airstrip Jets, Rishana Charles. Lane number 6, silver in the 200 meters, gold in 2025, Wagati Sonova, St. David's Catholic, Tishona Bascom. Running out of lane number 7, second fastest in qualifying, representing the Nawasa SAS, Brianna Oliver. And running out the field in lane number 8, representing the GTC Anglican High, Kaya Swan. Junior girls 100-meter dash. This is the final.
So this is expecting to be an exciting one. There are a number of athletes here under the 13 seconds mark, and it's going to be who can execute best. They're going to take that gold medal here this afternoon.
Yes, it will come down to execution. I know the names that we're seeing, they've been running over this last 3 days, and they will be happy to get this event over with a gold medal.
And they're off. The 100 meters for junior girls. Look in the middle of the track. It's a close one. Here comes from St. David's. It's St. David. It's going to be Tishona Bascom. She wins this one from Micaiah Frederick in second position. What a run. Tishona Bascom, St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Can you contain yourself?
No,
Can you feel it?
No, this is what you call hunger. Look at this race. This is hunger. These girls want this. Look at them. St. Rose, Micaiah Frederick, St. Mark's, Micaiah Frederick, she was there. She wanted that, but Bascom, she just knew that she had to get it. And from just about 60, 70 meters, she decided she's going. Good run.
Excellent run. 12.08. Not the record, but she is the gold medalist. Tishona Bascom continues her outstanding performance here at Intercol 2026. Micaiah Frederick, you had to settle for the second position, St. Mark's Secondary, and in third position, Let's cement it still. Let's make sure we have that third position. In third position, Brianna Oliver from SAS, 12.56. So 12.08, Tashana Bascom, 12.38, Micaiah Frederick, and 12.56, Brianna Oliver. What a hot finish. What a hot race this was. And up to 60 meters, it was tight. And then Bascom decided not today.
It was an excellent
This
run.
is mine.
An excellent run from Tishana Bascom. She wanted this. She wanted this so much. I know that Micaiah Frederick, as talented as she is, was right there. But Tishana Bascom said, not today. This is mine, and I'm going to take this one home.
And the hand went up in the end. When she crossed that line, she knew that she accomplished what she set out to do this afternoon, and that was to give her school the valuable points that they needed by securing that gold medal.
Well, she didn't come in with the fastest time. She came in with 12.77 and she ran 12.08. So that tells you how much she wanted this, that she really wanted it.
18.35 seconds. And your gold medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Kaylina Modest, 16.89 seconds. Your medalist for event number 21, the girls 100 meter hurdles junior.
And what you're hearing is the medal presentation going on.
Event number 22, the boys 100 meter hurdles sub-junior. Your bronze medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Christian Collins, 0.83 seconds. Your silver medalist from the Grenada Secondary School, Cameron Bonaparte, 16.23 seconds. And your gold medalist hails from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School and establishing a new record, Deshaun Oliver. Your medalist for event 22, the boys 110 meter hurdle sub-junior. Event number 42, the girls 800 meter run junior. Taking home the bronze from the Anglican High School, Shania Nelson, 2 minutes 33.01 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Ariana James, 2 minutes 0 seconds. And your gold medalist from the Boca Secondary School, Annalisa Brown, 2 minutes 29.20 seconds. Your medalist for event 42, the girls 800 meter run junior. Event 43, the boys 800 meter run junior. Your bronze medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Jumane Williams, 2 minutes 3.99 seconds. Taking home the silver from the same school, Nawasa Sas, Janique Felix, minutes 2.46 seconds. And leading the field, taking home the gold from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Noah Kute, 2 minutes 4 seconds. Your medalist for event number 43, the to run junior. We'd like to congratulate all athletes for their performances, and we'd like to say thank you to Mr. Andal, President of GAPS, for the distribution of the medals. Now, let's turn our attention back to the track.
the track we go for the final of the junior boys 100-meter dash. Lane assignments. Running out of lane number 1, representing the Classic Lighting Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Keon George. Lane number 2, representing the Wagati Sonova St. David's Catholic Secondary, Samson Phillip. Lane number 3, bronze in the 200 meters, representing the Nagico GBSS, Cache Stephen. Lane number 4, your 200-meter champion from the Nawassa Sus, Philip Mitchell. Lane number 5, he settled for bronze in 2025. Only got the silver in the 200. Gold in the 400 meters. Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Giovanni Green. Lane number 6, the 110-meter hurdle champion, Nexa PBC, Anthony Phillip. Lane number 7, representing the Nawassa Sus, Dante Oliver. And lane number 8, just outside the medals in 2025, representing the Nagico GBSS, Nathaniel Alford. That's your start list for the junior boys 100-meter dash final.
The guys are ready to go in the junior boys 100-meter finals. A lot of pedigree in this race. Philip Mitchell, the winner of the 200 meters, and the second in the 400 meters. Giovanni Green is there. He's in ripping form this year. He has already done a 10:88 in the national champs preliminaries. He won the 400 meters yesterday as well, and he has some pedigree. Cache Stephen is there. He is having a great season as well. Anthony Phillip, the winner of the 110 hurdles in record-breaking time. He's there. Nathaniel Alfred, he's amongst the top 4 in this category as well. And this is a real showdown here this afternoon at the National Stadium. Keep your eyes on your screen, keep your eyes on your devices. You don't want to blink, you're going to miss a moment that you want to regret. This is that exciting here. 10:97, the fastest time coming into the finals by Philip Mitchell of SAS. Giovanni Green was cruising across the finish line in the preliminaries at 11.08. I'm sure he has saved a lot for this finals, and we are going to see in a matter of maybe 10 seconds, 11 seconds, what these junior boys have to offer at Intercol 2026.
In under 12 seconds, each and every one of them, they're under 12 seconds, so it's certainly going to be a heated one.
George in 1, Philip in 2 from St. David's Catholic. Stephen, that's Cache Stephen in 3. Philip Mitchell in 4. Giovanni Green in 5. Anthony Phillip 6. Dante Oliver 7. And Nathaniel Alfred in 8. 2 from SAS, 2 from GBSS. Boca Secondary is also there in Giovanni Green. This is going to be a quick one. It looks as though lane 5, Giovanni Green may have just missed his balance there. That would be an anticlimax for what has been set up as an exciting junior boys to 100 meters.
Yes, certainly anticlimactic. This is not what you want. You want the best of the best to be challenging each other as we look at it here. Let's see if we can figure it out. Yes. And Giovanni Green. Oh my goodness.
Now, Clyde, I really want to see all these guys match up. It's unfortunate what has just happened there. Let's wait for the official decision, but we really wanted a race with all these quote-unquote big gunners here. Giovanni Green has his hand up. I'm not sure what he is trying to say. I guess he's saying, I'm going to protest. I'm going to run on the protest and leave the decision for the officials afterwards. But that is the situation here in the 100 meters junior boys finals. I think the hand up here is saying that I'm protesting no matter how it goes. I'm going to protest. So the red card has been issued to Giovanni Green. He's walking towards the official. I'm sure he's going to ask a question or two. and maybe saying to them that he wants to run under protest. Neil Wells, the starter here, in conversation with Giovanni Green. We saw a similar situation occurring earlier with Deshaun Oliver running under protest. In the end, the DQ was held and he was disqualified from the 400 meters. Let's see what's going to unfold here. So Giovanni Green is going to run under protest. And some consistency at least is being exercised here by the officials. But definitely he was off the block first, anticipating the gun, losing his balance at the same time. And I'm sure the entire field will be held back now. Giovanni Green will be held back as well, having been charged with the false start already.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
They're going to sit in the block. It may affect the time, but the record for this event, 10.50 seconds. Kirani James, 2007. Well, Giovanni Green has been escorted off the track now, it seems. Yes, he is. And he's not going to be allowed to run under protest. So I think, under protest is when it's close, when it's uncertain. In that case here, it wasn't uncertain at all. He was the only one that really got off the block. And so that may be, I'm saying that may be the reason why he has been asked to leave the track here by the starter. Anticlimax somewhat, Clyde.
Yeah, really anticlimactic. You wanted to see the best of the best. Green being out of this one, it reduces the standard somewhat. The competition was really steady between himself and Philip Mitchell over this season. And I know that Kashe is there and he will put in, a lot of work into this. But again, having the likes of Green just brings a different dynamic to this junior boys.
As I mentioned, Green has recorded the fastest time amongst them. 10:88 at the national champs. We saw 10:97 from Philip Mitchell this morning. And I'm sure both Kashe, Stephen and Philip Mitchell are breathing a little bit easier now, in the sense that one of the main challengers from the Boca Secondary School, that's Giovanni Green, is no longer in this race.
So they are going to get on their mark. It's the Intercol Games 2026, the GAPS Intercol. The junior boys, they're stacked up and ready to go.
In addition to excitement that they bring, they also come with some anxiety and apprehension as well. A good clean start now. Kashe gets us good. So too is Philip Mitchell. Power now through the middle. On the outside also is Nathaniel Alfred. Philip Mitchell in the middle of the track has a slight advantage. Philip Mitchell wins over Nathaniel Alfred of GBSS. We look to see what the time is. 10.78 on the flash time. We'll let you know what the adjustment is. But Philip Mitchell of SAS is celebrating now over Nathaniel Alfred of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. As we look back here, let's see how Kashe performed here as well. But Philip Mitchell in the lead here. Philip Mitchell it is of SAS. Nathaniel Alfred out there in lane 8 will pick up the silver medal, and Kashe Stevens will pick up the bronze. And then we have Dante Oliver of SAS taking the 4th position.
Well, tell you what, it was a lot closer than we thought, but certainly Philip Mitchell doing enough to ensure that he brought gold to the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. And there it is, 10:81, Philip Mitchell over Nathaniel Alfred of the GBSS, 10:84.
And Kashe Stephen, 11.04. These are personal bests for Philip Mitchell of SAS, 10:81, and Nathaniel as well, a wind speed of 2.7, so an illegal wind speed, but 10.81 and 10.84 personal best for both Philip Mitchell and Nathaniel Alfred.
Yeah, really good, outstanding run there. Philip Mitchell continues to show that he is the man to beat.
What a great race indeed that was. We have two lovely ladies here with us that we're going to speak with for a short moment. And just maybe to put a little calm on things here, we have these two lovely ladies with us. And they are from the Grenada Track and Field Athletic Support Group out of the United States. As we look at Philip Mitchell here in ripping form to win that race. Ladies, especially, so we have two of these ladies, Debbie and Roger, a former junior champ at Intercol 1990, Boca Secondary School. And we also have Sally and Clark, and they both representing here from the Track and Field Athletic Support Group out of the USA. Before we go into why you're here, the business, your thoughts so far on Intercol 2026. Debian first?
Well, actually, I think it's very competitive, but I think the games need a little more advertising. We need to push it more and invest in our athletes more. So I think that is something that we need to look into. But so far, it's very competitive. We have good athletes, and we're looking forward for a good championship for Intercol and for Carifta.
So before I go to Salian for our comments, Debian, Boca Secondary is doing very well this year.
Yeah, I'm proud. I'm so excited.
Obviously. Salian, your thoughts on Intercol so far?
The games is amazing. There is a lot of improvement to be done, especially with the stats. More training for the athlete. Too much athletes on the ground.
All right, let's get to the business why you're here. Track and Field Athletic Support Group USA. I understand you guys are raising a lot of funds. I'm seeing a lot here, and you're providing some tremendous support. Debian, I saw you making a presentation to Noah Kutain, who had this unfortunate situation recently. Give us a perspective of what you're doing in the U.S., the funds you're raising, and what are these funds used for?
Well, the funds are used for the athlete development in the diaspora and also in Grenada. We also help in mentorship for the athletes, and we are looking for more support for our athletes abroad, like the diaspora and Grenada. So we want to target some of the local businesses, not only in Grenada, but also in the diaspora, like just a little advertisement. But we're going to target them, like Labie Market. We want to target Chef Deslin Johnson. We also want to target Whiskey Shippers and Compass Shipping. That's some of the business places we want to target to help raise funds for these athletes in the diaspora and also in Grenada.
Salian, maybe you can give us a perspective on what you have done so far in terms of activities that you've had to raise these funds.
We raise funds by having breakfast. We try to have one every month. So the funds that we accumulate goes to the kids, mostly in the diaspora or here in Grenada, where we get them help physically, mentally. We speak to them every Sunday to make sure they are okay.
And Debian, give us some examples of some contributions you've made so far.
We help Shante Augustine. We help Macklin. We also help Joshim Sylvester, your boy. Emilio Bishop.
Yeah,
okay. And just to name a few. But
okay, so
we also have Zania Roberts as well. A lot of the athletes. Some of the names I can't remember because the brain getting old now.
But we run out of time because everybody wants to focus on what's happening down there at the tracks. I want to thank you guys for stopping by and letting people know what you're doing so that when you go to them for the contributions, they know it's for a good cause and they will support your ventures.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good. We've been chatting there with Debian Roger and Salian Clark from the Grenada T&F Athletic Support Group of the USA. As we segue back onto the track for the live track action, and we're going to bring back here Samantha Worm and Bunstein Basil Callis as we continue with the 200 meters. Sorry, the 200 meters for the junior girls. That's the 200 meters for the senior girls, not the sub-junior girls, the senior girls. Well, we're hearing of a new record by Gavia Walker of SAS in the high jump. She has just cleared 1.58 meters, I think. Or was it the athlete from the Anglican High School? But there's a lot of action going on in the high jump as well. Gavia Walker is on the runway now. She's going after 1.58 meters. And she clears it as well. Gavia Walker, 1.58 meters. A decent clearance here for her. I think she was second in the high jump, or maybe first last year. And there is a real intense battle between Gavia Walker and the other competitor from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George's. These are the last two that are remaining in the high jump. As we look back here to see the height clearance by Gavia Walker. That was at 1.58. The 200-meter dash senior girls is up next, the finals. We have Rosemary Thomas, Anisha Hosford, Kayla Christopher, one to look out for, and her teammate as well, Shadi John. Soraya Phillip of Boca Secondary had a good time coming into the finals. Christiana Charles, you can never rule her out. Abigail Williams.
Representing the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Soraya Phillip. Lane number 4, representing the Wagati Sanova St. David's Catholic. Fastest in qualifying, Shade John. Lane number 3, Wagati Sanova St. David's Catholic, Kayla Christopher. Lane number 2, representing the Herbert St. John's Christian Secondary, Anisha Hosford. Running out of lane number 1, representing the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Rosemary Thomas.
Well, there you have it, the fastest girls in the secondary school at the senior category. And they're getting ready. The running should really come from Shadi John, Kayla Christopher, Christiana Charles, and in between them, Soraya Phillip from the Boca Secondary School. Abigail Williams is there. Carriano Gelino of Anglican High School is a good runner as well. Anisha Hosford of Convent St. George's, of Shaper, I beg your pardon, and Rosemary Thomas of Convent St. George's. They're getting ready for it. Well, Christiana Charles have given up. She's just going to jog for the 1 point. But I can tell you, Shadi John is there and she's looking good. Kayla Christopher to her left. And on the outside, we have Anglican High School. But Shadi John is off and running. And it's no catching her now. She's running for a good time. She's powering through to the finish line. Shadi John, St. David's Catholic Secondary 1. Kayla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary 2. And Anglican High School on the outside in Carriano Gelino picking up the bronze.
This is what you call catch me if you can. I'm going to get out that blocks and I'm going to go. Shadi John, impressive from the preliminaries, maintained it, getting into the final and delivering. Catch me if you can. A teammate tried, but they were able to secure 1 and 2. Shadi
and
John.
This is one of the issues I have with the current point system. So Christiana Charles was in the event. We saw her leg was really wrapped. And she's just jogging through to get 1 point. And the purpose of creating that was to encourage athletes to... So, I mean, maybe she's injured and she really cannot exert because her leg is really wrapped up. But she's just going to deliver 1 point here for SAS in this event.
Shadi John taking the glory, 24.04. Kayla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 25.05. And Kirana Gelino of the Anglican High School, 25.52.
A good run by Shadi John indeed of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, the record 23.4. And just to update you, the last 2 competitors in the high jump for sub-juniors is actually Dominic Joseph of Westmoreland Senior School and Gavia Walker of SAS. A quick update on the point standing in the girls category. St. David's Catholic Secondary 148 and SAS 155. Tense moments here at the National Stadium, Bunstein. Nobody's moving, everybody's just there waiting for the excitement and the action.
I think everybody wants to know what will be the final decision when it comes to the championship honors here this evening.
Well, if we can segue to the high jump for just a moment, as Gavia Walker is getting ready to do something here. But we have some results. SAS on 2:47, GBSS on 2:15.5. Presentation Brothers College, 100 points, a decent 100 for PBC.
So it's Gavia Walker on the runway in the girls high jump for sub-junior.
The bar is at 1.61. She has already done her personal best in the high jump so far. That was her final attempt. Dominic Joseph still has one more attempt at the same height. But the boys are getting ready for the 200 meters senior. It's going to be another fast one.
So let's get ready for the lane assignments.
There's a lot of pedigree in this event. The big boys are there, the Ian George, the Daryl Daniel.
Senior girls 200 meter dash. Running a time of 24.04 seconds. World Junior qualifications at 24.35 seconds. World Junior Championships qualified. Shade John.
So what we just heard is that Shade John has met the qualifying mark for the World Junior Champs. Good run by Shade John. Good move here. And she's well on her way.
We go for the senior boys. 200 meter final. Running out of lane number 8. Representing the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary. Deron Sincere. Lane number 7. Representing the Horizon Credit Union. Grenville Secondary. Johnson Louison Jr. Running out of lane number 6. Representing the Nawasa SAS. Randy Jones. Lane number 5, representing the Nawasa SAS, 100 meter silver medalist, Daryl Daniel. Lane number 4, representing the Herbert St. John's Christian Secondary, 100 meter gold medalist, Ian Jones. Lane number 3, your 2025 junior champion, representing the Nagico GBSS, Kamal Joseph. Running on lane number 2, representing the Gravel and Concrete Wesley College, Keston Thomas. Running on lane number 1, representing the Nagico GBSS, Josh Foreman.
So these are the fastest junior athletes at 200 meters, senior athletes. Well, junior in terms of being under 20. But we're talking about the fastest seniors here.
Very important for me. Wesley College is in the finals here in Keston Thomas. He's running out of lane 2. 21:47, the fastest time by Daryl Daniel. And then we have Ian George, 21:49. Dominic Joseph has just cleared the height there. She's in the lead. We go over to the 200 meters. Bunstein, your call.
200 meters senior final. And they're off. And it's a clean and even start. Daryl Daniel is making some motions. But here comes Ian George. St. John's Christian Secondary. It's going to be a battle between Ian George and Daryl Daniel. But George is holding on. He's a run from Daniel there. George and Daniel pushing through on his shoulder, through the line. It's going to be a photo finish for this one.
I believe Ian George may have had a slight lean on Daryl Daniel, but it's very close to call, and we never anticipated that. We thought that Ian George was a runaway winner, but when we look at the times from the preliminaries, Daryl Daniel was looking really, really good. As we look back here, It's the lean from Ian George that's going to take him home. But let's see. Let's look at it closely.
It's
Ian George
with
over
that
Daniel.
The look on his face is what just happened there. I don't even think he is sure, but look at
20.91.
it has been confirmed.
And it's
What else?
a legal wind speed 20.91. That is almost a new record, but it's the first time he has gone sub 21. The record is 20.80. What an impressive run. Daryl Daniel 20.92. It was that close. But I can tell you, these boys are fast.
After that, why not run the whole track? He can run all the way around the track. He deserves it. Why not?
Oh, what a run.
Can you imagine 21.42 gives you a bronze medal?
Oh, the chills, the chills, the chills, the chills, the chills. Ian George delivering.
Look at this as they come up the 100-meter track.
A highly competitive race. Daryl Daniel having to run from behind and pushing Ian George all the way to the tape. The lean made the difference here. And Ian George would reign as champion of Intercol 2026. It has been quite a while since we've seen a time that fast at Intercol games. The record was established way back in 2009. And two boys sub 21. I've never seen that at Intercol in my life. What a run. Kamal Joseph had to settle for the third with an impressive 21.42. Diron Sincere of Boca 21.73 for the fourth. Josh Thomas of GBSS 21.88. And we also had another sub 21 from Randy Jones 21.96 to get sixth position.
We saw it in our lifetime. We are going to look for Ian George as he develops, but we are able to say that we saw this in real time.
This was brilliant. It was brilliant running. It was something that a lot of people are still wowed about. The time is impressive. 20.91, 20.92. What more can we ask for?
But see, I think Ian even shocked himself. He is shocked for himself.
And the wind speed was legal. And they've also made the World Junior Champs qualification. What a run from these two gentlemen. We have not seen it that good in quite a while. Phenomenal performance by Ian George and Daryl Daniel.
What does this say for Carifta Games? Can we cause any sign of, I don't know, is this build-up coming towards it?
No, a 20 point, a sub 21 time would get them definitely into the finals and can challenge for a medal as well. This is a phenomenal time.
Very, very much so. It's putting some spark into us, some hope into us.
Team Grenada! Carifta Games, we're coming. Well, they're coming here. Easter weekend, April 4th, 5th, and 6th, right here at Randy James Athletic Stadium. We all join
Shout out to all the folks in St. John's. Shout out to all the folks of Top Flight Athletics Club, as the club of Ian George. I'm sure the fishing capital, the Republic of Guam, is in jubilation as Ian George has delivered the goods for you, winning the 200 meters and the 100 meters at Intercol 2026.
And the fans are still buzzing with the excitement from this race. What a race. Govtung, you got your boy doing exceptional here at the Kirani James. Well, the stadium named after another Govtung son.
I don't think Ian George saw that challenge coming at all, but it's so good for the sport. Daryl Daniel has been a find for SAS. He won the 400 meters. He was second to Ian George in the 200 meters. Not that close, but he really gave him a run for his money here now in the finals of the 200 meters.
And that we have to agree with you on. Anybody who is disagreeing with us on this one, I don't know what you're looking at. This is a treat.
Just to give you a little points update before the race that we saw there, in the boys category, SAS at 247, GBSS at 215.5, and in the girls, SAS was at 155, and St. David's Catholic secondary on 148. A lot of action. So in the girls category, SAS on 162 now. St. David's Catholic Secondary on 160. Anglican High School in the hundreds too, 102 and a third. And Convent St. George's 92 and a third. Boca Secondary really holding their own. I would love for them to make 100 points here today as well. Annalisa Brown would have to do something special for them again in that 4x400 meters. But it's real action here going into the relays of Intercol 2026.
It's a real battle for the championship honors. St. David's Catholic and St. Andrew's Anglican going head to head in the female category. GBSS and SAS battling it down to the finish line. It's exciting. The crowd is lapping it up. The spectators, the fans, the students having a good time. This is Intercol 2026 and they're enjoying it.
Wow. It's a moment of silence, what we call the calm after the storm. We just want to let you know that the Immigration Migration Agency, they're going to be handing out some special prizes to the fans in the stands, those that are maybe most creative, most energetic, and they're going to be making some presentations to the fans out there who have been here and cheering on the athletes all along.
Have you realized that the fan from last year, Lydia, is absent?
I noticed that too. She runs more races than the athletes, right?
So wherever you are, Lydia, we know you're watching, and we're sending you love from us here at the commentary team from TNR Communication.
We want to big up all the fans out there, those in the stadium and the thousands of you who are out there.
Presentation.
So we go over to the house mic now for the presentation from the IMA.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for a medal presentation. We want to welcome Mrs. Gail Purcell, Chairperson of the National Lotteries Authority.
We are grateful to have with us today Ms. Gail Purcell, Chairperson of the NLA, to assist with the distribution of the medals. Event number 36, the girls 100-meter dash junior. Your bronze medalists from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Brianna Oliver, 12.56 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. Mark's Secondary School, Micaiah Frederick, 12.38 seconds. And your gold medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Tishona Bascom, 12.08 seconds. Your medalists for event number 36, the girls 100-meter dash junior. Event number 37, the boys 100-meter dash junior. Taking home the bronze from the Najiko GBSS, Kashay Stevens, 11.04 seconds. Your silver medalist from the Najiko GBSS, Nathaniel Alfred, 10.84 seconds. And your gold medalist from Nawassa SAS, Philip Mitchell, 10.81 seconds. Your medalist for event number 37, the boys 100-meter dash junior. Event number 36, event number 66, the girls 200-meter dash senior. Taking home the bronze from the GTC Anglican High School, Cariona Gelino, 25.52 seconds. Your silver medalist from the Wagiti Sonova St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Kayla Christopher, 25.05 seconds. And bringing home the gold from the Wagiti Sonova St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Sade John, 24.04 seconds. Your medalists for event number 66, the girls 200-meter dash senior. We would like to thank Ms. Gail Purcell, Chairperson of NLA, for assisting us with this segment of the medal presentation. We now invite Ms. Roseanne Hughes, Marketing and Communication Executive from Flow, to assist with the remaining medals. Medal presentation for event number 67, the boys 200-meter dash senior. Your bronze medalist from Najiko Grenada Boys Secondary School, Kamal Joseph, 21.42 seconds. Taking second and the silver medal from the Nawasa SAS, Darrell Daniel. 20.92 seconds. And copying the first position and walking home with the gold medal from the Jonas Brown and Hubbard St. John's Christian Secondary. Let's hear it for Ian George. 20.91 seconds. Your medalists for event number 67, the boys 200-meter dash senior. Event number 90, the girls triple jump open. Your bronze medalists from the Anglican High School, Nevaeh Richards. 10.58 meters. Your silver medalist from Nawasa SAS, Kaylina Modest. 10.67 meters. And bringing home the gold and establishing a new record of 11.78 meters from Nawasa SAS, Christina Charles. Your medalists for event number 90, the girls triple jump open. We would like to thank Ms. Roseanne Hughes, Marketing and Communications Executive from Flow, for assisting with the distribution of the medals. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to a special part of this program. We invite the athletes to hold on. At this time, we invite your attention as we recognize a special moment in the 2026 GAPS Intercol Games. Today we acknowledge a valued partnership with Blue Bubbles Events Rental Services Incorporated through their Gold Spikes initiative. Champion bags are being presented to athletes who place first, second, and third in the girls' heptathlon and the boys' octathlon. These bags are thoughtfully prepared with hydration support, recovery items, and much, much more. We congratulate our champions and we thank Blue Bubbles for their contribution. The girls' heptathlon. In third position, from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Jadisa Mark. In second position, from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Janaya Hazard. And your gold medalist for this event from Bishop's College, Montisha St. Bernard. These bags are packed and they are ready. Congratulations to the girls who were successful in copying the top 3 positions in the girls' heptathlon open. The boys' octathlon open. Placing third from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Javed Noel. Placing second from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Randy Jones. And bringing home the gold and receiving his prize today from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Kawanel Pierre. Once again, we congratulate our champions for their dedication, discipline, and sportsmanship. We also extend sincere thanks to Blue Bubbles Events Rental Services Incorporated and their partners for their continued support of youth athletics. Special thanks goes to Mr. Leon Francis for assisting with the distribution. We now turn our attention back to the track.
So we are back. We just witnessed the medal presentation, but we want to give you some important highlights, some important updates as to what has been taking place while you were looking at the medal presentation. So we want to tell you that a new record was set in the sub-junior girls high jump, and this is some good news that we must highlight. We cannot go away from it, and that is Dominic Joseph of the Westmoreland Secondary School set a new record in the girls high jump, jumping at 1.6 meters. So she has bagged the gold for her school, and why not? This is a celebration, a celebratory moment for Dominic Joseph, bringing some pride to her school, giving them that gold medal. They have been holding a little bit on their own in this year's event. They have a couple points attached to them. So good job. Let's go to the lineup for
lane number 6. Representing the Wagati son of St. David's Catholic Secondary,
sub-junior
Shaquanda Paul. Lane number 5. Record holding 800 meters, 400 meter hurdle champion, Classic Lighting McDonald College, Emma Frederick. Lane number 4. Representing the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Ariel Edwards. Lane number 3. Representing the Nawasa SAS. You saw her in the high jump in the 400 meter hurdles. Here she is, Garvia Walker. Lane number 2. Also representing the Nawasa SAS, Kelina Modest. And going out of lane number 1, representing the Wagati son of St. David's Catholic, Raina Hosford. That's your start list for the sub-junior girls 400 meter dash final.
So you're getting ready for the start of the final of the girls 400 meter dash sub-junior. And this one is going to be an interesting one. Emma Frederick is back. Gavia Walker, one of the standouts here, Kelina Modest of SAS. She's also there, but the best time going into the final is McDonald College's Emma Frederick.
Gavia Walker just used her feet in the high jump, and here she is immediately in the lineup for the 400 meter sub-junior girls.
Let's see if the legs are going to hold up through this event. And here off is the final of the 400 meters for sub-junior girls. Emma Frederick is already making up the stack on St. David's. Paul, Shaquanda Paul. Emma Frederick going down the back stretch in full control. St. Joseph Convent, Grenville on her outside. It's Emma Frederick in control of this one. Frederick it is. Opening a gap from the rest of the chasing pack. There is no response from Gavia Walker or the rest of the chasing crew at this moment. It's all Emma Frederick, McDonald College, the girls 100 meter dash sub-junior, as she heads into the 100 meter track. A chase now from the SAS athletes and the St. David's athletes. But it's Emma Frederick. Emma Frederick it is. Modeste of SAS for second. Gavia Walker of SAS. A pretty close third place between Walker of SAS and Paul of St. David's Catholic on the outside.
Look at that. Emma Frederick, we saw her in the preliminaries doing basically the same thing. And here she is this afternoon showing that this is my event. I am going to do what I have to do. I have done what I have to do. The gold medal is mine. She breathes a sigh of relief. She takes it in. Why not?
Well, certainly a good run from Frederick, and certainly a good time. And she did what she needed to do. She got out pretty early and ensured that she did the business right here.
So Emma Frederick, 58.80.
So your winner there, Emma Frederick. The gold medalist, McDonald College, Crown City. Your girl has struck gold one more time.
So as we look at the replay here, Frederick out early, ensuring that she just positioned herself well. She's in the middle lane. So coming off the turn, she will be way ahead. No one really challenging her. She's just cruising at this time, keeping her shape, keeping her form really nicely. And right here you see the arms pumping just a bit more, so she knew that she wanted to get close to maybe the record time, and she did all that she needed to do. And she's just out of the medal, the record there, 58.
Do you think, Clyde, if she had a little more competition, she had the ability to snatch that record? 58.80 and I think 57.41.
Yeah, I think with a bit of competition, she may have really, put some more into this.
She had already gone to 58.22 earlier. It's the boys.
When you have lead number 7, representing the classic lighting, McDonald College, Kashim Ganis. Lead number 6, representing classic lighting, Wester Hall Secondary. He's out, but he qualified. Terrion Samuel. Lead number 5, representing the Nagico GBSS. Second fastest in qualifying, Levi Rocher. Lane number 4, also representing the Nagico GBSS, Akel Briggs. Lane number 3, your fastest in qualifying, Nawasa Sass, T-Sean Lambert. Running out of lane number 2, representing the classic lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Zelon Charles. And running out of lane number 1, your 1500 meter champion, representing the Nexa PBC, Tyrese Braveboy. These are your finalists, sub-junior boys, 400 meter dash.
All right, so just to let our Facebook viewers know that we're starting a new live at about 4:45, because at about 10 minutes to 5, the 8-hour limit will be reached. And so at 4:45, we're going to start a new live. You can always rejoin after 4:45, or you can continue viewing on the YouTube channel TNR Communications. We're getting ready for the boys 400 sub-junior. Here we go, clean start. Let's see. It's early runnings. Let's see who makes up the stagger pretty early. It is McDonald College. Looking good there. It's Kashim Ganes. He's looking good, looking strong. On his outside is Aiden Klein of the St. David Catholic Secondary. But Ganes looking good so far. He just assesses where he is as he heads towards the front. Keep your eyes on, I make it the athlete on his inside as they come around the turn and heading into the straightaway. Here comes Nawasa Sass, Tishon Lambert. Lambert moving in on the inside, but on his outside is Akel Briggs of the GBSS. Briggs Make it Briggs of the GBSS taking this one. Levi Richer. That's the man who took it. It's Richer.
Yes, that it is. That is who it is that dominated this race. Levi Richer. Well, not dominated. He pushed to the end to snatch it from Tishon Lambert of SAS. But in the end, it was Levi Richer of the GBSS to raise his hand to say, this one is mine. He took it. It is his. The GBSS, the banter between the GBSS and the SAS continues. Who wants it most? GBSS takes this one. SAS had to settle for the second. Let's see how the others lined up. Levi Richer, 54.39. Tishon Lambert, 54.87. Kashim Ganis of McDonald College, 55.47.
A very well-timed run by Levi Richer of GBSS there, just holding off the challenge from Tishon Lambert. Congratulations to GBSS. Gold medal in the 400-meter dash for sub-junior boys.
As you look at the race right here, and McDonald College in Kazim Ganes, he was really looking good, looking strong. But as you came around the turn, you look at Richer there, just asserting himself, ensuring that he got a good position as he heads into the straightaway. He is in first place and he just needs to maintain. The challenge was coming, but he knew in his mind the finish line is where he's going to go, and he got there.
What a serious young man. A mission out. He accomplished it. Looks to the supporters who are very happy with what he has delivered today. Levi Richer, GBSS, 54.39.
And we see the fans in the colors, in their full regalia, representing the various schools. What a lovely sight. Intercol 2026, living up to expectations.
All right, so as we as we continue to go on, we want to just take you over to the interview with Sherian. She has an interview with the high jump record holder, newest high jump record holder, that is Dominique Joseph of the Westmoreland Secondary School.
Dominic Joseph of the Westmoreland Secondary School is our new record holder in the sub-junior girls high jump. The old record was 1.56 meters set back in 2014 by Aliyah Bartholomew. You cleared that and then you set a new mark of 1.61 meters. How was it for you?
It was a really tough fight. I came out there and I really didn't know what I was doing. My markup wasn't right, and I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, pray that Lord can help me. So as I went out there, I jumped and I jumped and I jumped. I didn't I threw down the bar a couple of times, but I was like, I'm not gonna let that stop me. And I came back and I jumped 1.61 meters. I'm really proud of myself.
You are getting very, very close competition from Gary Walker out of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. Tell me how much momentum that gave you, how much encouragement that gave you to push harder?
That pushed me like a lot. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna try to come there and set a new personal best. But then she came and she cleared my personal best. So I was like, oh my gosh, I have to go higher and higher. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to you. This is your new record holder in the sub-junior girls high jump, a height of 1.61 meters. Dominic Joseph, the athlete out of the Westmoreland Secondary School.
Muncie, we couldn't be more happy for this young lady. We could see the joy on her face, the celebration. I saw her dad, I saw the coach with her. And Dominic, congratulations to you. She is, I don't know if many hear about her, but she is an outstanding athlete on the field. If you are following us, we would know that she's not a fly-by-night. She's been there, and she's been doing very, very, very well.
Well, she's been doing well because she's been stacking up the points for her school. Whatever points her school has, she's responsible for stacking it up. So congratulations to you, young lady. Such a pleasant young lady. Happy, enjoying, smiling throughout our interview. Pleased with what you've done. Congratulations.
Very much so. We want to just inform you of update you of the scores that are being awarded for individual events. First place gets 7 points. The person placing second, 5 points. Third place, 3 points. Fourth, 2. And places 5th to 8th, they all get 1 point each. For the combined events, first place, 13 points. Second place, 9 points. Third place, 5. Fourth, 3. And from 5th to 8th, 2 points each. For the team events, 13 for first, 9 for second, 5 for third, 3 for the fourth place. And from 5th to 8th, 2 points each. So what you're seeing is that once you're a finalist, there is at least a minimum amount of points that you can get. In the individual events, 1 point once you're a finalist, and in the combined events, once a finalist, 2 points, even for the 8th place finish.
On your screen now is the shot put event for girls, and also going on simultaneously is the javelin for senior boys.
She's over the standard. Let's see, she's just about the 10-meter mark. That's the athlete from SAS. So she's within the arc. It's legal, just about 10 meters or thereabout. We'll wait till the reading comes up. But a pretty legal, not a pretty, but a very legal throw that is.
So SAS was represented by Destiny Harry and Zoria Charles. That was Zoria Charles making that throw. And St. David's Catholic was next. St. David's is represented by Tabitha Francis.
She too had a legal throw. She was able to get over. So if you're looking at the screen, that red marker cross will tell you if they are within the standard that they're supposed to meet. And once they are over that mark, it will be measured. If they are outside of the arc, that's the V-shaped thing, then marking on the floor, on the ground, it will not be measured because it will be illegal. So they want to get over that red mark for it to be counted.
That's Booker Secondary.
The white flag goes up.
So Booker's representatives Makila Lawrence and
we're seeing on our screen, and every day, day 1, day 2, day 3, she has been here. Well, she's very present and enjoying every bit of it. Representing all, well, she's representing Hatfield, wearing the green among the red. And she's beating whatever is in her hand.
so as we said, Booker, the Lawrence girls, Nikila and Makila. Oh, it's the 3,000 meters open for girls. That's the next event on track, 3,000 meters. And let's see how many competitors we have listed for this event already. We see Annalisa Brown and Annie Loki, two of the better known athletes for these long distances. And once an event is that long, we need to mention most of the athletes that are competing here. So we have Alexa Lawrence of Westmoreland School, Annalisa Brown is there, Kimaya Bain, Kivona Alexander of St. Joseph Convent St. George's, Cami Charles of Grenada SDA is there, Nikela Mitchell, St. Joseph Convent Grenville, Lonel Renwick of the Boca Secondary, Rafa Franklin, Happy Hill Secondary, L'Oreal Boatswain of the Grenville Secondary, Ronick Alexander, St. David's Catholic, Jordan Collins, also of St. David's Catholic. SAS is represented by Kishanti Gibbs. Another representative for the Grenville Secondary is Deshani Mitchell, St. Mark's Secondary, Glory Richards, Tiffany Abraham, another representative for SAS, Akiva Williams of Wesley College, Brianna Coutin of the Anglican High School, also from Wesley College, Kenisha Toussaint, Nia Alexander of Hillsborough Secondary, Michaela Abraham, St. Joseph Convent Grenville, Annie Logie, St. Joseph Convent St. George's, and Shania Nelson of the Anglican High School. So it's the 3,000 meters open for girls. 3,000 meter run open for girls. Annalisa Brown, Annie Logie, right in the middle of your picture. So they going to be making just about seven laps. That's 3,000 meters. So it's 7 laps plus 200 meters.
While the 3,000 meters is going, we have a very special guest with us here in the commentary booth. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports and the Parliamentary Representative for St. Andrews Northwest.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Smith, and good afternoon to all the listeners of our lovely Intercol game 2026.
I'm speaking of no other than the Honorable Delma Thomas. And this has been 3 very exciting, competitive, and I guess a lot of preparation has gone into this. We heard from the chair of the Principals Association. We were also told that the Ministry of Sport has made an invaluable contribution towards this event, which is a combination of youth and sports, as your ministry portfolio states. But what has been the contribution from the ministry and the significance of this contribution in terms of the platform it is staging for the premier athletes in the secondary school circuit?
So it's important to note that while the ministry is the parent ministry for sports, the decision to provide magnificent support to the Principal Association for Intercol 2026 came from the government of Grenada. So it's a cabinet decision, and so we must commend our chair of the cabinet and the entire cabinet for supporting that worthwhile initiative as it relates to providing support for youth and sport development in Intercol 2026. So we gave in excess of $350,000. So that's cash, but there are other kind support that was provided by the ministry. And so as a government and as a ministry, we are committed to the development of sports and youth development, and so we'll continue to provide the necessary support, because we know from this grassroots level is where we get our athletes going to the regional and the international level, and so we'll put all our support not only for Intercol but even in the infrastructural and the other grassroots support.
Wonderful indeed. That's indeed an invaluable contribution. I want us to basically segue to the Intercol itself. The hype that has been created, the whole nation, the diaspora, everybody is glued now to Intercol. This is one of the biggest events in the Caribbean, definitely in the Southern Caribbean when it comes to track and field. How seriously has that been taken by the ministry in terms of creating this platform for these youngsters?
So for us, we see that as a stepping stone for our athletes. That is the reason why we put so much investment, not only leading up to Intercol, but even in terms of our facility, in terms of the grounds and other facilities, not only at the National Stadium, but across Grenada. So we have been developing facilities in St. Andrew, in St. Patrick, in Carriacou, and all the other parishes across the country, appreciating that it is a stepping stone for our athletes to start at the school level, because it all starts with the school sports, and then we end up at where all the different schools, secondary schools across Grenada come together to showcase real talent. I mean, we have been seeing 3 days of real talent from all our schools. I mean, we have GBSS, we have SAS, we have, in some instances where we have Ian George showcasing his talent, we have McDonald College, we have Convent, Grenville Convent, St. George's Anglican High School, and all the other secondary schools. We have seen a real raw talent at the games, and so this is really paving the way for our Carifta team. From what I have seen over the last 3 days, I am optimistic that this year we'll have more medals at Carifta 2026, which will be held right here in Grenada.
Well, a number of factors contribute towards the athlete's success. So one is obviously the raw talent that you just articulated so well about. 2 is the coaching levels, and I know your ministry has been doing quite a lot for coaches. 3 is the nutrition, and then a 4th factor is the facilities and the equipment that they need, and I'm sure again your ministry is doing quite a lot for that. So tell us a little bit more about that in terms of the facilities, the equipment and the coaches that the ministry is facilitating to develop these young athletes.
So I want to start with the coaches, because in this year we appointed 70 coaches across not only secondary school, because you'll appreciate that our athletes start from the primary school level, and so we have appointed coaches in every school across Grenada. We have been developing the facilities across Grenada. This year is no exception. We have a number of facilities will be upgraded, so we know those that happened within the last budgetary year. But in 2026, we also have a number of facilities, including Carriacou, which will be developed in 2026.
Well, that's exciting. We have just about 2.5 laps to go in this, the 3,000 meters open for girls. Annalisa Brown continues to lead, and she has Sass on the outside. I see 2 from the St. Joseph Convent. St. George is there as well, and that would be Annie Logie and Kayana Alexander. But they're going at a very much pedestrian pace. And remember, it's a 3,000 meter event. Annie Logie, one of the favorites. So too is Annalisa Brown. And running for SAS there, that's Tishanti Gibbs. Tishanti Gibbs has one of those strong athletes we saw in the primary schools coming through as well. And she moves into the lead now over Annalisa Brown, but Annalisa Brown has that kick. Minister, while you're here, and we were talking about the facilities, a lot of people believe now that with the success that we see coming out of St. Andrew at the primary school level, now at the senior, not now, but at the senior level as well, and even after the school life with Ace Track Club, that St. Andrews needs some additional development, especially with a synthetic track for the athletes to train on. Have any considerations been given to that?
So when we did the lighting of Progress Park, we said that was phase 1, and phase 2 is budgeted in 2026 at a synthetic track for Progress Park. We have started consultation with the cricketers in St. Andrew, appreciating that both cricket and football plus athletic are played at Progress Park, and so we are developing an alternative facility to West Indies cricket, to international cricket standard, which will be in Pearls. So Pearls will be developed, and so we will see a synthetic track in St. Andrew as part of the development to ensure that we provide avenue for not only St. Andrew, but we believe also that St. Patrick and the eastern side can also use that facility. So we are in the process. There's a budgetary allocation for it under the National Lottery Authority, so that is our funder, our funding source, and so we want to do it together. We do not want to develop a synthetic track in Progress Park and then there's no way for the cricketers, because all these sports are so very important. In fact, our very superstar Afi Fletcher normally plays and train at Progress Park, so we have to ensure that there's an alternative place for her to be able to play and for new emerging talent to come through as it relates to cricket. So as a government, we will be developing the two sides together.
Well, we're going to come back to that as we into the final lap of the 3,000 meters. Annalisa Brown, that's the athlete up front there from the Boca Secondary School. Annie Logie moves into the second position now. She's just on the shoulder of Annalisa Brown. The both of them can sprint very well. It's good to see Tishanti Gibbs up there. Anglican High School is up there. And from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George as well. We have the second athlete from St. Joseph Convent, St. George, which is Kiana Alexander. They're heading down the back straight for the last time. Annie Logie here maybe wanting to make the first move, but she has to be very careful because Annalisa Brown has a good kick. She holds the record for the 400 meters. The pace begins to pick up definitely as they approach the final 200 meters. 5 athletes in the lead here. Annalisa Brown, slight lead over Annie Logie. These two will have a go at it. The fans are up in arms. Kiana Alexander is making a move. Anglican High School is also there in Nelson. That's Shania Nelson. There they go. The kick comes in here now. Annalisa Brown over Annie Logie. Who has the firepower? Annie Logie on the inside. Annalisa Brown on the outside. These two are having a go at it. Juniors and seniors. What a run from Annalisa Brown to win the 3,000 meters. Annie Logie would pick up the silver medal. And Kiana Alexander will pick up the bronze. A good run by these two young athletes. And Minister, as you're here and witnessing it yourself, the future of track and field in Grenada looks very, very bright.
The future of track and field in Grenada really look bright. And so from a government standpoint, we are so proud of our athletes. And so we will be continuing to invest to ensure that they not only perform here on the local level, but we look forward to see them in character and even on the international level. Because we have seen a number of athletes here who we believe can be the next Lyndon Victor. We see the next Anderson Peters. We also see the next Kirani James among some of the superstars from SAS, GBSS. We saw Ian George also performing extremely well in those events that he took part in. And so, across our different schools, we have seen emerging real brilliant athletes. And so we'll continue to provide all the necessary support.
Well, I heard you mention Ian George on 2 occasions, and we saw a very impressive race from him. He had a good challenge from Daryl Daniel from SAS, and those two went on to qualify for World Juniors based on the time that they did here. So very impressive from them.
Yeah, so the truth is, we know over the years that both SAS and GBSS are really superpower in the male division. It's always coming down to the last. And so we are really happy to see what is happening among our athletes. The keen competition, and I also want to commend the supporters, because I know last year we've been seeing a number of throwing of bottles and so on. We appealed based on an incident that happened last year, because it could be friendly rivalry, but at the end of the day, if you throw in bottles without eyes, then we can have serious repercussions. And so last year we had a child who could not see her eyes for months and had to be away from school. And so we, again, as we lead to the end of this third and final day, I know as the competition become keener, and at the end, we say may the best school win, but at the end of the day, we are seeing emerging a number of excellent athletes from across our secondary schools. And so I commend all the athletes, I commend the coaches for their hard work, their dedication, the schools. They have put out a lot in order to have this wonderful event. The Principal Association, I want to commend them too for their hard work and their dedication in ensuring that we have this very successful event. Intercol is one of the biggest games, or the biggest game in Grenada. I mean, Carifta is a passing event, it's not a Grenadan event. So we know that Intercol is an excellent event, and so we look forward to continue seeing our athletes emerging from strength to strength.
Well, very good to hear that from you, and very good to hear what the plans are from the ministry for St. Andrew with that synthetic track. But I want us to segue now, as you mentioned, Carifta. We are going to be hosting Carifta. We saw the officials come here to do their own assessment, and they've given us a green light. We've seen some improvements being made to the facility. The track has been repaired. The scoreboard has been repaired. And I was told that the minor works that are remaining on the scoreboard, they're going to have it done in time. The equipment is already here to do that. And we can boast of hosting very successful Cariftas. And that's the reason why I guess Grenada asked or put up their hand to host again. And from the ministry's perspective, the preparation and what you are required to do, how is that going?
So this is going excellent, and so I want to really commend not only the staff, but we know this is an athletic association event. Though we provide financial and other moral support to them, they are the ones, and so I want to commend them for their hard work, for their dedication, and the government for agreeing to provide financial and other support so that we can host this Carifta, because it also exposes our athletes.
Right, so we're going to come back to that. Just looking at Annalisa Brown, how she completed her race. She did a time of 11 minutes, 51.1 seconds. Annie Logie, of the St. Joseph Convent St. George was second. Kiana Alexander of Convent St. George's, she was also third. Akiva Williams of Wesley College, good to see Wesley College amongst the mixed here. Shania Nelson, Anglican High School, was fifth. Tashanti Gibbs, who was in the lead pack for quite some time, she placed sixth. The top six finishes here, valuable points on offer. But Annalisa Brown continues to be that standout athlete in the longer distances. And you have one from your neighborhood as well, Minister, Azaria Simon, I beg your pardon, who has been doing extremely well as a primary school athlete.
So, I mean, Azaria is Kendall Simon's daughter. So that will speak volume for you. We are still hearing Kendall Simon's name in Intercol as it relates to record that cannot be broken. And so you would appreciate that it is more than just my neighborhood and more than my constituency. These are two people from my village, but more than that, we are related. So I want to put on the record that we are related. And so I do look forward to real good performances from Azaria. Azaria is a primary school child at this time, and I mean she's doing extremely well, so I know her future is bright. And if you look at her disposition, her discipline and teamwork and all these things, so we are awake clearly based on who's Azaria's parents, that she will do well. Her father always on the training field, and so he has her and her other siblings always part training, you know, and the whole level of discipline. And so I do look forward to great things from Azaria. I'm not even saying future, because we already start to see her performance in the now.
All right, so we have to put a wrap on the interview, Minister. It's indeed a pleasure. We're happy that the acting Prime Minister granted you permission to come here. We saw your application online for permission to come to Intercol.
Not to come to Intercol, but that's a conversation for another time.
Okay.
Because you have me here with the cap as Minister of Youth and Sports, not as parliamentary representative for St. Andrew Northwest.
Okay, great. So final words as you depart from the commentary section here?
You know, I want to wish all our athletes the best. I said may the best school win, as it all indicate from when we start as it relates to the male division. It seems like a clear win for the St. Andrew Anglican Secondary School, and I know that they are planning a great celebration in St. Andrew. And so, but at the end of the day, athletics win and youth development win, because while SAS may emerge, GBSS did not sit quietly. They perform extremely well. We have PBC and the other secondary schools, and so I say kudos to all our athletes, the coaches, teachers, parents, guardians, and supporters. We look forward to the end of these games, and as we celebrate our athletes. I want to end by saying, you know, last year we started with providing educational financial support to the emerging championship of the different division, and this year will be no exception. We'll continue to provide that support that will enable our athletes to continue to thrive.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Minister Delma Thomas, for stopping by and for sharing all those very valuable bits of information and your words of encouragement to the youngsters. And we want to thank you and wish you well as you continue to promote and develop sports throughout the state of Grenada.
Thank you very much.
Great. So that was the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, Honorable Delma Thomas. And we're going to get set now for the 5,000 meters in the male category. Annalisa Brown just a moment ago winning the 3,000 meters open for the girls. And we have quite a number of outstanding athletes here in the 5,000 meter run. So we're going to see the likes of Sholon Paul, Keith Charles from the Grenada Christian Academy, Lyndon Gonzalez from Boca, Delon Thomas from SAS, Kevin Fleming, St. Mark's Secondary, Shondell Finley from GBSS, Samuel George, Grenville Secondary, Malik Samuel, St. David's Catholic, Jeremiah Matthews, St. Mark's Secondary, Dwayne Newland of Shaper, Josiah Simon also of SAS, Rickel Blay of Hillsborough Secondary, Malton Lindsay of the Grenada Christian Academy, Raphael Phillip of Wesley College, Tession Francis of St. David's Catholic Secondary, and Carlos Whiteman from Grenada Boys Secondary. These are the 16 athletes that are registered for the 5,000 meters. Bernard, a great run by Annalisa Brown and great expectations now as we go into the 5,000 meters.
Yeah, they seems to be hunting in pairs whenever they run together. That's Annalisa Brown and Annie Logie. But if you're a fan of track and field, if you're a particular fan of long distance running, you are in for a second part of the triple treat. And up next, as Smithy would have said, the 5,000 meters, it's an open event. That's also for senior boys, 5,000 meters for senior boys. That's up next. Rickel Julian in 2017 would have established this record of 17 minutes, 03.36 seconds.
Yeah, certainly a lot of running here for these boys. 5,000 meters is no easy feat. So it will take a lot of stamina. Have to be very determined. I know that the boys will be conditioned for this. Looking at the lineup, you have many of the boys who will normally participate in this event. Expecting that the running will come from Keith Charles. He's been around for quite a while. He certainly will make a claim for the gold medal.
You're absolutely correct. Charles has always performed with some level of degree of distinction.
Lyndon Gonzalez of the Boca Secondary, he is a good distance athlete, very good. He has one of the records here.
And Boca has some pedigree in the long and middle distances in times past, so we should see a good showing from Gonzalez here. The GBSS has two competitors in this event, Shonda Finley and Carlos Whiteman. As is SAS. SAS has two athletes in this one also, Dylan Thomas and Josiah Simons. And not to be outdone with two athletes on show here, well, certainly registered, St. David's Catholic Secondary School in Malik Samuel and Tession Francis. Well, we are just getting an update as to the non-starters here. And in fact, the field will be less participation than registered. So we have a number of non-starters, but we'll give you a full list of actual starters here. And they are off. Rather gentle pace to begin with. Right up front is the athlete there. They're trying to get a reading as to see a number.
So that's Kevin Fleming.
2388.
That's St. Mark's Secondary School out in front. And he's leading off here. And this the 5,000 meter run, senior.
What can be described as a very gentle, even pace to begin with. This is where you get an early separation of the pack. You get a leading bunch, and then the rest of the pack would follow. So as of now, there's no real separation to speak to. They're strung out, but all within touching distance.
Yes, certainly well strung out there. So they're making just about 12.5 laps around the track. So you see the athlete there from Wesley College, I make it.
Yes, there's one entrant here from Wesley College. That's Raphael Phillip. There's Raphael Phillip from Wesley College. He's now challenging for the lead. Pace is still a gentle one. There's a lot of running ahead. One must pace themselves, in fact, to run their own race.
It's all about pacing the 5,000 meters.
It's the two runners up front. We're not going to describe it as a pack, but two runners up front followed by another two. Athlete there from Wesley College and St. Mark's Secondary School, shadowing each other.
So it's Fleming and Phillip leading the 5,000 meters. They're running side by side, just buddying up there. Athlete there from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary in third. Grenada Secondary making a good run of it also. Samuel George.
Seems to be closing the small gap that it was established early.
And here goes Phillip of Wesley College as he takes the lead. It's Raphael Phillip.
We're preparing ourselves to have
so it's St. Mark's Secondary again. And Kevin Fleming, he's gone to the, he's taken the lead again. Fleming still ahead. Athlete there from Wesley College, and Phillip, he's in second position. Behind him there has been some changes, but we'll keep you posted. Well, viewers, while the 5,000 meter run senior boys is taking place, I have a guest with me and I want to introduce her to you. And I want to say good afternoon to Mrs. Narissa Celestine James, the Deputy Chair of the Grenada National Sports Council. And she's also the principal of the Happy Hills Secondary School. Mrs. James, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, son. How are you today?
I'm fine, and it's good to have you. I'm seeing that you're supporting your school to the fullest.
100%. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right. Well, what I want you to first of all do is to tell us who is the National Sports Council.
Well, I'm certain you were hearing and seeing a lot of the National Sports Council, and we intend to be upfront, taking a lot of publicity, because we, as a grouping, we are designated the powers to really oversee the governance and development of sports in Grenada. So we are a statutory body, and we are governed or approved based on the Act of 2012, and we're given that instrument of power to ensure that sports is developed at all levels throughout Grenada.
All right, so tell us a little more about the whole governance structure of the Sports Council. You're given that mandate. How do you go about getting that job done?
So we are taking a ground-up approach. So what you will find in every parish in Grenada, we have what we call the parish council. So for instance, in St. David, you have the St. David Parish Council. And the members of these councils in all the 7 parishes were elected during 2024, right? So you have a full range executive, and also the president or the chair of those parish councils in each parish also forms part of the broader governance, which is the board of directors of the National Sports Council. So you have all parishes being represented, as well as you have a chair who is no other than our esteemed chairman, Mr. Patrick Simmons, myself as a deputy chairperson. We also have representation from the Ministry of Sports as well as the Ministry of Education through our CEO, Chief Education Officer.
All right. So can you just give us an idea of what the Sports Council has achieved thus far within its existence?
We have achieved quite a lot, but I need to ensure that I let it be clear that we are in our embryonic stage. We have just started, but for the short time, I am of the firm opinion that we've done quite a lot. There are a number of achievements that I would like to highlight. We have what we call the Holiday Recreation Program. So that was a major flagship program which occurred in 2025, July to August of 2025. And there we worked hand in hand in partnership with the Ministry of Youth and Sports to design a program which allowed for sporting activities and holistic development of opportunities for all youth in Grenada in every respective parish. And this was quite a successful program in my opinion. We saw an increased turnout, persons at no cost were given the opportunity, young people that is, to ensure that they participate in sporting activity. And what we saw coming out of that program was a passion exhibited by young people to be involved in sports, and not just sports, as I said, because we did work hand in hand with the Ministry of Youth to also have some of more holistic programs ranging from boxing right down to art and craft.
All right.
However, that's just one of the accomplishments. We are now somewhat cementing our own accounting system in our early stages. We were being somewhat administratively run by the Ministry of Youth and Sports, but now we have everything in place, so we have some autonomy in terms of our administrative structure. There are a number of things that we have in store, and if you allow me the opportunity, I can somewhat expand on them.
Sure.
For instance, we have a capacity building program, and this is a program that we're somewhat trying to push, because we firmly believe that if administered effectively, that would lead to, quite a significant growth and development in the sporting industry. And the capacity building program is where it's a somewhat grassroots level program. It's a 2-week initiative where we aim to build capacity among the groups and clubs throughout Grenada. We'll be focusing a lot on several things, including governance, ensuring that our clubs are sustainable, that they are inclusive, and they are totally well governed.
All right. Well, I like to hear the sound of that because I do believe that the clubs and the club structure is something that we really need to revisit and try to revamp. It was on a high in the 1980s into 1990s, and then it went downwards. but certainly trying to revive it is a good. In terms of the spread of the Sports Council, does every discipline, every sporting discipline in Grenada, how are you able to reach them?
So at the Sports Council, we are playing a supportive role. We are building and working hand in hand with all federations and all sporting clubs and so on. At the end of the day, we do not really want to supersede the authority, but we are more or less focused on, empowering those groups and clubs to reach their full potential. So all federations have been working, and I just want to, on behalf of our council, express appreciation for the high level of collaboration we have seen thus far. We have done and conducted a few workshops. We have included them quite a bit, and we will continue to work hand in hand with them, because when you work through the federations, you are somewhat forming a formidable partnership, which will augur well for the development of sports.
All right. Well, I'm hearing that you are ready to do your own accounting. Can you give us some insight in terms of the financing of the Sports Council?
Well, the financing of the council comes from the government and so on. We are a statutory body and so on. So we work hand in hand with the Ministry of Youth and Sports and so on. We also look towards, ensuring that we provide the necessary financial support to groups and clubs and so on. So, for instance, just the other day, with the St. Andrews Parish Council, they had one of the most successful tournaments, the St. Andrews Parish volleyball competition. And we provided support financially to them, and this is just one example. So while we get financial support from government, we then channel them to the clubs and federations to ensure that they too can at least, and to the parish councils, of course, through the parish councils, to ensure that they're able to develop and support programs within their own parishes.
All right. In terms of sponsorship, does the National Sports Council have the mandate to maybe seek sponsorship on behalf of maybe some of the different disciplines that we have here in Grenada?
Yes, but we will be doing that on a supportive kind of level. So, for instance, we work hand in hand with them as far as possible, and whatever grants or so that we are privy to, we will channel them or direct them to sourcing that. But as I said, we play a supportive role in that regard.
All right. So just a quick question again, just before we wrap. In terms of your participation here at the Intercol Games, I'm looking around and I'm seeing quite a lot of the Sports Council's presence. How happy are you with what you've seen from the Intercol Games over the past 3 days?
We are pleased. I want to say, I think that we are of the firm opinion that sports is on the up in Grenada. If you look around, you will see the talent, the skills being exhibited by our young people, and the level of resilience. And even though some of them may have little challenges and so on, they're trying, the determination and so on that we are seeing being demonstrated and exhibited. We are happy as a council, and we are of the opinion that sports has a very bright future in Grenada, and I think what it really needs at this time is for us to just join hands and collaborative effort to ensure that it continues to go up from here.
All right, well, we really want to wish the Sports Council the greatest success. As we look on our screens, the leader of the 5,000 meter run, Lyndon Gonzalez of the Boca Secondary, he has moved into first position, and he has following him Kevin Fleming of the St. Mark's Secondary. Gonzalez looking good and strong. He has just about 2 more laps to go before the conclusion of the 5,000. And so, Mrs. James, I want to say a special thank you to you for joining us and really giving us some insight into the work of the Sports Council. I know that really sports is on the high, as you said, and a lot of investment has to go in. I want to also suggest to you that maybe we can begin to look at the psychological aspect and how we could maybe get that as part of, you know, the Sports Council's mandate?
Well, it is actually one of our focus areas. If I may just briefly expand on that, we have what we call a physical literacy program that we're trying to build on. And physical literacy is an initiative which encompasses the holistic development of persons. And here we're focusing on the cognitive, social, physical competence, and when social development of our people. So physical literacy will be taking care of that aspect.
All right, well, there you had it, ladies and gentlemen, as we get back to the business at hand. Lyndon Gonzalez, thank you very much, Mrs. James, for being here, and we wish you all the best. The Happy Hill Secondary School has been here and has been entertaining us.
Thank you, and I want to wish, on behalf of the National Sports Council, to wish every student, every school, every coach, every volunteer the best as we complete the Intercol Games 2026.
All right, thank you very much. So we have our leader, final lap. It's Lyndon Gonzalez of the Boca Secondary School, and he's in his final lap, just about 250 meters left in this one, as Gonzalez is looking set, looking ready. He's picked up the gear a bit with some 100-meter lead over the closest compatriot. That's the closest competitor, and that is Philip from St. Mark's Secondary. And here he goes, he's powering home. Gonzalez, Boca Secondary, is going to take the gold in the 5,000 meter run for senior boys. No one in sight, he says. He's looking around, trying to find the other competitors. And there's your 5,000 champion, Lyndon Gonzalez. Here comes Fleming from the St. Mark's Secondary School. Kevin Fleming will take the silver as he heads for the line and completing a really good long run. It's good to see that they're on their feet. Here comes Keith Charles. Keith Charles will take the third position. It's been a long, grueling run, 12 and a half laps.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. After 12 laps, Gonzalez finished strong and still looking somewhat fresh. Clyde?
Yeah, certainly looking fresh. These guys are well conditioned. We have a number of athletes still on the track having to complete their lap. Here comes Grenville Secondary. And he's going to complete his race now.
It's a real Ironman event.
So congratulations, Samuel George of the GSS, on completing 5,000 meters.
5,000 meters, not for the weak of mind or the faint of heart. And Gonzalez there, turning out to be the winner and winning a good race, well judged.
So we're gonna bring them home, just a few more athletes on track. It's not the easiest of events. We saw Michael Moses in the 3,000, and imagine you're going up 2,000 more, and that should tell you the sort of strength that is needed. So we have some action on the track there. Boys competing all the way through. We still have a couple athletes on the track as we get ready to bring them home.
Certainly long distance runners, they're in a category by themselves. Very close-knit community.
So Carlos Whiteman of the GBSS coming home. another athlete from the GBSS, Shondell Finley. Coming in and completing that 5,000 meter run. So we're getting down to the business end.
That's a combination there of the 5,000 meters. And Gonzalez, your winner. Good win by Gonzalez there. Boca Secondary School, 17 minutes, 11.1 seconds. And Fleming is position number 2. St. Mark's Secondary School, 17 minutes and 33 seconds. Keith Charles, perennial Keith Charles, always there about in third position, 17 minutes, 44.4 seconds. And then in fourth position, Samuel George.
All right, so we're going to take an interview. Sherry-Ann should be down on the ground. Let's go to Sherry-Ann.
With me now are the fastest set of senior boys in the 200 meters here in Grenada. We have Ian George from the St. John's Christian Secondary School and Darrell Daniel from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. That was a nail-biting finish, Ian. 20.91 seconds, 20.92 seconds. Speak to us about coming up, but maybe the last 10 seconds of the race.
From since the starting of the 200 meter, I know that he's the person I have to watch, and he had lane 5, I had lane 4. So my mindset in the finals was just to get out, pass him early, and just bring it home. Late in the 50 meters more to the finish line, I kind of died on because I was focusing on the clock on the TV, and I kind of died on, and I just had to just fight through the end, and I did, and I won it, and he came second. So both of us should be happy.
Well, we had, as I mentioned, a nail-biting finish. Speak to us about that race and how challenging was it for you coming down neck to neck with Ian?
Well, knowing that I have the 400 meter pace in me, the strength, I just knew that even though he got me on the curve, I had to come on very hard in order to try and get the goal.
You would have placed second to him in the 100 meters, second to him again in the 200 meters. This is undoubtedly both of you final year in school.
Yes.
So what's next?
Well, I pray to God that hopefully we get scholarships this year and go out to the big world in track and field and make Grenada proud.
And how happy are you with SAS performance in 26, your final year?
Well, that's been very good. I hope that we will be able to bring home the both championships, boys and girls.
Well, congratulations to you both. That is the winners. First, Ian George. Second, Darrell Daniel. St. John's Christian Secondary School and the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. And as I said, two of the fastest senior men in the 200 meters right here at Intercol 2026.
All right, thank you very much, Sherry-Ann. And certainly we are proud of these boys. They've both qualified for World Juniors. And so you heard it from them, how they felt. And I could imagine knowing that you have a competitor on your outside and know you in the outer lane, knowing you have a competitor on the inside and bringing it down to the line. It says that you both worked hard.
Yes, certainly did. A good confession there by George that he was concentrating on the TV and the TV board rather than running his race right to the end. But in the end, he was strong enough to complete it. There's a special event on the track now.
And that should be the School for Special Education there.
School for Special Education it is. 5 athletes there. always a good thing to have the special education young people take part in any of the sporting events here. Inclusion.
You can see them there in the spotlight and they're getting their moment. Athlete there in lane 2, just excited, can't wait to get going.
These are the female. Aisha Fraser, Kahelia Lashington, Connie Smart, Angelica Phillip, Makaya Patterson.
Washington, they not really wanting to hear the sound of the guns, so she seemed to be blocking her ears.
Certainly excited though. Like they go back on their marks. Glad you might be right. I think she wants to block her the sound. She probably prefer just to do some reaction running.
Yeah, certainly not willing to hear the gun. Here they go. Special ed, 100 meters. Lane number 6. She's moving pretty briskly. And that is a really good, strong run. And it will be interesting to see her timing.
Well, certainly looked the part. Winning rather easily. Separated herself early, very early in fact. And just continue motoring to the finish line. Good run there, the athlete in lane number 5.
So we will get her name shortly when it comes up. But that was a very, very impressive run.
That's Makaya Patterson, 12.40, and it's almost 80 meters. 12.40 seconds. Good run there from Patterson.
So Makaya Patterson, congratulations on the gold medal run. Angelica Phillip, 14.07 in second, and Connie Smart, 14.27 with the bronze.
Fraser there in 4th and Lashington in 5th.
From what I know, they all will be given medals, so it's a good for them to just participate. And the boys will be up next.
Boys, they're going to run 100 meters. A little bit longer for the boys.
Well, I see Filton Joseph there in lane 1. Filton is a very energetic young man, a busybody in everything that he does. And so one will expect that he will come out here and look to run very, very fast.
On your screen, the javelin in progress.
Lane number 4, Cody Scott. Lane 5, Tyrone Williams. Lane 6, Zayden Benjamin. Lane number 7, Jaden Emery. And lane number 8, Jason Mark.
So in the 100 meters for special ed, seven young men will face the starters. So it's Joseph in lane number 1, Caliste in 2, Scott, that's Cody Scott, in lane number 4. Waiting in the instructions to get things going. It's 100 meters of special education.
So we're all set. And here they go. Let's see. The running seems to be coming from lane 5 and lane 1. Fulton Joseph. And Joseph has some competition on his inside. He's motoring. Here comes lane 7. It's going to be tight at the line.
Oh, yes. And get some resemblance there from Michael Johnson out of lane 7. Upright stand, upright running position. The officials will confirm the results. Certainly look like lane number 7.
As we look at the replay here, lane 7 really working hard, leaning back as you said, Bernard, and right there he seemed to have gotten it.
Good run from the young man there. 100 meters of special education just completed.
It's good to give them that spotlight. Builds their confidence, helps them to, know that they can achieve great things just the same way.
And this is a big stage. This is but the biggest stage in track and field in Grenada.
So we're gonna go down to Sherian. We have another interview.
Gold medalist in the 100-meter hurdles in the sub-junior category is Kaylana Modest, the athlete out of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. She is a second-year sub-junior. You said that was your personal best. Speak to us about the mindsets going into that particular race and executing it come down.
I felt confident, just felt that I could have won it, and I actually did win it.
How did you prepare for today?
By listening to my coach, pray, walk and win, like my community bus group, of course. I felt very happy. I warmed up a lot, every single thing.
Will the hurdles become that event that Kaylana says she would like to master in the future?
Of course, yes, this will be my master.
All right, congratulations to you. That was the Kaylana Modest. She is the 100-meter hurdles winner in the girls division sub-junior.
All right, thank you very much, Sherian. We're going to have a points update. And that's the female division. So you look at the VIP section there, and points update. St. Andrews Anglican 178, St. David Catholic Secondary 168.5. So just about 9.5 the difference between first and second. Anglican High School, they are on 104. St. Joseph Convent, they have gotten into the hundreds, and they are on 101.33.
Yeah, what a remarkable comeback or performance in day 3 from the Anglican High School to leapfrog into position number 3. Albeit a mere few points difference. St. Joseph's Convent and St. George.
getting ready there. The Prime Minister repping for his alma mater. Here we go, the boys, the male division, 271, the St. Andrews Anglican, 229.5, the Grenada Boys Secondary, and the Presentation Brothers College, 106, Boca Secondary, they're up to fourth position.
Yeah. Some all indication there. Still can have some movements because it really is a big point races. So you got to keep the hope alive, Smithy.
With what, 2 events remaining in the boys category? The most you can make here now is 26 points. The lead is much more than 26 points. I think we can already declare now a new champion in the boys category.
Oh, it's never over until it's over, until the fat lady sings.
One of the math can be wrong. If you can only make 36 points, how can you amass or how can you cover up a lead that currently exists? So there is no fat lady singing anymore. She has sung. New champions are crowned, and that's why the SAS spectators are jumping that much. They recognize that they have an unassailable amount of points in the boys category, and the celebrations have started.
From day 1 to day 3, you're really competitive. Just about every event. It is something to really talk about. And 2026 will go down as one of the most competitive intercollegiate games in Grenada.
Well, the supporters of SAS are jumping for joy. They recognize now that they have an unassailable amount of points, and they will be crowned the new champions of Intercol in the boys category 2026. It is still open in the girls category. SAS leads, I think, by 10 points. There are 2 events remaining. SAS is expected to win the sub-junior girls with the Haley Tyrrell and others. St. David's Catholic is also in there, and then they have the 4x400 meter events. And we're saying that on the assumption that all of the other points have been added. We are not aware of how many points are outstanding, but on the assumption that all of the points are already added, with those 2 events remaining, it still can go either way, anyway, in the girls category.
You can take a cross section of the crowd there, and there must be a lot of calculators out to decide what the possibilities are. If in fact some rabbit can be pulled out of some hat from somewhere.
Well, we did hear that from the Honorable Minister that there are some early preparations happening for the celebrations in Grenville tomorrow. And so the boys would feel very assured of their championship.
Well, we do have a medal presentation to come.
But the celebration continues.
So we're going to take the medal presentation and then come right back with the final events and our own summary and analysis of Intercol 2026.
From the Presentation Brothers College, Joshua Telesford, 13.90 meters. Your silver medalist from Nawassa SAS, Rick Cadet, 14.01 meters. And your gold medalist from Nawassa SAS, Christophe Caliste, 15.10 meters. Your medalist for event number 63, the boys triple jump senior. Event number 3, the girls high jump sub-junior. Taking home the bronze from the Wagati Sonova St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Shaquanda Paul. 1.40 meters. And she ties with Brianna Hosford of the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. Taking home the silver from Nawasa Sass, breaking the old record of 1.56 meters. Let's hear it for Gavia Walker, Nawasa Sass. And your gold medalist, establishing a new record of 1.61 meters from Westmoreland United, Dominique Joseph. Your medalist for event number 3, the girls high jump sub-junior. Event number 57, the girls javelin throw senior. Your bronze medalist from the Grenville Secondary School, Shamaya Batiste, 27.81 meters. Your silver medalist from Paddy's Enterprises, Hillsborough Secondary School, Kimaya Charles, 31.52 meters. And bringing home the gold from the Nawasa Sass, Avia Fletcher, 32.25 meters. These are your medalists for event number 57, the girls javelin throw senior. We would like to thank Mr. Lyndon Victor for assisting us with the distribution of this slew of medals.
So I am here now with Deshaun Oliver. This is day 3, the third and final day of Intercol 2026. Deshaun is undoubtedly one of the most decorated athletes in the sub-junior division here at the Intercol. Earlier on in the day, you broke the record in the sub-junior boys high jump with 1.78 meters. First, let's speak to that accomplishment.
Well, that accomplishment means a lot to me because last year I had to break it and I didn't break it, but this year I come back stronger and better. I could have gone higher, but we decided to pull it because I have a lot to do.
You also threw the discus. You made it to the top 8 and then you retired.
Yeah, well, you have to pull out a lot because you have to stick to the 110 meter hurdles because you try to ram me in the 400, so I had to continue with the 110 and try to break the record again, but unfortunately I never did.
Running that 110 meter hurdles. Let's talk to that now.
Well, running the 110 meter hurdle, you have to get 7 steps to the first hurdle, and then after that, just read them and you go through with a flying motion.
You still have the 4x1. I think that is your final event of the day. Your overall impressions on your performance and the performance of the SAS boys over the past 3 days.
Well, yeah, in that 4x1, well, we're looking to break the record, get a bomb start, and then after we just flying, new record.
Thank you very much. That was Deshaun Oliver, the sub-junior who has been creating miracles here at the Intercol 2026.
Thank you very much. Sherrian for speaking with Dishon Oliver and expressing his real true feelings about his performances. He has been really, really outstanding, establishing a new record and winning in many of the events that he participated in. Dishon Oliver, a standout for SAS. We still have 4 relays to go. That's the 4x100 meters in the sub-junior category, and then the 2 4x400 meters open, as we'll bring the curtains down. But what we're going to do, we're going to go to the house microphone for the medal presentation that is currently in progress.
T-Sean Lambert, 54.87 seconds. And bringing home the gold from Najiko Jeep, Levi Riche, 4.39 seconds. Your medalist for event number 16, the boys 400 meter dash sub-junior. Event number 76, the boys 5,000 meter run senior. Your bronze medalist from GCA Airstrip Jets, Keith Charles, 17 minutes 44.44 seconds. Taking the silver from the St. Mark's Secondary School, Kevin Fleming, 17 minutes 33.0107 seconds. And leading the field and taking home the gold today from the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary School, Lyndon Gonzalez, 17 minutes 11.10 seconds. Your medalist for event number 76, the boys 5,000 meter run senior. Event number 83, the girls 3,000 meter run open. In third and taking home the bronze from the St. Joseph Convent St. George's, let's hear it for Keana Alexander. 11 minutes, 54.98 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's again. Make some noise for Annie Logie. 11 minutes, 52.49 seconds. And bringing home the gold from the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary School, Annalisa Brown. 11 minutes, 51.14 seconds. Your medalist for event number 83, the girls 3,000 meter run open. We would like to thank Mr. Akimbe Worm for assisting us with the distribution of these medals. We are extremely pleased here today to have with us Mr. Jude, President General of the Grenada Union of Teachers, with the distribution of these medals. Ladies and gentlemen, Gaps Intercol is all about inclusion. And today, we're extremely pleased to have with us our brothers and sisters from our special education schools. They participated and represented well, and we're here to show them some love. Today, the top 3 performers will be receiving medals, but there will be gifts for each and every one of them. We will call the medalists first. Taking home the bronze, Connie Smart for the girls 80-meter dash special ed. 14.27 seconds. Let's hear it for Connie Smart. Your silver medalist, Angelica Phillip, 14.07 seconds. And your gold medalist with a time of 12.40 seconds. Let's hear it for Michaela Patterson. Your medalist for event number 86, the girls 80-meter dash special ed. We now turn our attention to the boys. Event number 87, the boys 100-meter dash special ed. In third and taking home the bronze today, we have Tyrone Williams, 13.47 seconds. Let's hear it for Tyrone Williams. Your silver medalist with a time of 12.97 seconds, Filton Joseph. Let's show some love, ladies and gentlemen. And your gold medalist with a time of 12.93 seconds and establishing a new record, Jaden Emery. The old record set in 2025 by LeBron John of Victoria School. He had a time of 13.21 seconds, and Emery did it in 12.93. Let's show some love for our medalists for event number 87, the boys 100-meter dash special ed. And now there'll be a special presentation of a gift bag for all our special ed students. We'd like to thank Mr. Jude Bartholomew, President General of the Grenada Union of Teachers, for assisting us with the distribution of the medals. We want to thank our special education students for participating and celebrating with us here today. And of course, we congratulate all our medalists for these events, for your stellar performances. We look forward to more action from the track as I turn back over to the announcers.
We welcome you back here to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We enter the final segment of Intercol Games 2026. An Intercol Games that has been very, very exciting and competitive. Competitive to this point that with 2 events remaining in the girls category, we still cannot determine who the eventual winners would be, unfortunately. Or however, in the boys category, we can confirm that the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary has an unassailable amount of points and are declared early winners in the boys category. If we focus a little bit on the girls category, because that's where the real competition is now, the last scores that we had, Bernard, indicated that SAS was 10 points ahead of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. There are 2 events remaining, the 4x100 meters sub-juniors and the 4x4. St. David's was disqualified in the 4x100 meters sub-junior, and SAS comes in with the fastest time going into the finals. So what has to happen, in my opinion, that SAS has to just make sure that they complete this race fairly, no false start, no batter dropping or lane infringements, and they would gain some points that would make it almost impossible for St. David's Catholic to catch them, even if they win the last event. If SAS goes on to win and get the 13 points, they can be declared winner after that 4x100 meters sub-junior girls.
I think you're correct there. The thing about athletes is that they are really conservative, and sometimes when they try to be conservative, that's when mistakes occur. So one would expect them to compete as they normally do, even though the consensus in terms of conservation to walk away with the crown would be just to get a batter around, just to get it around, because their closest rival, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, is not in this chase, this first relay.
So it's very important that SAS ensures that they place in the first 3 to make sure that their points would be unassailable if any mishaps happens in the 4x400 meters for the girls.
But time is going to be the judge of that as they get ready for that event. We see the athletes already on the track and have taken up their positions. The 4x100 meters for sub-junior girls. We're going to go trackside for the lane assignments, and then we're going to give you an insight as to the combination of the teams. We can tell you it would feature Bishop's College. Sorry, it will feature the St. George's Institute, Boca Secondary, Anglican High School, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, MacDonald College, Happy Hills Secondary, and Hillsborough Secondary. St. George's Institute, we will see Kiara Walters, Ziva Charles. We don't have the full lineup for them, but we have Amaria Henry of Boca Secondary, and Aquinda Lawrence. So we've only been provided, yes, we have the full lineup. La Batista would also join the St. George's Institute, and Horsford Flavini, Amaria Henry, Aquinda Lawrence, Destiny Batiste, and Teresa Moore would be the quartet for the Boca Secondary. Anglican High School would have Aliyah Samuel, Connor Marie Monroe, Carla Abraham, and Ava Plenty. SAS would have Kelina Modest, Denise Mitchell, Gavia Walker, and Tyrell Haley. That's a formidable quartet. St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, Anaya Chetram, Kaya Harris, Ariel Edwards, and Jemiah John. McDonald College, Deja Williams, Ashel Romaine, Amiria Cato, and the record-breaking performer Emma Frederick. Happy Hill Secondary would have Nikonda Ned, Rena Horsford, Kiara Abraham, and Micaiah George. And the Hillsborough Secondary would have Deshani Augustine, Amoni Patrice, Olivia Coy, and Ikuna Francis.
We're going to go lane assignments now.
From Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane number 7 from Happy Hill in St. George's, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary. Lane number 6, we've got the quartet from the Classic Lighting, McDonald College. Lane number 5 is the girls of the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. Lane number 4, we've got the big ones. Fastest in qualifying, the girls of the Nawasa SAS. Lane number 3, your second fastest in qualifying, the quartet of the GTC Anglican High. Lane number 2, we've got the girls representing Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary. And lane number 1, surprise inclusions, we've got the girls of the Classic Lighting SGI.
Well, there you have it, gentlemen. The finalists for the 4x100 meters sub-junior girls. SAS with the fastest time of 44.47, and Anglican High School with the second fastest time of 52.86. That is some distance between these two already.
It is some distance, and really one expects the running to come from lane number 3, 4, and 5.
So we're getting ready for this one. 4x100 meters. Girls, sub-junior, and it's the final.
Well, the nerves are out there, the anxieties are out there, the fans in the stands are in great anticipation. St. David's Catholic Secondary must be holding their breath here, so too is SAS. St. Joseph Convent St. George would be looking forward, so too is Anglican High School coming in with the second fastest time. They call to orders now.
Yes, and this really is the future of sprinting.
4x100 meters sub-junior girls. This event can determine the champions in the girls division.
The record in this event is 49.24 seconds, established in 2016 by the Anglican High School. Might be under some threat here.
Well, 49.47 in the heat definitely will pose a threat to the record. There they are, raring to go. They're up and running, the finals of the 4x100 meters sub-junior girls. And SAS already making up the stagger on the right of St. Joseph Convent St. George's. SAS comes out nice and remains in lane here. SAS moving into the ascendancy very early, and McDonald College is making a good run as well. So too is St. Joseph Convent St. George's. The handover is clean by Sassia Gavia Walker. It is on the third leg. She has good competition on the outside. Gavia Walker of SAS is going to deliver first to Haley Tyrrell. Haley Tyrrell gets it now and moves off ahead of McDonald College and Anglican High School and St. Joseph Convent St. George's. Look at lead that Haley Tyrrell is putting down here. A championship run by Haley Tyrrell. SAS, winners of Intercol 2026 in the girls category by virtue of winning this 4x100 meters sub-junior girls.
It's Cutting's call for SAS. Come to the front of the class, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. You've done it. Champion in the girls.
Haley Tyrrell celebrating and pointing to our fans in the stands. It looks like we're trying to get the time for you, but a very good performance from SAS. Clinical batter passing and a good execution.
What a run.
What we see here in the replay here, it must be re-emphasized. The batter passing was rather flawless from SAS. And so too was McDonald College, actually, posting a really good challenge earlier, but with a little bubble at the last handover, McDonald College stayed behind and didn't stand a chance afterwards.
Well, it seems to be just outside of the record, but what that means is that SAS would now win 26 championships altogether, 22 in the boys category, 4 in the female category. They move ahead of GBSS, so overall number of champions in the boys category, they were locked on 21. SAS now moves to 22, and this is their 4th championship in the girls category. An unprecedented occurrence here. It is the first time that any school in Grenada has won both the boys and girls championship, and extended congratulations to SAS.
We say congratulations to SAS.
49.60 seconds for SAS. McDonald College in second position, 51.75, and St. Joseph's Convent in St. George, 52.59.
History in the making. We witnessed it today, the double bubble for SAS in Intercol 2026.
Well, the celebrations will start here, and I can tell you it will definitely end on the streets of Grenville tomorrow and may very well extend into the weekend as well, as we see the jubilant fans across the entire stadium in appreciation of what has been an extended and excellent Intercol. We still have 3 more events to go nonetheless, and we expect some more exciting events. The boys are up next, and then we have the usual very exciting 4x400 meter events.
Yeah, well, what a way to crown a winning team with a remarkable run, even challenging the championship record by this SAS team, female team. Really, really impressive performance over these last 3 days. Intercol 2026. What a way to bring down the curtain on your female team, although there is still one female event to go, but an early declaration there by virtue of the points standing.
And the jubilant fans and supporters continue.
What is interesting here, Bunstein, we've seen green bandanas, red bandanas, white bandanas, of course the blue bandanas. They're all in celebration here. Some may not just be celebrating, but just having a great time in this festive kind of atmosphere.
And this is what it is really about there. You can, in fact, be rivals, but you keep it safe, you keep it decent, and this is exactly what is happening.
Interestingly, we did not see any missiles thrown from the athletes on the bleachers. We heard the Honorable Minister making a special plea to the students to conduct themselves in that kind of manner, and they've listened, and so far we have seen some very good cooperation and safety amongst the students on the bleachers.
Well, we must congratulate the students for their fine behavior. Even though they're exuberant in their spirits, enjoying themselves, they were able to maintain the cool and not get too overheated and too excited during the activity today.
Conference and Georges have something to celebrate. They've done well over days 1 and 2. They were very impressive. Maybe they lack the depth to continue, but the Conference and Georges really gave a good account.
I think they did.
My 2 teams of the tournament of the 3 days, I mean, outside of the champions would obviously be Aboka Secondary School. They have made some significant progress. They were in the top 5, I think, in the girls category, and in the top 6 in the boys category. And Aboka Secondary has shown maybe the most improvement in Intercol 2026.
I would agree with you there. And there are also some small schools, and wonderful performance from the young athlete there from the Westmoreland Combined, as they're called, in the high jump. Really, really good performance there.
We must recognize these smaller schools.
And we just learned that there has been a disqualification in this first relay 4x100 meter sub-junior girls. A disqualification there for McDonald College. So the silver medal will go to the St. Joseph's Convent St. George, and Anglican High School will move into bronze position.
Well, we will try to get the exact infringement that occurred for McDonald College, but it does not affect what happens at the top. McDonald College would have really liked to go home with that medal, in the sub-junior girls category.
Magnolia College too has been rather impressive. Yes, we're seeing one of our girls on the screen. Kim, I'll tell you that tomorrow that I saw you. I hope that you got permission to come down here today.
Well, that's the kind of excitement. It brings out your full character. As we look back here and see that SAS making it over. Magnolia College actually on the line, on the inside there. Yes, they have stepped on the line several times as the athlete handing over the baton, and that resulted in the disqualification. She had several steps on that inside lane, and a justifiable call here against Magnolia College.
Yeah, it's an indication there of a clear infringement according to the rules, resulting in a disqualification. You really have to feel for the relay runners, but that's the rules of the game.
Oh yes, it is. Sometimes it hurts when things like that happen, especially when the rest of the team would have run their hearts out and then someone just had an infringement. But it's a team sport, well, it's a team event, so everyone will just have to suck it up at the end of the day.
Well, what it has done certainly is to highlight the good performance of Anglican High School in day number 3.
And even though Magnolia College was disqualified, they could tap themselves on the back for a pretty good performance over the 3 days.
Absolutely so. There are several schools that have done exceptionally well, even though they're not maybe in the top 3 or the top 5. But they came and they gave up their best. St. John's Christian Secondary, a small school, just over 100 and something students. The Grenada Christian Academy, likewise, very small school. And they've been featured in several races. Keith Charles has done yeoman service for them over the years. And we saw one of the senior girls who were very impressive as well. Wesley College had an athlete in the finals of the 100 meters. We must recognize that as well.
Oh, and remember the days of Chelsea Mitchell from Wesley
This
College.
is qualifying from Old Fort representing Nexa PBC. Lane number 3 is the boys of the T. Sanover St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane number 2, Classic Lighting Boca Secondary. And running out of lane number 1, the boys of the Classic Lighting Grenada SDA Comprehensive. Let's just start.
Well, there you have it. We heard Dishon Oliver in an interview a moment ago saying that his team is going for the record in the 4x100 meters sub-junior boys. The record stands at 45.02, held by the Grenada Boys Secondary School, established last year. Let's see what happens.
Well, let's see what happens in this one. It's going to be a quick one.
Coming into these finals here, the best time on paper, 47.68 by Presentation College. The boys, 4x100 meters sub-junior.
The gun sends them off. 4x100 meters sub-junior boys relay. PBC is making a move there. SAS is motoring. St. John's Christian also in the act. As we get to the first handover, it's SAS. A little bubble there from St. John's Christian. SAS is there. Western Hall on the outside. Happy Hill is making a good one, but it's SAS. PBC is trying to catch up. We get into the next handover. It's SAS. PBC just fumbling a little bit there, but SAS is motoring across the field. SAS is there. PBC on the inside. They hand over now to Dishon Oliver, and he's gone. It's record. Watch what will happen here. He's motoring down 10 meters, separating SAS from the rest of the field, and they clocks it now. What's the time?
46.52 on the flash time. The record at 45.02. The official time 46.64 it seems, and maybe just outside of the record, but nonetheless a victory for SAS as they continue to cement the championship on Intercol 2026.
Good run there. Looking at the playback here, for a short time the St. John's Christian Secondary School was in the lead until the SAS team just bossed the race after the first handover, and quite easily in the end Coming here in the last handover, easily in the lead, and we see the SAS team here finishing strong. A good second position there by the Presentation Brothers College.
So an emphatic win for SAS, stamping the authorities, saying we're champions and we're going to go down in a big way, making a splash.
That's Jamela Lewis there representing the sponsors of SAS, Nawasa.
46.54, that's the winning team. 47.83, second place finisher, Presentation Brothers College, and a good comeback in the end by St. John's Christian Secondary School. 48.01 for the bronze position.
So the record stands the test of time in this event, 45.02, as we get ready for the final two events, the 4x400 meters open for boys and girls. As the sun continues to set on the western side, we see the beautiful St. George's landscape at the back, and the many thousands who are here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium to witness day 3 of Intercol 2026. It has been that exciting, it has been that rewarding, it has been that electrifying. What an event we've witnessed over the last 3 days. Certainly living up to all expectations, and there is victory, there is defeat, there is promise, there is hope, and there is a lot of lessons we can learn from Intercol 2026.
Their hands are tightening around the base.
So that's the spectacle there of the Intercol games. The fans all packed in and they're supporting their team.
Looking for 26 in 2026.
If you're in the stadium and you're supporting SAS, you're breathing a sigh of relief, but you are enjoying the moment. But the race isn't over for some teams. This is the make or break for some teams.
And we always say that even though the champions have been crowned, what you are left with at any of these athletics meet, the winners of the 4x400 meters. St. Joseph Convent, we still remember that race from last year. They have almost the same team going back in 2026. The Annie Logie and her quartet, her colleagues, and they would fancy their chances going into the 4x400 meters for girls.
And what is interesting about that quartet, for this season, they have shown that they are still very much in good shape. So
Kayana Alexander, Ariel Edwards, Ariana James, Annie Logie, that's a difficult team to beat.
Well, I'm watching, you're watching, we're all watching, we're holding our breath. The convent girls are ready to jump.
Let's also look at the Boca Secondary School, because they would pose a good challenge, I can tell you. Soraya Phillip, Sarana Hall, Angel Lewis, and guess who's anchoring? Annalisa Brown. That's a formidable quartet as well. We look to Anglican High School, Shania Nelson, Amira Henry, Kylie Williams, and Cariona Gelino. Another good team.
Smith, remember we always said while you build a team, it comes down to strategy and execution. How are you going to pull this off? You know who you are going against. What are you going to do to hold them off?
Let's look at St. David's Catholic Secondary. Shade John, Tishona Bascom, Shaquanda Paul, Janae Alexander. Another formidable team with Shade, who was second in the 400 meters. Tishana has been doing well. Shaquanda has been doing well. And Janae Alexander is there with them as well.
So you are right. We cannot call it. While we may think we can, we cannot. Like you viewers, we have to wait and see.
Let's look at SAS now. Kenisha Kalis, Haley Tyrrell, it's a surprise for me. Kelana Modest and Gavia Walker.
They want to close the stadium tonight. Not that they need this to win, but they want to close it with a statement.
McDonald College, Kayla Olive, Chelsea Providence, Abigail Williams, and of course Emma Frederick. McDonald's College Quartet.
Position. On 3 points.
We're going to go to the house mic for the update on the point standing.
In 16th position, we have St. George's Institute and Wesley College on 4 points. In 15th position on 10 points, the Happy Hill Secondary. In 14th position on 11 points, the Grenfell Secondary. In 13th position on 12 points, West Hall Secondary. In 12th position on 16 points, Westmoreland Senior School. In 11th position on 17 points, St. Max Secondary. In 10th position on 22 points, Grenada Christian Academy. In 9th position on 25 points, Hillsborough Secondary. In 8th position on 31.5 points, St. Joseph Convent Grenville. In 7th position on 32 points, Bishop's College. In 6th position on 74.33 points, McDonald College, your top 5. In 5th position on 94 points, Boca Secondary. In 4th position on 110.33 points, the Anglican High School. In 3rd position on 116.33 points, St. Joseph Convent St. George. Your top 2 on 175.5 points, Wagiti St. David's Catholic Secondary. And in top position on 194 points, it is 1st position, Nawasa Sasa.
So there you have it. Nawasa Sas, top of the chain in the girls division, 194 points. St. David's Catholic Secondary, 175.50.
We're going to give you an update.
St. Joseph's
in the
Convent,
male division one time.
116.33. Anglican High School, 110.33. The
In
competition
18 position.
is for 3rd place.
So there is a real competition for 3rd place, only 6 points. We're going to come back to the analysis as we go back to the house microphone.
In 17th position, on 5 points, Bishop's College. In 16th position, on 6 points, JW Catholic Secondary. In 15th position, St. George's Institute, on 7 points. In 14th position, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist, 8 points. In 13th position, Grenville Secondary School, 11 points. We have 3 schools on 13 points. In 10th position, Happy Hill Secondary, West Hall Secondary, St. Max Secondary. In 9th position, on 18.5 points, Hillsborough Secondary School. In 8th position, on 23 points, Grenada Christian Academy, your top 7. In 7th position, St. George Christian Secondary, 40 points. In 6th position, McDonald College, 54 points. In 5th position, we have St. David's Catholic Secondary, 57. Your top 4, Boca Secondary, 65. 3rd position, Presentation Brothers College, 116. In 2nd position, on 229.5 points, GBSS, but out front on 285 points, Nawasa Sasa.
Well, there you have it. Runaway winners in the boys category, defeating the defending champions GBSS on 285 points, and the GBSS on 229.5 points. So we are looking at an interesting development in the girls category between Anglican High School and St. Joseph Convent. Convent at the moment, that's St. George's. Convent St. George's at the moment in third position on 116 and a third points. Anglican High School 6 points behind them on 110 and a third points. So that last race here can very well determine who gets the third position between Convent St. George's and Anglican High School.
It will mean that St. Joseph's Convent St. George's must come in before Anglican High School in order to maintain that position. So they have their work cut out for them. The first and second position is already established. There's no switching up there. They are running for bragging rights, more or less. But see, for St. Joseph's Convent St. George's and the Anglican High School, this is a very, very, very important event.
Again, Clyde, I want to recognize Boca Secondary in the top 5 in the 2 categories. As a matter of fact, they're 5th in the girls category and 4th in the boys category. Boca has done exceptionally well, in my opinion.
Yeah, they certainly have done well. The Boca Secondary School, you've seen it, the way Annalisa Brown worked. She has really put in the work for her school. Bear in mind, you have Gonzalez and these boys putting up their hand just at the right time, just to ensure that Boca Secondary gain the points that they need to get into the top 5. And so congratulations to them. I think the coaches must be really proud of the athletes. We've seen them running for finish line, and now you see it for the school.
Well, spare a thought here, because Boca Secondary School is 8 points behind Presentation Brothers College. So it depends on what happens in the 4x400 meters. Sorry, that was my mistake there. I was looking at Boca and St. David's Catholic Secondary in the boys category. Boca being 8 points ahead of St. David's Catholic Secondary. And so to cement the position in the 4th position, they would have to make sure that they beat St. David's Catholic Secondary in the final event. But we want to spare we want to spare a thought here for one of the schools who have not really troubled the scoreboard, but we also want to offer some encouragement to them. They've been here, they've been competing. It's one of the very, very small schools as well, and that's the Beacon High School that have not registered a point in these games in both the male and female categories.
But they did register a small team. I think the number was only 5 members, but of course they didn't get off the mark. But it's not a daunting point. What it is, it's a starting point. There was a time when Beacon actually showed their face a bit. So let's hope the tide will change. Let's hope something will happen, an injection will happen, and we would see them here like their other private school compatriots. That's the SGI and the Westmoreland Secondary actually holding their own soon. So we're not going to throw in anything on them, and instead we are going to encourage them. Keep faith, keep pushing. We may see you one day. Never give up.
Westmoreland boys, did we see any boys from Westmoreland competing over the 3 days?
Yes, we saw a few. I think one is Max Richards, and
of course, yes.
the other name slips me a bit, but their presence was on the track in both the male and female category. And don't forget, they had a finalist in the 100, I believe, Olawashinayo Abe. He was in the 1 and the 2, and that's SGI. And that's SGI, and then of course Westmoreland, they had their presence as well, and of course SGI also had his presence. So we can keep the faith.
Yeah, so both, so 3 schools did not trouble the scorers. 2 schools in the boys category, that's Westmoreland and Beacon, but SGI certainly did. They have 6 points in the boys category and 4 in the girls category.
And while we wait, let's not fail to highlight the efforts of our sister Isle schools. We had Montisha doing extremely well in this one is a tongue twister for me, Heptathlon.
Heptathlon, yes.
She did really well. They also had a good athlete in the hurdles. Her name again slips me, but their presence was also felt here in among the 3 days. So Sister Isle of Carriacou held its own with Hillsborough Secondary, currently sitting in the 9th position for the girls, and Bishop's College in the 7th position for the girls. And in the boys, they're not in the boys, so the ladies carried Carriacou, but you know what, we still, Bishop's College, yes man, they're in the 17th position for the boys, but their presence was felt. And oh come on, and there we go, Hillsborough Secondary for the boys, they were also there. So Sister Isle of Carriacou, we saw you. We have a medal presentation.
Tiana Jackson, 11.56 meters. And your gold medalist from the Wagiti Sonova St. David's Catholic School, Tabitha Francis, 11.94 meters. Your medalist for event number 33, the girls shot put junior. Event number 88, the girls 4x100 meter relay sub-junior. Coming in third and taking home the bronze, the GTC Anglican High School, a time of 52 seconds. Your silver medalist, the St. George's, 52.59 seconds. And leading out front, taking home the gold, Nawasa Sas, 49.60 seconds. Your medalist for event number 88, the girls 4x100 meter relay sub-junior. Event number 89, the boys 4x100 meter relay sub-junior. Your bronze medalist, St. John's Christian Secondary School. The Jonas Brown and Hubbard SJCSS, a time of 48.01 seconds. Your silver medalist, Nexa PBC, 47.83 seconds. And the gold medal goes to Nawasa Sas, 46.54 seconds. Your medalist for event number 89, the boys 4x100 meter relay sub-junior. Event number 58, the boys javelin throw senior. Your bronze medalist from Najiko GBSS, let's hear it for Dakota Joseph. Your silver medalist hails from the Wagiti Sonova St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Kate Francis. And taking home the gold today from up north, the Hillsborough Secondary School, Paddy's Enterprises, Royson Charles. Your medalist for event number 58, the boys javelin throw senior. We would like to congratulate all athletes for their performances here today. And of course, we thank Mr. Anderson Peters, our Olympic medalist. Turn our attention back to the track. It's going to be some relay action right here inside the walls of Caribbean Games Athletic Stadium. Over to you, announcers.
Of our medal presentations, as we see a very strong presence of the Royal Grenada Police Force, keeping the law and order, keeping peace, no major incidents, as we were told by the ASP in charge that everything went very smoothly for the first 2 days, and I'm sure there must have been some minor incidents, but nothing major, and they're keeping a very good law and order here at the National Stadium.
Well, you expect some little something somewhere with so much personality, some amount of personalities in one space. You will expect a little bump or two here, but you are right, Leslie. There has been nothing to cause any sort of upset. So we are thankful to the men and women of the RGPF for being with us on this one. Before, Leslie, we mentioned the presence of Carriacou, and John, you tell us how well they just did in the final event.
Yeah, Hillsborough Secondary School, they have picked up the gold medal in the javelin throw for seniors, and Rishon Charles of Hillsborough Secondary School won with a throw of 54.53 meters, and certainly Carriacou and doing their bit. Kate Francis of the St. David's Catholic, he was in second, and Dakota Joseph, I think the medals being presented by Anderson Peters, a fitting way to really celebrate Carriacou's victory.
What a beautiful sight on screen here now as the athletes in the final event for the girls make their way onto the track, the 4x400 meters. Large team here from all of the schools. They're making their way onto the track for the final time in 2026 at Intercol Games. Look out for Grenada Christian Academy. Look out for St. David's Catholic. Look out for Hillsborough Secondary, St. Joseph Convent. SAS is there. Boca Secondary. St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. And the students are enjoying the music coming through the speakers here.
They are enjoying the music, but the athletes are not hearing all of this. They are in their own zone. They just flashed across your screen, and there is not a smile on their faces. They are on a mission. They have something to prove. Winning the 4x4 makes you almost feel like you won the entire event. It's a different kind of feeling. I know how I felt last year when St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's won it. I'm telling you, it's like the other 2 days didn't matter at all. So this is a big deal. So the girls are not smiling. They are on the battlefield. They know what is at stake, and the noise is not distracting them.
Well, a lot of excitement and jumping and cheering going on there. The music is pumping. Some popular local soca music, and the students are having their time out on the bleachers.
The students, the adults as well, they are in a euphoric state.
Well, this is what the Intercol Games presents to us. It's all about the excitement. It's about cheering, shouting, jumping, chanting. Have it all.
It's already written in the stars. Waiting to be
This
crowned.
is the big one. It's the
But the girls of St.
battle where the winner will say to the others, hey, you won the war, but I won this battle. And this is always a spectacle to look forward to.
Set back in 2004 by the quartet of the St. David's Catholic Secondary.
So there they are. The girls are ready and raring to go in their final event in Intercol 2026. Bragging rights always goes with the winners of the 4x400 meters. St. Joseph Convent St. George's last year went away with those rights, and they're here to defend that victory in 2025. The record 355.65. St. David's Catholic Secondary in 2004. It's a very old record. Hazeland Regis was part of that, and Convent St. George's and the others would be gunning for that in a moment.
Well, it's going to be a really fast one. I'm anticipating a fast one. The field looks really good, and so we anticipate, just as the viewers, to see who will win this battle. It's the 4x400 Open.
14 schools registered here, and they all lined up and ready to go. Grenada Christian Academy, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Hillsborough, Convent St. George's, SAS, Boca, St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, Grenville Secondary, Bishop's College, Westerhall Secondary, Anglican High School, Happy Hill, MacDonald College, and Wesley College. So there's going to be a massive celebration, as just been informed, in St. Andrews tomorrow. We're going to hear more about that right after the event. 4x400 meters open for girls. The event about to be started. And there they go to bring an end to the girls division in the Intercol 2026. 4x400 meters open. St. Joseph Convent St. George, Boca Secondary, two of the challengers here, making the early running here. MacDonald College is also there. Going down the back straight, St. Joseph Convent St. George, Boca Secondary, MacDonald College, Anglican High School. Convent would want to finish ahead of Anglican High School. There's a battle there going on between them for the third and fourth position. Convent St. George's, MacDonald College, Anglican High School, Boca Secondary, SAS, Convent Grenville, Wesley College. As the lineup continues, Westerhall Secondary is there. St. David's is trailing behind at the moment. The first handover is made now. MacDonald College in the lead.
It's MacDonald College running away just about 8 meters. Boca Secondary in hot pursuit. Convent St. George is there. Anglican High School looking to respond. And here we go. Just about 300 remaining in this lap. It's the Anglican High School. That's Kylie Williams of the Anglican High School. She has taken the front running. It followed there by MacDonald College, Boca Secondary, St. Joseph Convent St. George, Anglican High School. They want to prove that they can win this. It's going to be important for them. Here comes Kylie Williams as they head around the bend and into the straightaway. It's Anglican High School, Kylie Williams. Here comes the Boca Secondary. She's going to put in a challenge. MacDonald College also looking to make a run for it. Williams just opening a slight lead. MacDonald College looking to go past the Boca Secondary. But still, it's Anglican High School making the handover.
Well, the second handover is made. It's MacDonald College, Anglican High School, Boca Secondary. I can tell you, Annalisa Brown and Annie Logie will battle on that final leg. It depends on how the baton comes in, but Anglican High School is in the lead at the moment. A very strong run we saw a while ago from Kylie Williams. Anglican High School it is. Here comes MacDonald College. MacDonald College, that looks like Emma Frederick here, running a blistering leg for MacDonald College. Is it a MacDonald College of yesteryear? But Boca is in good position here because they still have Annalisa Brown on the anchor. So too is St. Joseph Convent St. George's. Boca is struggling, but MacDonald College is looking good. But here comes St. Joseph Convent St. George. They want to defend this championship. MacDonald College with a 5-meter lead over St. Joseph Convent St. George. The final handover.
And it's the final handover. MacDonald College, they're out front but closely followed by the St. Joseph Convent St. George.
Anglican High School, they're following in third. Keep your eyes to the front. McDonald College, the gap is closing. The gap is closing. It's Annie Logie. The gap is closing. She goes by McDonald College. Can she sustain? Does she have enough in the tank? They're striding, stride for stride. Convent now ahead. St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Slight stumble there, but she's still going. It's Convent, St. George. Here comes a burst from McDonald College. Can she hold on? Can St. Joseph Convent, St. George win this one? But here comes, and it's Convent, McDonald College. Keep your eyes on the track. St. Joseph Convent, they are pushing. They are pushing. They are pushing. They have defended the title. St. Joseph Convent, St. George.
All right, I am composed.
What a run here by St. Joseph Convent, St. George's. And they finish ahead of Anglican High School, so they have cemented their position for overall third in the girls' championship. What a great run it was. Annalisa Brown got the baton much too late to run back. She had a spirited comeback. McDonald College gave a very good account of themselves. I mean, Annie Logie is a difficult one to beat in a relay, and she really held her own to bring in a close second.
Leslie, I told you before any relay, we cannot just call it like that. The setup of the team, the chemistry of the team, how this is executed is what matters. For a while, I must admit, many of us probably were nervous. What's going on? Is this going to just be taken away from the St. Joseph's Convent like that? And hands were up. But I must indeed say the team worked its way back. Annie Logie doing an excellent job of bringing the team back and bringing this goal back to where it was last year. But I cannot deny the fight by McDonald College was a good fight. An excellent fight. They stayed with them from the beginning, and the team stayed. They gave a good account of themselves. Anglican High School cannot be ruled out. That leg by Kylie Williams was exceptional. She brought the team from wherever they were back to front, and they were going. I have to admit it.
Thank you, Sammy. But the quartet of Kaylana Alexander, Ariel Edwards, Ariana James, and Annie Logie was just too much on the day. They defended well. They ran a brilliant race. And congratulations in order for the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Again, next year we'd remember that race. 2 in a row for us. What a way to end the girls' championship. Again, congratulations to SAS. It really didn't matter how SAS and St. David's Catholic Secondary ended. We really didn't capture that. But in the end, SAS already crowned girls champion.
And you know what the thing about this is for St. Joseph's Convent? It's like a victory to them. It's a long time since they've so I'm happy for them.
Well, Sam, the question now is there going to be another billboard?
Maybe. Why not? A fresh one.
Well, they have every right to do that and more as the boys are making their way onto the track. 15 schools registered here. Water sites here. We see the Ethan O'Geese. We see Daryl Daniel. All of the boys are there getting ready to do their due on the 4x400 meters. This is one again that we really cannot call. So the senior 400 meters was won by Daryl Daniel. The junior 400 meters was won by Giovanni Green. Josh is there. Kamal is there. Cornell Pierre is going to be there for GBSS. Cassius Stephen is there. As we see the GBSS quartet coming out here. There's no Cornell Pierre. Is Cornell there? Maybe he's been rested. There is Ian George. Ian George is there to run for
no, there's no Cornell
St. John's Christian Secondary. St. David's Catholic Secondary is also there. And these schools, Boca Secondary, Wesley College, Bishop's College, St. John's Christian Secondary, Grenville Secondary. The Grenada Christian Academy is also there. Hillsborough Secondary, McDonald College. They've savored us here with a lot of exciting 4x400 meter relays over the years. Let's see what they have in store in 2026.
Taj Thomas is there for the Presentation Brothers College as well. So it is an elite lineup.
Lati Collimo is down there trying to marshal all of these athletes as they pick up their position on the starting line. And the excitement and the euphoria continues in the stands. The final event of the day, the 4x400 meters for boys.
Well, 2026 Intercol Games, certainly one for the record books. All the records that stood for many years were broken. I really am excited to see what the future of athletics will be in Grenada, but certainly this one goes down as a history for the athletes of the different schools.
Well, we already have an athlete from SAS saying this is not his first year, so we know next year it's going to be good in there.
There they are, McDonald College. We see there Grenada Christian Academy. They're starting with the strongest runner, Grenada Christian Academy. That's Keith Charles. Grenville Secondary. St. John's Christian Secondary. GVSS. They're all there in that first grouping. What a spectacle we expecting here.
Yeah, we expect this one to be a quick one. And these boys have been running the distance events really well. There has been competition all the way through, whether it's 15, whether it's 8, whether it's 400. There has been competition, and so the 4x4, what a way to bring the curtains down on what has been a really, really epic 2026 Intercol Games.
Well, Cornell Pay was listed here to participate for GBSS. He's not there. And he had the fastest time of all the boys in the 400 throughout Intercol. It's been good to see him here on the ankle leg or something for GBSS.
And over generally, you know him as a powerhouse on that 400 meter lap. So not seeing him here takes away a little bit of the entertainment that we are looking forward to. But nonetheless, all schools are lined up. We're going to be entertained anyway.
This is a special one. PBC leads off with Ethan Auguste. Had 2 misgivings in the hurdles, both the 110 and 400, but there they are. Who can imagine that? Still happening throughout Intercol, the very last event. And the nerves are still there. The starting hiccups and apprehensions are still there. Everybody wants to go home with a sweet taste in the mouth, with the glory, with the memory of Intercol 2026.
Yeah, it's the winner of the battle here. The war has already ended, but the battle is what is important to many of these teams. They can go home and brag that, hey, we won it. Here we go. Clean start this time. 4x400 open. Male to bring the curtains down. And what has been a really good Intercol game. St. Andrews, Anglican Secondary, they're out front. Presentation Brothers College, they're in 3rd position. Slotting in there is St. John's Christian Secondary. And let's see how they go. I know this one will be a pretty quick one. It's Junior Alexander of SAS. He's leading this one. Here comes St. John's Christian. A good run from him. McDonald College is there. Presentation Brothers College. But the competition right at the front. Right at the front. It's St. John's Christian Secondary handing over first.
Well, a good run by St. John's Christian Secondary to beat Junior Charles, who was 3rd in the 400 meters. But there they go down the back straight. St. John's Christian Secondary, the surprise in the park here, if you want to call it that. Over SAS by maybe 10 or so meters. Let's see what happens. It looks as Tevon Hall here for SAS in the 4x400 meters. Going wrong for the 200 meter mark. It is still St. John's Christian Secondary. Looking good. We saw them at the Western Games and they had a very, very good performance. That's Ian George there for you of the St. John's Christian Secondary. SAS is looking around, but Ian George is going to bring it in first for St. John's Christian Secondary. Presentation Brothers College and Boca Secondary as well as McDonald College are there. But Ian George hands over first for St. John's Christian Secondary. They continue to lead on this one.
There they go. St. John Christian Secondary leading over the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. PBC back in 3rd. Boca following. And just about 300 meters remaining this lap. It's still St. John's Christian Secondary. And St. Andrews Anglican Secondary closing the gap slightly. Here we go as they run the 200 meter bend. 200 meters and closing. It's still St. John's Christian Secondary. Here comes Christophe Calise, and he's putting in some work. But St. John's Christian Secondary, they're still at the front. Here goes Calise. He's looking to close the gap, and the gap is closing. Look at Poker Secondary making a move also in the front now. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary.
Well, it is Daryl Daniel, the winner of the 400 meters, who is anchoring for SAS. Boca had a very good run on that third leg, but it's Daryl Daniel of SAS. A good run from St. John's Christian Secondary. They're still holding the second position. Daryl Daniel going down the backstretch for the last time at Intercol Games 2026. He has a 15-meter lead over St. John's Christian Secondary. The winner of the 400 meters is not going to be a day when anybody's going to catch him. SAS cementing their position as champions of Intercol 2026 and taking it home in style as well, as they're going to win this 4x400 meters in fine style. St. John's Christian Secondary really want to push them hard for the silver, but there goes Daryl Daniel. Daryl Daniel powers home to win in an impressive time. SAS cements the championship honors. In second position, St. John's Christian Secondary with a masterful run. GBSS's Josh Thomas running back to take the bronze, but a day that truly belongs to SAS.
And you are indeed correct. St. Andrews continues to dominate. There's a note on the bib. End
gender-based violence.
Oh, that's a nice note. You win and you send a positive note. But congratulations to the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. These boys have run for the entire 3 days, and they end with a bang, they end with a positive note, and they end with a victory.
Yeah, really, this is the battle. They have won the battle, they've won the war. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, they've really been phenomenal in 2026. It was a decider year, and they have decided to step in front. It was tied at 21, but 22 in 26, SAS.
Well, they have won everything, if you ask me. They have won the girls category, they have won the boys category, they have won the final event of the day, the 4x400 meters. And can you imagine what is going to be happening in St. Andrews tomorrow?
And I don't believe it's just going to be SAS alone jumping up. It's going to be a parish thing. The whole of St. Andrew is going to be rejoicing tomorrow. They're going to take part in this victory. And we cannot say anything about that. Why not join with them and have a ball of a time? But
well, we have been officially informed of that SAS, Convent Grenville, Grenville Secondary, and the Grenada Christian Academy would have a joint celebration for the parish of St. Andrew tomorrow.
Oh, we might as well call a holiday for St. Andrew tomorrow, please the Lord. But what an interesting 3 days. What an eventful 3 days. Ending off in fine style.
But Samantha, we cannot discount that very impressive run from St. John's Christian Secondary.
No, we cannot discount it.
We are thoroughly impressed by that.
We are thoroughly impressed by it. Very, very good run. And if we're talking about good runs as well, why not speak about that run back by GBSS? They were almost nowhere in it. And there they came and snatched the third from teams that were lined up. So that has to be mentioned as well. So St. John's Christian Secondary, the GBSS, congratulations to you for putting on a good fight in the final event.
Well, you know, some people say one team, never two. In Grenville, you know what they're saying? Two SAS, never one.
I'm going to leave you with that. I'm not even going to fight it.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, viewers out there, we hope that you thoroughly enjoyed the broadcast. We're not yet finished. We're going to have the highlights show for you, the highlights package, and put a summary on today's activity. But we cannot go short of basking in the glory and the excitement and the great performances that these athletes have given us over the 3 days. Kudos to the organizers. If you look around the field here, you see the Royal Grenada Police Force in huge numbers, and they've done a tremendously good job in maintaining the law and order here. As we look back to that 4x400 meters for the boys again, Shaper doing really good here. Christophe Calise also had a very good leg, the third leg for SAS, to come back to catch Shaper here. And then by the time Daryl Daniel got it, the winner of the 400 meters was going to take too much to catch him. GBSS just about making the batter pass here for Josh. So Josh must have gotten it in the 4th or 5th position. And to run back and come third, I quite agree with you that it was also a phenomenal performance from Josh Thomas.
Oh yes, if you look at the screen, he's actually in 5th position at this time. So that young man left it all on the track for his team. He ran his heart out. And while St. Andrews Anglican took it, it was theirs. It's signed, sealed, and delivered. Look at that GBSS athlete deciding, I'm not just going out like that today. And we have to speak of his run back.
Well, if you find me talking a lot about SAS, we always say the spoils are for the winners. There was a soaker that was dropped, bring your big bag, SAS bagging everything. We're looking for those bags in the stands. We have not seen them though. There is no rope this year for sure. SAS, all glory belongs to SAS at the moment. Convent Grenville joining in on the celebration. Anglican High School, they're all having a good time. They're celebrating good performances of all of their schools, and what a way to do it.
Yeah, certainly each and every athlete, each and every school that has participated in this, the 2026 Intercol game, need to stand up and take a bow, because the competition was different. There was no runaway winners from, day one. Everybody competed. Imagine on day one, St. Joseph Convent was the first to get on the board. And certainly, it showed all the schools participating. Well, maybe with the exception of 2, everyone got on the board. Everyone was able to bring home some points. And it says that the athletics future is getting really, really better. It's gonna get to somewhere to the top, certainly.
Well, the victory lap has started, but we have here for you the final team scores that we want to share with you. We're gonna do just the top 5 in each category. So in the girls, we have Boca Secondary on 84 and a third, Anglican High School in 4th on 114 and a third. Then we have St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, 130 and a third. St. David's Catholic on 177 and a half, that's the defending champions. And the new champion, SAS, on 196 points. In the boys category, the top 5, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 63. Boca Secondary in 4th on 69. Presentation Brothers College in 3rd on 118. The defending champions, or former defending champions, Grenada Boys Secondary, 240 and a half points. And your new champions, just 1 point short of 300, SAS on 299.
And that is the end of the story. The points are in, the winners have been decided. That is the end of the story.
So what we're going to do now, we're going to just go back through the 3 days and highlight some of the outstanding performances that we saw. There were several record-breaking performances that we want to highlight from days 1 to days 3. And some very outstanding athletes as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to enjoy some of the sights and sounds at the National Stadium. We're still putting together for you the wrap-up section, and we're going to team up also with the GBN crew to bring a summary of the 3 days of Intercol 2026. It's like a carnival. The drums are out, the shells are out, the horns are out, the chants are there. That's a section of the SAS supporters. They're doing their selfies. The athletes are on the track. What a moment it is for them. Wow. They've celebrated in all forms and fashion. They're pulling out everything here this evening.
Yeah, certainly they've worked hard, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. And to win both boys and girls, it's a big celebration for them. I think this is the first time that it has been accomplished. And so they, again, put themselves into the history books.
And overall 26 champions between the boys and girls for SAS, 22 in the boys category, 4 in the girls category, and they have gone past GBSS by 1. They both shared 21 championships in the boys category. Now SAS goes by 1 to 22.
Well, there's nothing you can say about this, but know that they have worked hard for this, and they deserve the right to enjoy themselves, to celebrate, and that is what they will continue to do. We cannot feel any way about it. They worked hard from day one, both the males and the females. The females had a tougher fight, but in the end, they were able to pull it off. We cannot take anything from them.
So Samantha and John, we look at all of the events that happened before Intercol. The GAA development meets, the relay meets, the national champions. And people who really follow sports seriously were already indicating that SAS is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And it panned out to be true to form, because the optics don't lie too. If you've seen a particular athlete or school emerging on the podium all the time, it gives a clear indication as to what can happen. And Intercol was the crowning and defining moment for all that we saw throughout the season.
And Leslie, I'm not one to predict the future, but if you are really sitting down and looking at the mathematics in front of you, the quality of the field and where the athletes are placed in the divisions, sub-juniors, juniors, one can say that you need to look out for SAS for at least another 2 cycles. And that's being fair. Unless the other schools come with something else, dig up something, fix the mistakes, fix everything, SAS is going to be there at least. And don't throw anything at me. I'm just looking at what is in front of me.
But you're making a good point, Sammy, and sorry to cut you in here. So let me put it into real perspective. If you look at GBSS, for example, they basically had 4 athletes in the seniors. The 3 sprinters, so they had the Josh, they had Cornell, they had Kamal, and they had the Discus thrower. I mean, for a school of that size, to have 4 boys to carry you through in the seniors is really not enough. In the juniors, it was a split between a number of schools. So they had the Cassius Stephen, they had the, they had a couple others. They have the Michael Moses and so on in there. But they were extremely weak, except for their sprinter who came 3rd. They were extremely weak in the sub-junior. And so they lost a lot of points there. But if you look forward to 2026 for GBSS, you'll be very concerned as well. A number of the athletes are leaving. I mean, last year was just really bad. They lost a lot of the top athletes, the Ethan Sam, the Emilio Bishop, and several others that they lost. And there was this void for them. So they obviously have to go back. I mean, I don't want to see what they have to do, but they have to do some introspection and really come up with a different formula for next year.
And John, I don't know if you can chime in on this. If you look at the 3rd place finisher in the boys, that is the Presentation Brothers College, had they not have so many unforced errors, maybe even they could have given GBSS a run for their money. If you honestly look back at the mishaps that team would have had, they really pulled themselves out. But if they pull themselves together, maybe they could have done something even to, and boy, GBSS would not have liked any shade of blue at all. Imagine if PVC really held their own and came up and gave them a run of money. GBSS would not want to see any shades, be it navy blue, royal blue, or even baby blue. They would not have wanted to see it. But
Samantha, you'd have to defend that in the coming days.
I can defend it, and I know I can defend it. But the truth is, GBSS will have, let's look at what the SAS field, and it is a strong field. It is a young field, and that means they are there for a while.
It's the first time I've seen 2 in Intercol for a long time that first-year juniors have dominated the junior category. The Cassius Stephen, the Philip Mitchell, the Giovanni Green. These are all first-year juniors. So no team can actually look for them going into the seniors next year. So that was another interesting occurrence in Intercol 2026. The juniors already dominated by first-year juniors.
Well, you have to call it as it is. It's the writing is on the wall is in front of us. So,
well, for me, what I distinctively picked up is the depth of the squad for the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. They had 78 athletes coming in, split between girls and boys, and I'm telling you, this is a lot, because you look at St. David's Catholic, for example, with 43 athletes in both girls and boys. So that tells you that the depth wasn't as deep as previous years. And so St. Andrews Anglican, they are actually, you're seeing the fruits of the labor from the primary school. Let's put it that way.
Well, SAS has a whole parish behind him, I can tell you that.
Exactly.
So it's not just about the SAS alumni. But the other thing I want to mention, we must spare a thought for St. David's Catholic Secondary. I think they defended the championship well. They have lost a lot of athletes. They lacked a lot of depth. So SAS had a maybe better overall team and overall performance, but they went down with a fight. I mean, they just didn't give up early, and spare thought for them as well. Perennial champions. They've won this thing for several years. They know what it is to win. Winning is a habit, and so they gave a very good fight for themselves.
And then, of course, we cannot forget Boca Secondary. Not the winners here, but definitely a team that put up a fight. You know, they show that their presence was felt from day 1 to day 3. And so we have to look for them in coming years. Annalisa is still going to be there. Others are going to join. But, of course, I'm not going to take anything away from SAS. This year is theirs across the board.
So let's go through the categories one by one. Let's start with the sub-junior girls. And of course, our standard there would obviously be a person like a Haley Tyrrell, who was very, very good in the 100 and 200 meters and anchoring her team to victory in the 4x100 meters. She would be one of the names to remember definitely in the sub-junior girls category.
Well, you can call Haley Tyrrell, yes, on the track, but you also have to spare a thought for Gavia Walker. I think she really worked hard also to help with the sub-junior category. And so these two young ladies, we've seen them before, we know of them even now. And so, again, the future for them look pretty bright.
The sub-junior boys, the Iron Man, he said that this is not his best year. He'll be back. Dishon Oliver, 100 meters, 200 meters. Record in the 400-meter hurdles, winner of the 110 hurdles. He was in the field events as well. Record-breaking performance in the high jump. And he has contributed a lot of points for SAS in the sub-junior category.
You know, unless something absolutely happens to him, I think he's right. He is young, he is gunning, and I think there's a lot more for us to see of this young man. So maybe, just maybe, he is correct. He's on the money. Let's see if he could put it on the money and deliver next year. But I believe, given the strength, that he will be able to do just that.
Well, I like his message already because he says this is his first year, yeah? And that tells you that he's prepared to continue doing what he's doing. And once that is his mindset, then you can certainly expect a lot of great things. One will expect that the staff, the teachers, the coaches will help to keep him as humble as they can and not let him, you know, really get out of his head. But certainly once he continues with that frame of mind, Grenada can look forward to some good performances.
Of course, in the sub-junior girls, we cannot forget Emma Frederick from McDonald College. She was also very good. She established some records as well. The 400 hurdles, that's the management team there of SAS. SAS, the victors, they're in celebratory mood. And then if we move to the junior category very quickly, the junior girls, Annalisa Brown, Tishana Bascom, maybe two names that we can recognize right away.
Yeah, certainly you must call these two. Tishana Bascom has really been working. Annalisa Brown continues to do her work. And I just want to make sure, for me, with Annalisa Brown, I think we need to really look at her, try to get her to be a bit more specific in terms of what she does so that the workload does not get too much. And I think she has the makings to be a really phenomenal athlete for Grenada.
Annalisa Brown picking up gold with a record-breaking performance, destroying an old record of over 20 years by Kashara George in the 400 meters, 56.4 is what she did. She came back to win the 800 meters and the 1500 meters in the junior category, and she has been that standout athlete in the juniors. The junior boys was a mixed bag. Giovanni Green was very good. Disqualified in the 100, maybe a little bit disappointed, but winner of the 400, and I think he was second place in the 200. Philip Mitchell, another one, he was the winner in the 100 meters and the 200 meters. Cache Stephen, some signs of brilliance as well. Those three would be the standout in the junior category. But we also have Dishon Smart in the javelin, who is another phenomenal athlete that was on show here at Intercol.
Yeah, you also want to spare thought for the young man from PTC.
Chelas Ford also in the discus and shot put, making the character standard in both events. He broke the record, I think, in the discus, on his very last throw, Kazim Telesford, so he's another one that did well in the junior category.
So
if we move to, sorry John?
No, go ahead.
If we move to the senior very quickly, senior girls, Shadi John would be a standout, first in the 1 and 200. I think she was second in the 400 and she did a couple of the field events as well, second in the long jump. Her name would be etched in our memory. Christina Charles, first in the long jump and the triple jump. And on the track as well, she did well behind Shadi John. Those two stand out. Annie Logie, of course, would be another name that we want to remember. Montisha Sen Bernard of Carrico and P.T. Martinic in the Heptathlon. And so they were some of the standout athletes in the senior girls category.
You want to also remember Kayla Christopher. I think this year has been a year where she has really seek to revive some of the performances that we've known her to put out. She's really been right behind Shadi John, you know, in terms of the sprinting, and one will hope that she will continue. I've seen her in the field. She's done some good work also in the field.
We want to go back to the 3,000 meters junior boys. We left out Mikel Moses, that youngster who was excellent in that 300 meters, setting a new record in that as well. Mikel Moses of GBSS. I think he was the darling of many of the fans. Very diminutive figure, but very strong, very endured. Mikel Moses.
Yeah, certainly a good find for Grenada there for the GBSS. They will be proud of Moses. And I mean, really an awesome picture when you look at how calm he was running this 3,000 meters.
So we're going to come back to wrap up the senior boys, but we want to go down trackside for the final sets of presentation before we come back to put a wrap on things.
Let's hear it for them one more time. Your medalists, event 81. Medal presentation for event number 82, the boys 4x400 meter relay open. The school that takes home the bronze comes from Tantine. Let's hear it for Najiko GBSS. 3 minutes, 24.33 seconds. Your silver medalist is none other than the Jonas Brown and Hubbard St. John's Christian Secondary School. 3 minutes, 22.43 seconds. And your gold medalist hails from the big parish, Nawassa Sass. 3 minutes, 16.57 seconds. They too are being presented gifts from the Grenada Track and Field Support Group based in the USA, presented by Ms. Debian Roger. We want to congratulate all athletes for their performances and Ms. Debian for her contribution. And now, we would like to thank everyone for their participation in this segment. And now, I now invite Miss Neela Etienne as we commence the closing ceremony for GAPS Intercol Championships 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to present to you the individual awards. We invite Miss Curleen Purcell from Investment Migration Agency, Grenada. We now invite Miss Curleen Purcell from the Investment Migration Agency to present individual awards. We do apologize for the technical difficulties we're experiencing at this time. But ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Ms. Curleen Purcell from the Investment Migration Agency to present the first set of awards.
We begin with the individual awards for the girls. In our sub-junior division, or female individual scores, we have Emma Frederick scoring a total of 26 points from McDonald College.
We invite Emma Frederick from the McDonald College. She scored 26 points and she's a sub-junior champion.
Sub-junior division male, scoring a total of 36 points from Nawasa Sass, Deshaun Oliver. Let's hear it one more time for Deshaun Oliver from Nawasa Sass. 36 points. Your sub-junior division male.
We now invite Senator the Honorable Roderick St. Clair to present the next set of awards.
We're asking the audio team to assist by assisting with the mic and volume of the speakers. We're unable to hear from the outside.
We invite We now invite Senator Roderick St. Clair. We now invite
or junior divisional champ, or female junior divisional champ. Let's hear it for Miss Annalisa Brown from the Boca Secondary. 28 points. Or male junior divisional champ. Let's hear it for Philip Mitchell from Nawassa SAS, 19 points.
Presenting your senior champ, female, from the Nawassa SAS, Christiana Charles, 25 points. And your male winner in this division, from the Nawassa SAS, Rick Cadet. He brought in 18 points. I want to say special thanks to Senator St. Clair for assisting with these awards. And we'd like to invite the Honorable Andy Williams, Minister for Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, to present divisional champs for the girls division.
The female divisional team scores, sub-junior division. Out in front, we have Nawassa SAS, 106 points. Congratulations to the SAS team. Sub-junior division. Scores.
In the junior division, your winners, Wagiti Sanova St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 47 points.
Congratulations. And in the senior division, we have the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 71 points.
We say to the Honorable Andy Williams, Minister for Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation. And now we invite the Honorable Lennox Andrews, Minister for the Blue Economy and Marine Affairs, to assist with the presentation of the next set of awards.
Your male team scores, sub-junior division, scoring a total of 87 points. Let's hear it for Nawassa SAS.
In the junior division, let's hear it for Nawassa SAS, 97 points.
And as the saying goes, when it's nice, do it thrice. For the senior division, let's welcome one more time, scoring a total of 89 points, Nawasa Sass.
We want to say special thanks to the Blue Economy and Marine Affairs. And now we invite the chairperson of the National Lottery Authority and manager, Ms. Cindy Henry and Mrs. Gail Purcell, to present the Victress and Victor Ladoram Awards.
Your Victress Ladoram is none other than, you can guess it, Lisa Brown from the Boca Secondary School. A total of 28 points. We invite you to remain. Your Victor Ladoram.
Annalisa Brown will also be presented a gift from Blue Bubbles.
Along with the traditional Blue Bubbles Golden Spikes Award, they are awarded a pair of spikes.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Victor Ladoram Award. He comes from Nawasa Sass, Deshaun Oliver, 36 points. Deshaun, you are also awarded a gift from Blue Bubbles.
This gift is presented by Ms. Renee Goodwin from the True Blue Bay Resort.
And now for the overall winners. We invite President of GAPS, Mr. Carl Andel, to present the third place trophy.
In the female division, scoring a total of 130.33 points. Let's hear it for the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's.
Let's hear it for the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. And they have defended the 4x4 title in 2026. Scoring 177.5 points. Let's welcome the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, second place. I'd like to invite Mrs. Ratisha Boyd-Smith to assist in this presentation. With this presentation, sorry.
We thank you, Mrs. Smith-Boyd, for assisting with the distribution of the awards.
And now we invite the Senator, the Honorable David Andrew, Minister for Education, to present the winning trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, amassing a total of 196 points in the female division. Let's hear it for Nawasa Sass. They walk home with the trophy. They walk home with bragging rights into the next year. Let's hear it one more time for Nawasa Sass.
They also walk home with $10,000. And that will go towards the development of more sporting activities and, of course, building up the athletic program.
We'd like to thank Honorable David Andrew for assisting us with the distribution.
And now we invite Mr. Akim Thomas, Director on the Board of Management of the National Sports Council, to assist with the presentation of the third place trophy.
Scoring a total of 118 points. Let's hear it for the Nexa PBC. Third place in the male division.
Next up, PBC will also take home a cash prize of $7,000. Thank you, Mr. Akim Thomas. And now we re-invite the Honorable Andy Williams, Minister for Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, to present the second place trophy.
We now re-invite Minister Andy Williams to assist with the distribution of the next award. Mr. Williams is going to be awarding the second place in the male category. First place scores a total of 299 points. Second place scores a total of 240.5 points. Let's congratulate second place winners, Najiko GBSS.
Najiko GBSS takes home $8,000.
Thank you, Minister Williams. We now invite Minister for Youth and Sports and Mental Health, Honorable Delma Thomas, to assist with the distribution of the award for the overall winner of the boys category.
Scoring 299 points. Make some noise for your winners of the 2026 Intercollegiate Games in the boys division. Now, SAS.
They did it to the girls. And now they have taken the boys category.
They're also awarded a cash prize of $10,000. We want to invite the girls of Nawasa SAS to come for a photo op with your trophy. And we want to say thank you to the Honorable Delma Thomas, Minister for Youth, Sports and Mental Health. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our award ceremony. I want to say special thanks to the GAPs. Let's make some noise for the principals of the secondary schools. They've put on a splendid event and they deserve kudos for yet another year of success. And I want to say thank you to our ministers, Minister Honorable Delma Thomas, Minister for Youth and Sports, Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Minister for Education, Minister Andy Williams, Honorable Lennox Andrews, Senator Roderick St. Clair. I want to say special thanks to Investment Migration Agency, National Lottery Authority. Thank you so much. Without your help, these games would not have been possible. So thank you everyone and safe journey home.
2026 Intercol will go down in history, not just for this exceptional performances, but the St. Andrew Anglican Secondary School will go down as the first school to win both the boys and girls title in the same year. I have with me the head coach, Nayed Simon. Nayed, congratulations on this victory. How does it feel to make history today?
Thank you very much. I feel very elated. I feel overjoyed. I feel overwhelmed. This effort, I must say, thanks to God for giving us the energy and this wonderful team support system I have with me. And special thanks to Davin Bowen, wherever you are right now. Thank you very much, Davin, for all the support you have been giving to me.
SAS came down with one of the biggest teams this year. How many athletes did you have in your contingent in 2026?
We had a total of 78 teams combined, persons combined.
And what would you say was the strategy for SAS in 2026?
Personnel.
All the preparation is key.
To the fourth floor.
Nice. Well, congratulations. I know you want to get back to celebrating. High five. Next step, please, Lord, same thing.
To all of our media personnel.
All right, good job. That was Nayed Simon, head coach for the Nawasa SAS, winners of both boys and girls division of the GAPS Intercol 2026.
Thank you very much, Blossom, for an outstanding job there interviewing Nayed Simon of SAS. Viewers, we're going to put a wrap on things and we have a nice highlight package. We also want to welcome now the Grenada Broadcasting Network, the GBN, who are joining us for this wrap-up session of Intercol Games 2026. It was an event that we saw a lot of brilliance, a lot of exceptional performances. There were some disappointments. Here is Dishon Oliver, the Victor Lodorum, attempting a record-breaking performance in the high jump for sub-junior boys, clearing here by a shave and establishing a new record.
Yeah, really outstanding athlete there.
And then we had a very good run in this, that was the 5,000 meters for the boys open. That was in the early days of this event. A tussle between GBSS and SAS, and that looks as though it was the 800 meters for the junior boys. Yes, that's Kutin there from GBSS. They had a real battle towards the end and a dip for the tape as well. But these were the two athletes in contention in the 800 meters for junior boys. A very, very close finish.
Yeah, again, really, the 800 meters has been that sort of race where it's going down to the wire. Most of the distance event, we've seen that.
And Kutin here winning that one over SAS by a 100th of a second. And we're happy for the young man. He had a very, very disappointing, not disappointing, but unfortunate circumstance during the national champs, and some glory for him. We go back now to the 400 meters for sub-junior boys. Dishon Oliver was disqualified in the preliminaries, and so it was open up for everybody here. SAS had a good time going in, but GBSS also was looking good, and also McDonald College.
Yeah, again, the 400 meter is a big race here in Grenada, from the exploits of Kirani James, Braylon Taplin, Rondell Bartholomew. We could call a lot of names, go back to Bruce Swan. A lot of names we can call. It has been a feature for us here in Grenada. Aline Francique and all these guys. I mean, and to see these youngsters really putting the effort into the 400 meters, it says that we're moving and we're going to continue to produce outstanding times.
That was Russia there. He was also, I think, the winner of the high jump, and maybe a surprise package for many in this 400 meters for the sub-junior boys. It was an event that we expected Dishon Oliver to win, but as I mentioned, he was disqualified in the preliminaries, and a good victory here for Russia of GBSS. That was the senior girls 200 meters, and that looks like Shade John and Kayla Christopher of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
And we saw Shadi doing very well in the preliminaries of this event and came back in the finals and sealed the deal. So and she had a very good 3 days competing, and of course she was able to take this one for St. David's Catholic Secondary.
And that's the qualifier right there for the World Juniors.
That is the qualifier right there.
And she was also the senior champ. The boys 200 meters was a cracker, and Ian George of St. John's Christian Secondary had his work cut out for him from Daryl Daniel.
Indeed, down to the finish line. In fact, when he finished this race, he didn't even know what had happened. He had to kind of wait for a while to see what his fate will be. It was down to what the results would come back. Look at the shock on his face. He's like, what? I don't know. But when the results came, boy, did he rejoice. He almost ran again.
Well, interestingly, the both of them would have qualified for World Juniors running sub-21, and that to me was the highlight of that race. A good run for Ian George, but sub-21, two athletes, good showing.
Yeah, really good showing. It says the athletics is on the rise.
And that's when he recognized he was the winner. He had a lot of antics to go with it. He was running in glory, running in joy, and a good run by Ian George. I'm sure you must have been thinking about the record, but it was difficult to beat Ian George in ripping form. And then the junior boys 100 meters, Philip Mitchell of SAS.
Yeah, really running a good race there. Mitchell being pushed there.
And then we had the 100 meters for junior girls. We see Tishana Bascom, among others there, really running hard. And a good victory for Tishana Bascom of St. David's Catholic Secondary. And then we went to the sub-junior boys hurdles. Again, Dishon Oliver setting a new record in this one here, technically sound, beating the record of Anthony Phillip that was established last year. The Victor Lodoram in the end at Intercol Games. And then he had a message here saying that this is not my year. There is more to come.
Yeah, technically sound, as you said it. I really love to see the foot snap on the down swing as he gets over the hurdle. It says that he's really tried to perfect this technique.
Good showing all together over the 3 days for Dishon Oliver, the eventual Victor Lodoram. amassing, I think, a total of 37 points overall. Great show from Deshaun Oliver.
And looking at what he did, I dare say maybe we need to put Lyndon and Kurt to work on him. He certainly seemed that he could be a good decathlete.
We need to put Deshaun on the payroll. He's earned that today. 36 points.
A brilliant athlete to look at over the last 3 days. Quite a pleasant young man as well.
36 points from Deshaun Oliver, contributing to just over 100 points in the sub-junior category for SAS. They really dominated that sub-junior category. And then Haley Tyrrell in the relay here, the 4x1 sub-junior. That was the relay that confirmed that SAS were the champions of Intercol Games 2026 in the girls category.
Yeah, again, outstanding athlete in young Tyrrell. Sub-junior still on the 15, and I'm saying that we have a star in the making once she continues.
Look at the antics. She knew that it was.
She took it from the backpack. She pulled it forward. She pulled the pin. She dropped the. There is Haley Tyrrell here, in celebratory mood, and saying, "This is my moment." And then the action started in the crowd. The pandemonium continued. The excitement reached a peak. The supporters of SAS, they're there and they're celebrating. We see the Lafayette Jab drummers were there. A kind of a more slumber mood in the GBSS camp, a contrast to what we were seeing from SAS. But they were good champions while they were. They gave a good fight. They didn't go down with their hands up. And so true champions always come back. And so we expect that GBSS would, as they say, go back to the drawing board and come back in 2026. To see if they can regain the champions. But for now, the glory, the celebration, and everything is going to happen in Grenville tomorrow. It's going to be a celebration for the entire parish, as we're told. All of the secondary schools in Grenville will be there, the Grenada Christian Academy, St. Joseph Convent Grenville, Grenville Secondary, the Grenada Christian Academy, and of course the champions, SAS. I'm sure the primary schools may want to have a bit of that too, because they were successful in 2026 as well at the National Primary School Games, but it's 26 in 2026 for SAS. It's the 26th championship overall, 22 in the boys category, and 4 in the girls category. What a moment for SAS.
What a moment indeed. The primary schools had their go already. They also had a 25 in 25 or something like that as well. So it's a long haul for both the primary and secondary schools up in St. Andrews. So as we said, the glory of at the end of the day belongs to SAS. Double bubble. And they knew it. They came with their banners already prepped for the double glory. And they delivered. They made sure that they had a reason to wave those banners.
Clyde, your final comments?
Well, before I give my final comment, I must shout out one of my really good brethren. If I don't do this, he will not be pleased. And so I want to just shout out Emerald. But Emerald, certainly, I think he's been watching, he's been following, and we've seen 3 days of really good competitive running, throwing, jumping. You had it all here at the Intercol Games, a number of records in the field, a number of records on the track, in the jumps, and so it's a phenomenal year for athletics. And I mean, we must commend the coaches, the athletes, the organizers of the different events, all that has happened throughout this 2026 season culminated here with the Intercol Games. And I mean, I must say how happy and pleased I am to see the level at which all the schools are in terms of competing.
And I know, Leslie, that someone say, well, Sam, you know, it's SAS time and you're a convent girl, but it would be remiss of me to not mention the effort put in by St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. It has been a while since we've heard their name in even the top 5 or the top 10 on the Intercol arena. And this year they were able to cement at the 3rd place. And maybe this might be a starting ground for them. So this year I'm glad that we're able to see pickers from all different schools. We saw Booker put in its 2 pence. We saw Convent put in its 2 pence. We saw Convent defeating Anglican High School. You know, these are the changing times that we're seeing, and I like that. So to me, kudos to Convent for holding its own and showing up this year. I mean, we know SAS has won, but I think this is worth mentioning.
Well, thank you very much, Samantha and Clyde John. I want to say a special congratulations to the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, to Mr. Lester Blash, the acting principal, the management, and the team up there, the students. You've done an outstanding job, and you deserve the glory. Commensurations are also in place for the GBSS, the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. These are the schools that were dethroned in 2026. You've put up a good fight. To all of the other schools that have contributed towards the success of these games in terms of the performances, the Boca Secondaries and the St. John's Christian Secondaries, the McDonald College, and all of the schools, you were good champions or good competitors. And so we also want to say a special thank you to the entire staff and the entire crew of the TNR Communications for bringing it to you wherever you are on your mobile devices, in your offices, your workplaces. And it has been a truly rewarding experience for us to bring it to you. And so as we leave you from the Kirani James National Stadium with the final moments of Intercol 2026, we say, never two SAS, just one.
Well, again, Colin, Dragon, big up yourself. The man at the end of these races, he totally enjoyed himself.
Until next year, we say goodbye and join us again for more Intercol action.
Grenada, we are back. Our senior women's national team returns to the pitch for a massive CONCACAF W qualifier, and they need your power behind them. Tuesday, April 14th, Kirani James Athletics Stadium, Grenada versus Cayman Islands. Kickoff 5 p.m. This is national pride. This is passion. This is the road to glory. Tickets, adults just at $25, children $10, and kids under 12 get in free. Get your tickets now at gotofet.com or at these outlets: Chucky's Bar, Grenadian Optical, St. George's, and Spiceland Mall. GFA office. Bring your flags, bring your voice, and come support our Grenada women's national team as they battle for victory. Follow the journey on social media at Grenada Football Association. Grenada versus Cayman Islands, April 14th, 5 p.m. Be there and stand with Team Grenada.
Attention Grenada! Get ready for the clash of the champions. The Classic Lighting Communal Credit Union Invitational Game is coming to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium April 25th and 26th. Watch the intense rivalry as the GUT Primary School goes head to head with Huggins Private Schools in a battle for speed, pride, and bragging rights. This is not just about style, it's about the fastest time. It's about power on the track. It's about glory, honor, and fame. Who will rise? Who will dominate? Who will take home the golden stake of the CLCCU Invitational Games? Don't miss the action. April 25th and 26th at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Classic Lighting Communal Credit Union Invitational Game, where champions are made.
Every generation has its moment. A moment when a nation decides to build something greater for its people, for its future. For Grenada, that moment is now. The government of Grenada invites the entire nation to witness the groundbreaking ceremony for the new General Hospital under Project Polaris. Be there as we break ground on a future where every Grenadian has access to modern, world-class healthcare. Friday, 27th March, at the Project Polaris site, Calavini, St. George. Arrive at 3:30 p.m. The ceremony begins at 4 p.m. sharp. Bring your pride, bring your hope, and witness the beginning of a new chapter in Grenada's history. Project Polaris, building the future of healthcare, building the future of Grenada. Be there at 3:30 p.m. on Friday, 27th March at the Project Polaris site in Calavini.
Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, the official pre-Carifta, all-inclusive, all-white cruise experience is here. Hosted by the Grenada Olympians. It's respectfully yours. Premium entertainment and Grenada's top DJs. It's food and drink inclusive. All-white dress code experience. It's an Olympian hosted celebration. Secure your spot now. Ticket outlets. Go to fed.com. All proceeds support the next generation of Olympians. So on Thursday, April 2nd, respectfully yours. About the ecstasy, Carifta weekend starts.
Welcome to my city.
Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this.